constitutional duty certifying the Electoral College in order to implement the peaceful transfer of power in our democracy. We've just heard from the Vice President, former Vice President Joe Biden, President-elect, who will take office in 2 weeks. He said democracy is fragile, and we're seeing that today. And he called directly on President Trump to get on camera, to get on television, and ask his supporters to call it off, to stop, to give up the game, and to retreat peacefully from the Capitol. As a law enforcement matter, we have not seen the Capitol Police or any of the other law enforcement agencies who have been called in to assist them come in an aggressive way trying to clear these protests. Whether they should or shouldn't is probably something that is a matter of debate right now. As we speak, members of the Senate and House there in Washington have been told to shelter in place wherever they are, whether it be their offices or in the matter of those who were on the Senate floor or on the House floor when this took place, when those demonstrators breached the Capitol, were taken to a secure location, which we cannot reveal. Some of them are together. And in fact, we have reporting that those senators, the group of senators who were together, watched the President-elect Joe Biden's speech together. We also have been informed by one of our reporters on the scene, Kelly O'Donnell, that Vice President Pence is still at the Capitol because it is simply not safe for him to return to the White House. That is the situation in Washington right now. One woman has been shot. It appears to be a protester. The shot reportedly was from law enforcement. She has been taken to the hospital. We don't have an update on her condition. And that will bring you up to date. Also, an IED, that's an improvised explosive device, according to NBC News, was recovered on the Capitol grounds. Let me get to Congresswoman Liz Cheney, Republican from Wyoming. Congresswoman, you, of course, were an outspoken opponent of the tactics that we saw in terms of the politics, whether the Electoral College vote should be objected to. So you were one who said it's time now, the election is over, and it's time to perform our constitutional duty. So just so we know where you stand on this, but let's just get to what happened today. Where were you? What did you see? And how are you?
Fine, Savannah. I'm not going to talk about where we are, but we were on the floor of the House of Representatives performing our constitutional duty to count the electoral votes when we had to be evacuated. And we are in a place with bipartisan group of members, and my Democratic counterpart, Hakeem Jeffries, and I have both made clear that we do not intend to allow this kind of mob violence to stop us from carrying out our constitutional duty. Our institutions have got to be defended and protected. We have an oath to the Constitution. Sending an angry, violent mob to disrupt proceedings at the Capitol cannot stand.
When you say sending a mob, who do you believe is responsible? Who sent the mob?
Look, the President of the United States called his supporters to Washington, D.C., and has dispatched them, without telling them to stop it. Now, I believe he has spoken out in the last few minutes, possibly, but we live in a republic that is governed by the rule of law and by our Constitution, and this cannot stand, and it won't stand. We will carry out our constitutional obligation. We'll count the electoral votes, and we all need to remember. We all need to come together. That the republic, the future of the republic, depends upon Americans standing as one, abiding by the Constitution of the United States. We do not bend to mob rule. We don't bend to political threats. There comes a time when our elections are over, and we have to carry out our constitutional duty. And that's the moment that we have arrived at now, and we're going to continue to do that.
Congresswoman, I'm sure, like all of us, you're looking at these images. I mean, the one we have on right now, somebody sitting in the chair of where the Senate president presides over the United States Senate, and here's some protester sitting there. Now we've got another shot of some protester sitting in an office with his feet up, literally with his feet up. This is the United States Capitol. This is sacred ground in our democracy. What goes through your mind when you see these images?
Well, it is infuriating, and it's heartbreaking, and it will not stand. We are a democratic republic. We have survived for over 240 years, and we have had the peaceful transfer of power. The peaceful transfer of power is something that Ronald Reagan talked about, that in some instances we take for granted, but it is miraculous. And I think that what we've seen today is that it is something that is very fragile, but that we all must stand for it. The president should immediately make clear that this kind of activity, of violent activity at the Capitol, has to stop, and he ought to make clear that he will abide by the results of the Electoral College vote, and that he will ensure the peaceful transition of power.
Are you, and there will be plenty of time to analyze this later, but just in the moment, as you sit there, sheltered in place, locked down with fellow members of Congress, are you disturbed that this was able to happen at all? That security was such that a group of protesters turned mob could come in and breach the United States Capitol? It isn't as though this wasn't advertised. I mean, this has been boiling and being planned for days and weeks.
Yes, I mean, it obviously is a terrible day in the history of the Republic, but I think what's important to make clear is that we are strong, we're resilient, and we have bipartisan dedication and commitment to protecting and defending the rule of law, and to protecting and upholding our oath to the Constitution. And
Congresswoman, forgive me for interrupting, but the president has tweeted, now I'm told he didn't. He's about to tweet a video statement. Now, he had been urged by members of the Republican caucus, including senators and members such as yourself, to say something. I think they're telling me we've got this video statement from the president. Can we roll it? Let's go.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home, and go home in peace.
Well, that was the statement from the president released via Twitter. Congressman Cheney, I think you're still with me. I mean, here you are. You're on lockdown. Was that good enough for you? He's telling folks this was stolen from you. This was awful, but go home now. Do you think that was the kind of statement that will get the job done?
Look, the president of the United States should have, before now, made clear that he wasn't going to countenance any kind of attack or violent activity like this. And, it is good that he has asked people to go home, but what has happened today is unprecedented in American history. And when you have violent mobs storming the floor of the House of Representatives and the floor of the United States Senate, and the president's response is to say that he loves those people, it is absolutely counter to the Constitution, and counter to the peaceful transition of power and the values on which this republic was built. We have oaths that we have taken to the Constitution, and we got to uphold those oaths. And
and Congresswoman, I mean, even more than that, I mean, yes, I hear what you're saying, but is it going to get the job done? In other words, is he talking out of both sides of his mouth? He's saying, go home, but you were robbed. You have every right to be angry. This was a fraud. This was stolen. I mean, he's doing two things at once. And the goal here, I think, of the statement, I think what those of you in lockdown right now who would like to get about your business and go on with your day, there's one goal, which is get this thing under control and get the mob out of there.
Look, there's no question about that, Savannah. We have very deep and clear political differences in this country, but we don't resolve those differences by mob violence. And it doesn't matter what side of those issues you stand on. The President of the United States statement now, in my view, was completely inadequate. What he has done and what he has caused here is something that we've never seen before in our history. It's been 245 years, and no president has ever failed to concede or agree to leave office after the Electoral College has voted. And I think what we are seeing today is a result of that, a result of convincing people that somehow Congress was going to overturn the results of this election, a result of suggesting that he wouldn't leave office. Those are very, very dangerous things, and he will be remembered. This will be part of his legacy, and it is a dangerous moment for the country.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming, stay safe, keep us posted, and thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Savannah. I appreciate it.
4:30 on the East Coast here as we watch what's unfolding at the Capitol. Lester, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, Savannah, I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, your thoughts on what we heard in that video tweet from the president? As is often the case with him, he doesn't retreat. Did he pour water or gasoline on this fire?
I think he poured gasoline on this fire, a fire that he himself set. His former communications director hours ago, Alyssa Farah, tweeted, "You need to condemn this." That was hardly a condemnation. He said, "I love you." He again said that the election was stolen, that it was fraudulent. He repeated all of these lies, and then he says, "I love you," and go home peacefully. That's hardly going to get these people. That's not a condemnation. It's not going to get them out of a building that they barged into. They are an unruly mob. Weapons have been found. At least 1 or 2 shots were fired. People have been injured. They've stopped the democratic process. Lester, I worked up there for years. I know those corridors in that building and love that institution, the House and the Senate, as flawed as it is, as gridlocked as it has been, as much as we criticize it. But for the process of democracy, of counting the electoral votes to be stopped in its tracks, and for people to be hiding under their desks and grabbing their gas masks on the floor of the House and in the Senate, and for the people, for the vice president and the people in succession, for continuity of government to be taken by Secret Service and Capitol Police out and put in secure locations for their safety is simply shocking. I am as shocked as any other citizen who loves our country and loves democracy, and especially someone who knows the people up there and has worked with them and our own colleagues up there. I just want to say the irony. Here's a statement from the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, a government that is, just run by a dictator where people are jailed, journalists and people who are democratic protesters. "We follow the events in the USA with concern and invite the parties to calmness," the Speaker writes on Twitter. "We believe that problems will always be solved within law and democracy. As Turkey, we have always been in favor of the law and democracy, and we recommend it to everyone." This is just a continuation of a government run by this president, his Secretary of State, who have embraced dictators, ignored human rights, ignored the jailings of protesters, women and others who've been tortured in jail in Saudi Arabia. And now we see mob rule in the capital of the United States. It is beyond shocking.
Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thanks very much. We are about 90 minutes from the curfew that will go into effect at 6 p.m. Eastern time in Washington, D.C. The light already beginning to fade there as there seems to be no break in where we are in terms of what we've been seeing on the front sides of the Capitol. No movement for people to leave or to remove them, and at the same time there is still business for this Congress to do, to exercise and fulfill its duty to count the electoral vote and essentially confirm this election. I am going to begin preparing for NBC Nightly News. Will be going on the air in a few hours. I'll leave it in the capable hands of Savannah Guthrie, but our NBC News coverage will continue. Savannah, we'll send it to you, and we'll see you in a bit later.
All right, we'll see you on Nightly, Lester. A couple of developments. The FBI SWAT team has now entered the Capitol complex, and our reporter on the Hill, Leanne Caldwell, has tweeted some video of that. So there seems to be some movement on the part of law enforcement enforcement to start to get this thing under control? Lester mentioned the 6 o'clock curfew. So while we're talking about law enforcement, let me get to Pete Williams. Pete, bring us up to date, because the governor of Virginia said that requests had come in for the National Guard of Virginia to come in and help. We know the FBI is on the scene. What do you know about what law enforcement is there, what's being brought to bear, and what the plan is here? Because it does seem like we've been in this state of suspended animation where members of the House and Senate are in lockdown, but yet this situation is definitely not under control.
Right. So the Senate and House members are safe and secure. Our understanding is the president of the Senate, is still actually in the Capitol complex because it wasn't considered safe to get him out of there yet. So they're all hunkered down in secure locations. As more law enforcement agencies start to come in now, obviously job one will be to get the place emptied out, get everybody out of there. And then job two will be to start looking through the building, making sure that everyone's gone, that all places are safe. You know, they'll have to sweep the rooms and make sure that there's nothing left behind. 2 improvised explosive devices were found not in the Capitol, but on the Capitol grounds, like pipe bomb-looking devices. They're being disrupted. We don't know whether they're actually working or hoax devices, but they're simply destroying them. So for those reasons, it's going to take a while. And I just talked to a member of the Senate leadership to say, what are you going to do? Are you going to wait until it's safe to go back into the House chamber? That could be 24 hours. And the answer was, and this is being discussed right now on the leadership of both sides, my understanding is, the sentiment up there right now is we're not leaving. We're going to stay here and do our jobs, even if it means doing it from the 2 secure locations. We know what they are, but we're not reporting them for obvious reasons, where the House members and senators are. So there's, at least right now, the feeling up there is, let's keep going. Now, the Constitution
Well, that's interesting.
Say,
wait, Pete, so you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm catching that, because that's, I mean, some of these senators are together, presumably enough for a quorum, since these were the senators who were on the floor. You're saying they might want to just keep it going before this is even under control? They're just going to keep going?
Yes, or,
Wow.
or at least some point soon. In other words, not wait until the Capitol Police get the whole place cleared out, the whole Capitol swept, and declare it safe for the 2 chambers to come, you know, to be in operation again. Because that could take, as I say, 24 to 48 hours, I suppose 24 hours, to get that, you know, get the House and Senate floor ready for people to come back. But the senators right now, because what I asked this member of the leadership is, what are you going to do? You're going to go home and come back tomorrow? And the feeling was, no, we're going to stay right here and resume our work. Now, I started to say, there's no requirement in the Constitution for where they do this. It just says that it shall be in the presence of the Senate and the House. So the counting. So it could be anywhere. Now, there is a federal law, the Electoral Count Act, that says that it has to be in the House chamber, but they're, you know, exploring ways around that statutory requirement. It's not in the Constitution. So all I can tell you is that right now there's a feeling of, let's not leave. I would describe it as sort of defiance, that we will not be cowed by this outrageous intrusion into the Capitol. They're determined to keep going. And the person I was talking to said when this was suggested in this group of senators that are in the secure location, there was applause.
Wow. Well, that's a fascinating reporting from inside. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall to see what's happening? Because in that area, in that secure location, are senators who, of course, are on both sides of this issue of whether the Electoral College vote should have been objected to at all. And here they are all together because of this mob that descended on the Capitol. So, and we've heard that sentiment from some of the members that we've talked to on the phone, Pete, saying, you know, if I have to be here all night, we want to get this done. This is our constitutional duty. We heard Tammy Duckworth, a decorated U.S. veteran who lost her legs in combat, saying, nothing will stop me from performing my constitutional duties. But your reporting is pretty extraordinary, Pete, that they are even considering doing it right where they sit, not waiting for the Capitol to be clear, that they seem quite determined to do so. Stand by there, Pete.
Correct.
Keep us posted. Casey, over to you on the Hill. I know you're plugged in. You're our Capitol Hill correspondent. What are you hearing in terms of the security, but also in terms of what the plan is now for the business of the Congress?
Well, Savannah, I'm hearing a sentiment similar to what Pete was just reporting out here, that what had started off today as chaos, some fear, uncertainty, is moving into resolve. An insistence, Joe Manchin told me to not let these thugs take over, that they are going to return to their work. And there are some logistical questions about that, but remember, there are contingency plans for things like this. I mean, we've never necessarily imagined this exact scenario, but in the wake of September 11th, they had to, of course, evacuate members of Congress. And there are a couple of locations in this complex
from like Homeland Security?
where potentially, and Savannah, I'm not sure, I can hear you in my ear. Our viewers
Oh, sorry, that was me.
hear you as well.
Casey, I'm sorry. That was me talking to the producer. Sorry, carry on. I apologize.
No, of course. So there's an auditorium in a newly built area of the Capitol complex that is large enough to hold people. And again, I want to be careful how I describe things because we are, of course, worried about the security situation. But there are contingencies for the House and the Senate to operate in rooms that are different from what we traditionally think of as the Senate and the House chambers. So, well, yes, obviously the building itself is of incredible symbolic importance. I think that this feeling that they need to do the work no matter where they are or what the circumstances are is very important. So to them, and they are starting to express that now. So we're also starting to hear more questions about, are the Republicans who helped kick this off by saying they would object to this count still planning on doing that? And it's a little bit hard to get answers because everyone is separated from their bosses. There is so much confusion. But again, it does seem like the plan here is to try to go forward. I know there was a brief discussion about trying to evacuate senators from the location where they are using buses. That plan seems to be on hold for the moment. One of our producers saw microphones going into the secure location where the senators are, as though they may be setting up for something where they would be able to talk to reporters that would involve, because again, remember, this debate is supposed to be public as well, and that is an incredibly important feature of the way our government works. And I think that there is also a desire on the part of members of Congress to be seen carrying out their jobs, to demonstrate to the American people that this is what they need to do. And the other thing, Savannah, that I would just add, we're asking for reaction to the president's video. The problem with the president's video, based on some of the people that I have spoken with, is that he doesn't repudiate the basic reality that Joe Biden won the election. Instead, he gives additional credence to what these protesters are here saying has happened. And while he did say that they should leave the building, he did not in any way condemn the message of the disingenuous false message that has prompted them to show up here in the first place. Yeah. So I think there's some concern among members of Congress that what he did doesn't help the situation, as many of them have been calling for, but instead will potentially make it worse. Savannah.
That exactly, and that was the reaction, the fast reaction of Congresswoman Liz Cheney, that it doesn't go far enough if you, on the one hand, say go home, but at the same time you're pouring fuel on the flames by saying that you were robbed, it was stolen, the election was stolen, and that it was fraudulent. That is not what many Republicans have asked the president to do at this moment of crisis in our country. They've asked him to be clear and unequivocal that it's time for the peaceful transition to a new president, as our Constitution and our democracy requires. Let me get to Ellison Barber. She's our correspondent. She's in Washington. I believe she's outside the Capitol. Yeah, hi, Ellison. Ellison, what have you been hearing?
Hey, Savannah, yeah, so we've been watching just in the last little bit here as we've seen police on this opposite side of the Capitol start to use more tear gas on the crowd that is gathered over there. Not tear gas, we believe it. It seems to be some sort of mace or pepper spray that they're using on the crowd there. We had been told that some of those protesters were possibly breaking windows, and that's what led to the use of that pepper spray. You can see right over here, we're starting now to see Capitol Police gathering here. They seem to be huddling, discussing possibly getting ready for something. But all evening since we saw those barricades first come down as protesters rushed to the front of the Capitol, Capitol Police have largely kind of stood back. We've seen them kind of waiting up on different parts of the steps there as the protesters made their way up closer. You can see people standing on an armored vehicle here holding flags, the American flag upside down, a Trump 2020 flag just underneath it. About 10 minutes ago, we were up closer to those stairs and somebody came on a bullhorn, a protester, saying that President Trump says that we should go home. He wants you to go home. Other people in the crowd pushed back on that person, and he said, I know, I understand you want to be here, but he's saying that we should go home. Another person then got on top of that armored vehicle and started yelling at people through the bullhorn to come back. So for now, it seems like there is still a large group of people here who do not have any plans to leave in the immediate upcoming future. I mean, this group, it is not as big as it was a couple of hours ago, but there are still people on these steps who seem to have no plans to leave anytime soon. People that we have seen come out claiming to have been inside the U.S. Capitol. They are greeted kind of as heroes by the crowd here when they come out and they talk about their experience inside. And we saw some people actually following, kind of tracking closely behind a few police in riot gear, calling them traitors for whatever happened inside the U.S. Capitol and berating them as they made their way across the front here. Savannah?
Ellison Barber, a correspondent on the ground there outside the Capitol. I want to go to a news conference underway now. Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., who's called a 6 o'clock curfew for the Capitol, so let's listen in.
This afternoon, I announced a citywide curfew for the District of Columbia beginning at 6 p.m. this evening, going until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. During the curfew, no one is allowed to be outside in public places other than essential workers, which includes credentialed media engaging in essential functions. As you can see from video images, the unlawful behavior inside the United States Capitol building. I continue to urge all Washingtonians to stay home and stay calm. And if you see something, say something. But above all, stay home. The behavior that we are witnessing is shameful, unpatriotic, and above all, it is unlawful. Anyone who has engaged in these activities, continues to engage in these activities, will be held accountable. There will be law and order, and this behavior will not be tolerated. The Metropolitan Police Department has been deployed to assist the United States Capitol Police in restoring order to the Capitol, and our Chief of Police will lead the command to clear the Capitol building and establish a perimeter around the Capitol. I have requested both the Virginia State Police and the Maryland State Police to deploy officers, and they have engaged immediately to deploy officers to the Metropolitan Police Department to help regain control of the United States Capitol. I have also invoked several days ago a standing mutual aid agreement with our surrounding jurisdictions, and I want to thank them for deploying. Those jurisdictions include Arlington County, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, as well as Baltimore City. We want to thank them for sending their officers in, assisting us with public safety in the district, as well as the response to United States Capitol building. Additionally, I want to acknowledge and thank the New Jersey State Police, who will also be assisting the Metropolitan Police Department. So with that, I want to turn to Chief Conte for a situational update. Secretary of the Army will make comments, and we will take brief questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor Bowser. My name is Robert J. Conte III. I am the Chief of the Police of the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. As you are aware, demonstrators came to our city this morning to exercise their First Amendment rights and were largely concentrated in the area of the National Mall. Following the President's remarks, a large crowd began to march eastbound on Madison Avenue Northwest and Constitution Avenue Northwest. As the demonstrators approached the United States Capitol grounds, there was a noticeable change in their demeanor. They breached the fencing along the U.S. Capitol grounds and confronted police lines surrounding the building. MPD was requested by the United States Capitol Police to provide assistance with crowd management, and due to the violent behavior towards the police officers there and their intent on gaining access to the Capitol, a riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police to force entry into the United States Capitol building. As you are aware, they were able to gain access to the Capitol building, and I can confirm that one civilian was reported to have sustained a gunshot wound inside of the Capitol. Details of the shooting are not immediately available, and the situation remains under investigation. The Metropolitan Police Department will be taking the lead on that investigation. MPD continues to provide personnel resources and assistance on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol and has requested the assistance of law enforcement partners through a previously in place mutual aid agreement. As you heard from the mayor, a 6 p.m. curfew has been put in place tonight and will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow, January 7th. We are advising everyone that is not engaged in essential activity to get off the streets and adhere to the curfew. If you are found to be in violation of the curfew, police will be required to take action. Again, I want to reiterate and make it clear, please abide by the curfew that the mayor has set in place, or people will be subject to arrest. Lastly, I know that many of you are familiar with the Metropolitan Police Department. Understand that there is no better agency in the country to handle First Amendment events. They happen on a regular basis here in our city. However, today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior. And people that come to our city engaged in unlawful behavior will be held accountable. We can take any questions that you may have after the Secretary has a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, Chief Conte. At around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we mobilized the D.C. National Guard to 100% strength. We'll have 1,100 personnel that are convening to the Armory as we speak to support Metro PD and reestablishing the safety and the confines of the U.S. Capitol. We'll also be working with other federal law enforcement entities that are going to be coming here to the Metropolitan Police Station to add additional support and capability as they continue deliberate planning and look into how a clearing operation will be conducted. Thank you.
And how does this work? This phone? Okay.
So Evan from Fox 5. Is Mayor able to repeat the question?
Okay.
Evan, did you want to say his name?
Evan?
Yeah, hi, Mayor and Chief Conte. Could you please speak to the confusion surrounding the deployment of the National Guard? We understand that the council put out a statement saying that originally the Department of Defense
We've been listening into a news conference from the mayor of Washington, D.C. and several officials, including the head of the Metropolitan Police Department, and with their plans on how to get this under control. The National Guard in D.C. has been activated, as we just learned. The Metropolitan Police Chief was very clear that what had started as lawful demonstrations quickly escalated as a group of protesters came close to the Capitol. He said that violent behavior toward police unfolded, including the firing of the irritants, some kind of irritants toward police, which allowed them to breach the fence and the police line. And according to the chief of police, a riot was declared. He said this town is very used to people coming and protesting and exercising their First Amendment rights. This was not that. This was a riot, according to Metropolitan Police. And we're learning a bit more now about the plans to get this under control. It involves National Guard, it involves FBI, it involves the Metropolitan Police Department, it involves the Capitol Police. We've heard word of the Virginia National Guard being called in, or at least requested. We'll see if we start to see some of that personnel. Let me turn to Janet Napolitano for purposes of the discussion here, former Homeland Security Secretary in the Obama administration. And Secretary Napolitano, first of all, just your thoughts. I mean, you aren't near Washington, I don't think, or not in the Capitol, but when you see these images and what has unfolded today, as a former Homeland Security official whose job was to protect the homeland, what do you think?
Oh, it's a dark day for our country. And, you know, when I was Secretary of Homeland Security, we did all kinds of scenario planning for attacks on the homeland. But this is akin to an attack from inside the homeland on the functions of our democracy, on our government. Like I said, it is a dark day.
I mean, when you see that the Senate and the House have to be evacuated, that the session has to be stopped, it is an extraordinary moment. And I, of course, don't want to ask for any inside information, but if you could help us as the former Homeland Security understand, you know, what kind of planning is underway for this kind of situation. Perhaps this couldn't be imagined where American citizens, our own people, would storm the Capitol and put in danger members of the United States Congress and their staffs. But certainly an attack on the Capitol is something you would have had to contemplate in your past job.
Certainly, and there are procedures in place for what's called continuity of government to secure the members of the House and the Senate should there be an attack. These were procedures developed in the wake of the attacks of 9/11, as a matter of fact. You know, it's interesting to me, however, and there'll be after-action reports on this up the wazoo, but it was very foreseeable that there was going to be tremendous protest activity in Washington today, incited by the president himself. And one has to question what kind of pre-event planning went on. Certainly the presence of law enforcement now is arriving, and they're absolutely essential, and we absolutely need them. But you know, I'm just comparing it to the way law enforcement handled the event at Lafayette Park last spring, when the president dispersed peaceful protesters to go do his photo op at the church, you know, holding the Bible. It's a pretty stark contrast, and I think it illustrates a lot about the current administration.
What did you think of the president's remarks? Was that sufficient in your mind to quell the violence, to calm it, to call it off, and to try to get this under control?
No. You know, the president lost this election. That result has been confirmed by every court that has considered the dozens of challenges. The electors have been selected. The votes have been certified by the states. By the way, it's the states who run elections, and it's the states who certify electors. The purpose of today's convening of the joint chambers is almost ceremonial in nature. It's to receive those certified votes, to open the envelopes, and to count them. That's it. It's not a place of objection or allegations of fraud. That's the courts of the United States, and the courts have ruled. So this is over. And what the president should have done is to say that he respects the rule of law, he respects our processes, he respects that on January 20th, Joe Biden will take office as the president of the United States, and these protesters, and I'm almost reluctant to call them protesters. It's really a mob, but they should disperse and go home. And by the way, those who have committed acts of violence, broken windows, etc., they should be identified and prosecuted.
Well, the head of the Metropolitan Police Department in D.C. called them rioters. Secretary Napolitano, thank you for being with us. Yeah, it does seem in the case of those who breached the line and trespassed into the United States Congress, where the public is not allowed. Yeah, that seems an apt description. Thank you, Secretary. I want to say that we've been watching this image on the Capitol grounds, and it does look like some people are being escorted out now by law enforcement. And I want to go to Ellison Barber, who's there. What are you seeing? What's your vantage point?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so we saw these police officers in riot gear make their way up the U.S. Capitol steps and started to talk to some of the people that were still there and have gotten them to go down the steps and clear that area with them. There was not a huge group on the steps at the time that the police came up. A lot of people in this area have left, and they say they're heading to the Supreme Court. But they came out in riot gear and were able to kind of slowly push people back off of the steps now down to this area. And it seems like everyone has left as they were asked to. Right before this happened, we did hear someone go on a bullhorn, we were telling you earlier, and say President Trump has said that people should go home and tell people here that they should go home. Some people disagreed with that and pushed back, but obviously as the police have come out in their riot gear here, at least on the steps at this part of the U.S. Capitol, the people who were up there have come down now. And I don't know if you can see if we can walk a little this way. We don't want to get too close, but I don't know if you can see some of what's been left on these cars that are over here. People have put up signs as they had this is really the first time this area has kind of been cleared out today, but you can see some of the signs on the cars back there saying things like Pelosi is Satan. People have been standing on top of that car, that armored vehicle in the middle for most of the day. They have now come down though, and it seems like perhaps Capitol Police for the first time in quite a few hours have started to get back control of this area. And for now they're standing up there. Some people you can see standing in front of them with the join or die flag, not leaving entirely, but they have backed them down from up near the front of the door where they had been for so many hours now. Savannah?
Hey, Ellison, you said somebody got on a bullhorn and said President Trump said to go home. Was that law enforcement or was that a fellow protester? Who said that? Could you tell?
That was a protester, Savannah. They were actually like kind of in the middle of the stairs, and they came on and they said President Trump posted this. Somebody else said no. He said President Trump said he doesn't want any violence. They yelled, "We're not being violent." Then somebody else, disagreeing with the person telling people to go home, stood up on top of that black armored vehicle and started yelling at people who were leaving to come back, saying that they needed to fight, that they needed to do this to be patriots and to come back. Some people stayed. A lot of people, though, dispersed. But it was interesting to see because they kind of went back and forth within their own group. Some saying, okay, maybe we should go home. Others saying, no, absolutely not. And we do know that a lot of the people who were here, as well as on the other side here on the Capitol, where we did see people getting pepper sprayed pretty frequently in the last hour or so, they have started to leave. And we've been told by other protesters here that they are making their way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which is just across the street here. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you so much. Stand by there for us, would you? I want to get to Kenneth Buck, who is Colorado's congressman, a Republican, a Trump supporter. Sir, first of all, how are you? Oh, we can see you. That's good news. How are you doing? Are you safe?
I am safe. My staff is safe. We are hunkered down with another office, and we are safe, anxious, and happy that we can see the TV and see what's going on in the Capitol.
Well, Congressman, if you're in your office, I presume you were not on the House floor when this unfolded. What was your vantage point? What was your view of the events as they unfolded from where you sat?
Yeah, I was on the House floor. I was one of the people set to speak, and so I was sitting on the House floor. First thing I saw was the Capitol Police, plainclothes Capitol Police, escorted the Speaker from the chair. We continued with the proceedings for a few minutes. The Capitol Police then came on the House floor and announced that the doors had been locked in the chamber and everybody should stay in place. About 10 minutes later, we were told to put on our gas masks, and a few minutes after that, the windows of the doors around the House were being shattered. It was hard to tell whether it was gunfire at first or whether it was just a glass breaking, and it appears now that it was just glass breaking. And a bunch of us got heavy furniture and started barricading the doors to help the Capitol Police. Soon after that, probably about 15 minutes, we were told that they anticipated that the House chambers would be breached and asked us to evacuate. And so we evacuated through the tunnel.
I mean, what you have just described, Congressman, is so extraordinary. You describe it in a very matter-of-fact way, but could you have imagined when you woke up this morning that something like this could have happened? What was going through your mind? Here you are about to perform that sacred duty, addressing the House floor as an elected member of Congress, and then this happens.
Yeah, I anticipated that there would be violence outside the Capitol. I did not anticipate there would be violence inside the Capitol. And I really, peaceful protests, we've seen them for months in this country, and we've also seen terrible violence. And the violence that happened in the Capitol and the people that trespassed and caused damage and caused harm to others should absolutely be prosecuted. And it is incredibly aggravating and disturbing that as a country that believes in free speech and believes in the Republican form of government that we have, that we are forced to tolerate this nonsense. It is absolutely unacceptable.
You heard the president's remarks. What did you think of them?
I was glad that the president instructed his followers to leave, go home, and peacefully disperse. I think that it is time that we anticipate a peaceful transition to the next administration. And I hope all Americans understand that while many of us are frustrated with some of the processes in this election, the results of the election stand, and we need to respect those results.
Congressman, stand with me, but I am showing an image that I believe to be a live picture where we saw some smoke and perhaps flashbang. So there does seem to be some action on the grounds there where you sit, and we'll keep our eye on that. But let's keep talking. You talked about the president. He made the statement. He did tell people to go home. At the same time, he said, I know your pain. I know you're hurt. He said this election was stolen from us. It's fraudulent. And he called these protesters, some of whom have, as you well know, breached the United States Capitol and forced Congress to evacuate and disband and not be able to perform its duties. He said they were special people and he loved them. So I ask you, I know you're a Republican and a supporter, but I mean, was that enough for you?
I think the Attorney General Barr made a very strong statement. I think there were other strong statements that have been made, and certainly you can look at the president's statement. I think in totality, he was calling for peace, and he was calling for people to disband. I am frustrated right now where I'm sitting that I can't do more. I pray for these police officers who have put their lives on the line, and I just hope that these protesters and those who are in the building, I would consider them criminals. I hope they go home. I hope they understand that there will be consequences for what they've done.
I mean, do you feel angry? It's a violation. Here you are, the member of Congress, and the Congress convening to perform this duty that's in the Constitution, age old as our democracy itself. And here come a bunch of folks coming in and putting a stop to it.
Absolutely, I'm angry. This isn't the way that this country operates, and it is a disgrace. And it's a disgrace for anyone to tolerate anybody to come in and try to shut down our government. It is absolutely disgraceful.
Congressman.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just about to wrap you up because I want to get to those live pictures, but I didn't mean to interrupt. Final thought.
Final thought is God bless America. I don't have much else to say.
God bless America, indeed. Sir, thank you. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. I do want to go to these pictures. This is the west front of the Capitol, and you see the smoke is building, and this being a live situation unfolding. I don't have a ton of information about what exactly has transpired, but you see the flash there. Sometimes a flashbang is used by law enforcement to try to disperse a crowd. It's obviously one of the tactics in their tool belt, and it seems we saw the FBI SWAT team come in earlier. Brian, I think no question that they are trying to bring this now to an end and say it's enough. Time to try to clear the Capitol and get back to business. Pete Williams, our justice correspondent who covers law enforcement. Pete, you have a more trained eye for what we're seeing here, and you certainly have sources inside the law enforcement agencies. What do you see?
Yeah, I can't really be sure where the flashbangs were being set off, whether it was there on the portico, I guess you would call it, or not the portico, but the balcony or whatever that is, outside the Capitol or inside. But there was certainly smoke that blew. It did appear to be a smoke grenade or a flashbang, and not the deployment of a chemical irritant like tear gas. But you know, from this low vantage point, it's hard to tell whose it was. I assume it's law enforcement's. The reason I'm somewhat unsure is that we've been told that several, possibly more than 2, improvised explosive devices have been found on the Capitol grounds. I would think if it was something like that, people would be scattering, and they're not. So that leads me to believe that it probably is law enforcement. And if the intent of it is to get people to move away, it's not having an immediate effect. But I think the other thing that's interesting in this picture is the number of law enforcement people now. We're finally starting to see a definite show of force, a large deployment. All those yellow vests are, I assume, law enforcement, or at least people, official people that are trying to get that crowd moved out of there. So we're starting to see a much bigger deployment. We know that other law enforcement people are coming. They're coming from nearby states. We've just been told that the New Jersey State Police are now sending about 50 people. The FBI's there, the Secret Service there, Homeland Security. Just about every 3-letter law enforcement organization in the D.C. area is there. And, you know, I think one of the questions is going to be why has it taken so long to get them there and to kind of coordinate how this is going to work? It does seem, Savannah, from all the pictures we've seen today, now people seems like they're definitely being pushed back. From all the pictures we've seen today, it does seem like the word had gone out early on to the people who were in the Capitol at the time, the law enforcement folks, the Capitol Police, Metro Police, to the extent that they were there, not to confront, not to have any violent confrontations, but to avoid that as much as possible. That
it sure seemed that way. I mean, Pete, when you saw people just streaming through Statuary Hall as though it were, you know, a high school tour, and no one stopping them, it definitely seemed that was a tactical decision. That's the picture earlier.
Well, and you see that the Capitol policemen just sort of standing at the side, I guess 2 of them waiting for instructions or something, but they may have well made the calculation that those 2 were not going to stop those people, and that there wasn't much they could do, and that but by letting them go through and letting them get into the building, of course, we now know what happened. And so there are going to be lots of questions about this. Some law enforcement people are already pointing to a letter that the mayor sent yesterday to the acting attorney general, to the acting secretary of defense, and the secretary of the army, saying we have all we need for tomorrow. This was yesterday. We have worked with the Park Police, with the Capitol Police, with the Secret Service, and don't send any other federal law enforcement personnel in without checking with us first, because we don't want a situation where there are people deployed and we don't know who they are or who's in charge. So some of the federal officials are already saying, you know, they kept us at arm's length, and that's why it's taking so long to get these people out. Now, you know, we're going to have to wait and see how this all comes together, how that actually played out.
This being Washington, Pete, we will be sure there will be investigations, commissions, and tons of finger pointing and blame shifting, so we can look forward to that in the coming days. But at the moment, we're still in this crisis. These are live pictures from the United States Capitol. If you're just catching up, it has been truly an unprecedented afternoon in which protesters turned into rioters, crossed the barricades, went past police, reached the United States Congress in session, performing its duty of certifying the electoral vote for the next president of the United States. We're able to infiltrate the Capitol, the Senate floor, the House floor, ceremonial offices, sit in office chairs literally with their feet up. And now at this hour, about 10 minutes after 5 o'clock on the East Coast, we are starting to see a little more of an aggressive move from law enforcement to push back these protesters. We saw the FBI SWAT team go in. A few moments ago, we saw smoke, some flashes of light. We have reporters on the ground. We don't want to surmise what those might have been and at whose hands, but perhaps some tactics to try to get this crowd out. We heard from the president-elect, Joe Biden, in a live address to the nation, calling for the restoration of peace, calling for President Trump to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol. And President Trump issued a video on Twitter saying that it was time for them to go home. He also, though, said the election had been stolen from them and was fraudulent, but he said it was time to go home. And that is the state of things as we speak. Let me go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, there's still important matters for Congress to conduct. The last we checked in with you, these members of Congress were still being told to shelter in place. Vice President Pence, at our last knowledge, was still on the United States Capitol grounds because it wasn't safe for him to go back to the White House. That information's a couple hours old now. But is there a plan? And Pete Williams had reported from a source inside one of those Senate hold rooms, one of that Senate shelter-in-place rooms, that there were senators discussing whether they could just conduct their business from that undisclosed location and just carry on the business of the country anyway with a somewhat defiant attitude. What are you hearing now?
Yeah, I've heard similar, Savannah. I've talked to both House and Senate members, or texted with them, I should say, as they've been trying to figure out what to do. And the first step was to wait for this law enforcement presence to show up, which they clearly have, and the process of that is underway. There is a long list of agencies. Pete walked through some of them that are here that we have seen in the hallways. I mean, it is extraordinarily surreal to see FBI SWAT teams running through hallways that are supposed to be secured, that are supposed to be our corridors of power, literally, where they have been overrun by these rioters and are no longer able to actually exercise that power the way our Constitution says that they should be able to. So you're looking at some of it here. I mean, I never thought I would see anything like this coming from what your last guest was just talking about, a threat from the inside, the former Homeland Security Secretary. This wasn't an outside attack. So yes, there are still questions. We know that their members are still huddling in these undisclosed locations and trying to figure out how to proceed. Senators actually have the Electoral College votes with them in this undisclosed location. I'm told that a Senate staffer actually was the one who thought to grab them. And remember, this is a pretty old, arcane process, the counting of the Electoral College votes. And think back to when they would have put this law in place. I mean, Pete Williams called it the oldest, one of the oldest functions of our government. They would have been bringing these certificates from across the country on horseback. They would have been concerned about whether the people charged with getting them to the right place were able to survive their journeys. I know it may sound dramatic, but that was the circumstances that they were dealing with. And it's part of why the law is written to send several copies of these certificates out there. But what it means is that those physical items are imbued with very important characteristics, right? They come here, they open, this is what Congress is supposed to do. They open the envelopes, they read the numbers, they figure out what they say, and they put down the official tally. And yes, we don't necessarily need to do it that way now in the age of the internet, but that's how we do it here in the country. So the physical manifestation of those is very important, and somebody just grabbed them on the way out and took them to this secure location, Savannah.
Well, you know, I think that's actually quite poignant, Casey. I mean, it's not just a matter of ceremony, or in some ways it is, but at this really dark moment in our country, it calls into mind our history, and that this democracy, this only, you know, few hundred years old, is fragile, as we've heard many of our leaders say today. And that notion of somebody just grabbing those electoral votes, which of course represent the will of the people and the voters who came and exercised their precious right to vote, you know, it actually, I think it really puts things into sharp relief at this extraordinary moment in our country. And Casey, honestly, there are probably folks tuning in here who are just living their lives. We're in the midst of a pandemic. We have an actual crisis going on, a health crisis in our country. And now there's this crisis that did not have to happen. To catch people up who may have not been following this as closely as you do every day, This electoral college vote that was to take place today, there was no suspense about the outcome. The votes are in, they've been certified, the legal challenges have been mounted, they've been rejected, recounts have been requested, the recounts have happened, the audits have happened. All of the legal remedies that could be exercised had been exercised, and this was supposed to be just the final moment where it's almost like a rubber stamp, where the electoral votes are read and certified, and then in 2 weeks we have an inauguration. Bring us up to date on what a core of Republicans were trying to do today and what the ramifications of that are.
Savannah, as the morning unfolded, I came into the Capitol as usual, and there were some protesters around, but frankly, protesting is a pretty common thing here in Washington. I've seen a lot of it. It's not usually an issue. It didn't seem abnormal or out of the ordinary, but the process that was about to be undertaken here today was, from the start of the day, historic. We were expecting to see and did see an objection to the counting of the Electoral College votes, and normally this only takes about a half an hour. This is, I believe, the fourth one of these that I've been up here for. It's the first one I even really remember, although I remember seeing the mahogany boxes go by in past election cycles. But of course, President Trump had urged his supporters to question the integrity of the election, to try and fight back. Stop the steal is the phrase that they have been using. And while everything got off to what seemed like a normal start here in the building, the objection was made. The way the process works, all members of Congress were together in a joint session. Once the objection was made, they were to separate to their respective chambers. This is all laid out very carefully in the law. Each chamber was to debate for 2 hours this objection and then take a vote on whether or not these Electoral College votes were properly cast and should be counted. And we know that there were Republicans, many of them prepared to vote that no, those electoral votes should not be counted. However, Mitch McConnell actually opened the debate on the Senate floor by saying that it was time to put this all behind us, that if, in fact, they continued with the objection to the counting of the votes, to certifying President-elect Joe Biden as the president, that our country would end up in a death spiral. That was the phrase that he used. Our democracy would end up in a death spiral. And just moments later, we saw protesters, rioters rushing the Capitol, eventually breaching both the House and Senate floors, now leaving us with lawmakers in hiding, unable to conduct the business of the country, and an uncertain outcome in terms of how law enforcement is going to finally put an end to all of this. Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you. Let's take a pause right here. I'm going to turn the coverage over to Chuck Todd, our political director, host of Meet the Press, to carry it on. We'll check back in with you, Chuck, in just a couple of moments. I'll send it to you.
All righty. Thank you, Savannah. Let's go now down to Vaughn Hilliard. He's on the west side of the Capitol. Vaughn, paint a picture for us. What are you seeing right now? Tell us what's going on.
Hey, Chuck, I think that this is what we're looking at right now. So we're looking at 6 p.m. curfew. Essentially, stepping on stop here on the Capitol.
Vaughn, it is. Yeah, Vaughn, we hear you. I know you're talking. We got tough audio, and this has been tough all day. I get that. Let's. Why don't we see if we can fix that? Let me go to Yasmin Vasugian, if we can. If Yasmin. Actually, let me move there. Let's go to Igor Bobek. He's Igor Bobek at the Huffington Post. And if you've been on Twitter and seen some of the first early pictures of what was going on inside the Capitol, it was courtesy of pictures from Igor Bobek. So, Igor, you were there in the first moments when this breach, it appears, occurred. Take me through the scene there when it all first started to happen.
Thanks, Chuck. Well, I was in the middle of reporting on today's certification vote for the 2020 election when I heard a commotion, I heard yelling, and I ran down to the first floor of the Senate where I encountered, I was stunned to encounter a group of protesters trying to make their way up the steps into the Senate, to the second floor of the Senate. And I saw this police officer courageously try to hold them off with nothing but a baton, but was ultimately unable to do so. And the protesters chased them up the steps where there was a sort of a standoff, and right steps away from the Senate floor. These protesters were carrying Confederate flags. They were yelling traitors. They were saying that, they needed to stop this from happening in order to make Trump president. Really just shocking scenes At one point, a few of them got into the Senate chamber itself and got up to the day where Mike Pence was presiding minutes earlier to take photos and to scream that this was Donald Trump's election. It's really stunning scenes.
You know, Igor, I'm seeing you caught some pictures. There clearly is some Capitol Police that was there at the time. Were they aggressively trying to push them back, or did they feel overwhelmed, or what could you observe at the time? How are the Capitol Police handling what they had? Were they just overwhelmed?
I think initially they were overwhelmed and unaware, frankly, some of them, that protesters had gotten into the Capitol. You know, I took this video of this lone police officer trying to hold back this group of 15 to 20 protesters, and finally receive the backup, yelling that they've gotten in. When he did receive backup, they tried to de-escalate the situation, tried to talk to them to calm them down, but ultimately they would not leave, and eventually roamed across the Capitol into the rotunda and into the Senate chamber itself.
Igor, are you safe? Where are you right now?
I am safe, thank you. I'm at a secure location. I'm outside the Capitol. I'm holding here, and we're all trying to see what comes next tonight.
Well, Igor Bobak, thanks for sharing your photos with the world, getting us these photos. There's a lot more we need to unpack with this. You stay safe, and of course, thank you for your brave reporting. Let me bring in Hakeem Jeffries. He's a member of the Democratic leadership, Democrat from New York. And Congressman, we got a report that you and Congresswoman Liz Cheney had been sort of reassuring the leadership and reassuring members that this process is going to go forward, that these terrorists are not going to stop, if you will, this process. Do you have an idea of when the Capitol is going to be safe for your return? Yeah, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, are you with us, sir? It's my understanding we have you on the phone. Can you hear us? There we go. Congressman. Okay. Well, let me check in here with Hallie Jackson and see what we're hearing inside this West Wing right now. Hallie, is anybody getting through to the president?
Well, I think the clearest evidence that at least the president did something, and there will be a lot of discussion of what that something was that taped message that we heard from him just within the last maybe hour or so. Clearly, there had been people coalescing around the president. His allies were very public about this. Even some of his closest Republican allies very publicly on other networks, on Twitter, were saying, you have got to say something. Some of the most forceful comments came from the president's former communications director, a senior official inside the White House, inside the West Wing. Her name is Alyssa Farah. Chuck, her name might be familiar to Beltway insiders. She used to work for Mark Meadows, who then became the chief of staff. And she issued this sort of impassioned plea saying to MAGA country, I am one of you, and this is not okay. This has to stop. You have to go home. The president has to speak up about this. We obviously heard that statement from him that, said, sure, go home, but in the next breath said, we love you. You're special. I understand you're hurt. This election was stolen. It, of course, was not stolen. This is a crisis point for President Trump. He has now cleared the sort of bar of speaking publicly, right? The bar that was sort of set by his allies, by people like President-elect Joe Biden. But this is a president, Chuck, as you know, who is defiant as a personal defining characteristic and trait of his, right? And so what does he see? And importantly, Chuck, what is he hearing in the coverage of what he's seeing? This is a president who is at times and rather frequently influenced by some of what he hears in the media from, for example, media allies. And so that is something, the president, he is very visual. He watches television. That's what he's doing now and how he's getting these images. We have, and our White House team reaching out, obviously working sources. What's he being briefed on? What's happening? We heard from the press secretary when the National Guard was activated. I think in the eyes of some critics, that took a little too long. right? We were watching these images for a while before it became clear that the National Guard would be going in. But now it seems like there is a little bit more action. There's a little bit more movement. But I have to tell you, it's getting dark in D.C. This is a point where law enforcement has to get a handle on what's happening here. And then there's a question of what the actual process is, Chuck. The whole process we were talking about, the Electoral College count, moving forward. How does that unfold? I've talked to another source on the Republican side whose hope was that some of these Republican senators, specifically, who had objections, would perhaps think twice before doing that and before pursuing that, given what we've seen unfold.
I would think that at least Mitch McConnell is going to attempt to have that conversation with Mr. Hawley and probably Mr. Cruz, among others. I think we have Vaughn Hilliard's connection now better for us. And Vaughn, Hallie just brought up an important point. The sun is setting. The sun essentially has set in Washington, D.C. Vaughn, what do you see out there? And do you feel the law enforcement presence yet?
Chuck, I think you just heard part of the law enforcement presence. There hasn't been a serious effort except for the last 15 minutes here. We are just a half hour away from the curfew here in Washington, D.C., and you can see some of the lights flashing up towards the Capitol. It was just about 15 minutes ago, Chuck, that the first tear gas was dispensed. You've seen flashbang grenades. Over the course of these last hours, what you saw were thousands of individuals as this insurrection took place here at the United States Capitol watching. You can see over to my left, our great photographer, Paul Rigney, is behind the camera here. And this is what you have seen here over the course of the last 15 minutes. It's a systematic push to push people away here from the scene. You saw Capitol Police work their way down and pick individuals up one at a time physically from their seats up on what is the inaugural platform. That platform is typically not there. Right. It's just been constructed in the last weeks. That is where members of Congress, former presidents, members of the president's family sit during the swearing in of the president of the United States. This is where Joe Biden should be sworn in just 2 weeks from now. But what you have seen over the course of these last hours is thousands of people hold firm here at this very moment here. And now what you're seeing is tear gas and smoke being used to push people back. I got to tell you, Chuck, one gentleman just came up to me right before we went live to you. He said, if our voices are not heard today, you'll hear our muskets tomorrow. Again, there is no police presence outside of the Capitol Police that you see up literally on the steps of the Capitol. We've been here for hours. There was a medical emergency and there was frankly nobody to turn to. There's questions of at what point does the National Guard come in? But literally the shot that you are seeing up on the United States Capitol is the extent of the police presence here at the heart of the United States. And it's been quite a sight to see. Again, we're just a half hour away.
So you have not seen...
You're from that curfew
Vaughn,
here, and you're seeing that first effort here from the police.
So you're not seeing any public police sort of where you're behind your cameraman right now. That is not there. They are not trying to disperse from there as well, or are you we see some. Are we seeing riot gear? I think he may have caught something there.
You're seeing the push here from the police that have been dispersing that gas and the smoke there. You actually see that police line, I should say, as we're watching this in real time with you here, Chuck, pushing people down. Those are the steps.
There it is.
That's the walkway, I should say, from the United States Capitol down here to where you see essentially hit the National Mall that leads you over to the Washington Monument. And again, this is literally the first police presence that you have seen pushing people here away. I guess you could say there was maybe more than 10,000 people here earlier today, and it was the likes of Congressman Mo Brooks, Chuck, who literally took the mic at that rally that the president appeared at earlier and said, today is the day that patriots will begin taking names and kicking ass. And what you have seen here is essentially thousands be able to take over these grounds, and not until the sun went down, finally a pushback and an effort to disperse these individuals here on January 6th.
I'm noticing I'll be honest, it's still sometimes, and I was watching this all day as well. We were on Capitol Hill. We've gotten a bit safer now, but there's not a lot of urgency. It feels, and it doesn't feel these protesters think that they have to leave anytime soon.
No, the ground was essentially ceded to them here. The streets of D.C. have been essentially all but quiet except for these protesters that have been walking about here. You know, there was a sign that was up attached. You saw not only Trump 2020 hanging from the scaffolding here of the United States Capitol, but there was another sign off to the left, another from one of those structures that was built for Inauguration Day, in which it said, "We the people," and it said, "We will bring D.C. to its knees." And you know, today they did. They stopped this process from going forward here. They essentially locked down the U.S. Senate. They locked down the U.S. House. Yeah. And it was a law enforcement presence that was not prepared. And the question is, at what point will these final, I mean, I hate to use this language, but essentially this last stand be kiboshed here. Again, a half hour away, but you still have at least 1,000, 2,000 people up here, up here on the west end of the U.S. Capitol that are holding firm. It's a matter of what does this next half hour look like, and what does the Washington, D.C. look like tonight and also tomorrow.
The curfew, you keep referencing it, 27 minutes is when the curfew hits. Vaughn, stick around. We want to keep your shot up. Pete Williams, I want to bring him back. Pete, you've got a better idea of what we've seen some pictures. They clearly are trying to do some disbursement. We know that there is an FBI SWAT team in the Capitol. What is happening right now that we don't see?
And a National Guard movement on the way, should be arriving there shortly, we're told, and then they'll coordinate and begin to push people out, do a final clear of the building and get them off the grounds. That's the overall plan. Meantime, Chuck, back inside the Capitol, I just talked to a member of the Senate leadership who said that they haven't decided yet whether they will try to do this. First of all, they are determined to continue the count tonight. They want to keep going. They're defiant. They want to make the point that they can't be stopped. The only question is whether they do it in the secure location, which is outside the Capitol building, but on the Capitol grounds where they are now, where most of them are. The leadership is in a separate place. That's McConnell, Schumer, and Chuck Grassley, who's the president pro tem, as well, we believe, as the vice president, who we think is still up on the Capitol grounds. The question is whether they would do it in their secure locations, or would they try to go back to the House floor or back to the Senate floor. So that's question one. Mm-hmm. Question two is, when they resume, what are they going to do? They have to finish and vote on the objection to the Arizona ballots. That was what caused them to go their separate chambers in the first place. I'm told that the objecting senators are now meeting and deciding whether to simply say, okay, that was enough, we made our point, or whether they also want to object to the votes from other states when this continues. But the mood that I got from this member of the leadership, reflecting what this person said was the view of all 97 senators who were there, is we're not leaving till we finish.
And so do we have a sense, and do you have a sense from your law enforcement sources, when do they think they could get operational control inside the Capitol?
I don't think they have any idea, because they have to make sure it's clear. They have to sweep it for potential explosive devices. And that's not just, being prudent. There were a number of explosive devices or potential explosive devices found outside the building on the Capitol grounds today. I just don't know how many, but more than one or two, I'm told. And whether they were all working or not, I don't know, but they're taking no chances. So, that would take a while. They don't know how long that would take, and that's why they haven't decided whether they'll just try to pick it up where they are. They've all been fed. They're safe. The mood is generally good but defiant. And so they're waiting, I think, trying to get a read about how long it would take. I don't think anybody knows how long it would take to get the Senate back in shape for them to go back.
Right. And have they thought about, you said that they were thinking about they might do it in their secure location.
Right.
I assume they would want to publicly record that in some way. Is that something they've thought about, how to sort of make sure it's in the public record, I guess?
I wondered about that too, because I think they haven't gotten around to that, is the sense I got. I mean, obviously when they're in the Senate and House floor, we have the facilities to be able to hear and see what they're doing. I suspect they don't want to do this in secret. They want it to be, you know, they want to show that they're doing the work. And I think that's one of the reasons why they thought about wanting to go back to the Senate chamber.
Yeah, Pete Williams with an important update there, and noting that it is a defiant group of United States senators, at least that want to get this done, and that maybe the objectors are going to talk about standing down. We shall see. Let me go back to Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, we're seeing more live shots there. It definitely looks like there. I think I know that guard gate where those stairs are. Looks like finally a police presence is taking at least some control of some part of the Capitol.
Chuck, what you're seeing here is the police line here that pushed people away here. Finally, you're dealing with about a final 1,000 or two here right before us here. I'm going to have Paul just turn around here if we couldn't just get a shot of the U.S. Capitol. Yep. And they're asking us to move out, Chuck, and we will. You can see where the U.S. Capitol was, and you see this is Metropolitan Police Department here. Yep. Just a half hour until that curfew, finally pushing people back here. And again, though, there's still about 1,000 or 2,000 people up near that scaffolding of the inauguration platform that still are there. As to how those individuals are going to be pushed back, I'm not sure. But what you're seeing here is those Metropolitan Police Department going back and systematically pushing people back here, Chuck.
Are you seeing, how uncooperative are some of these protesters being, or are they starting to listen to the police?
When you use tear gas and flash grenades and pepper spray, it forces one to become a little bit more, or a little less resistant here.
Coming out. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you.
But again, I just got to put into context here, you know, there was at least, I think there was at least a 10,000 or plus outside here earlier here when there was essentially no police operation to be seen. But then what you see now is maybe 1,000, 2,000 people here for sort of this final last stand as the police department pushes people back.
All right, that's Vaughn Hilliard outside the Capitol, where he himself is also getting pushed back a little bit as they try to gain some control. Vaughn, please keep safe. Let me check in with Leanne Caldwell, one of our congressional correspondents. She, of course, is inside the Capitol. So, Leanne, any updates? What are you hearing internally about when they think they're going to have control of this building?
So, Chuck, the lockdown is still in place. I am in one of the House office buildings where I've been relegated for most of the day ever since the evacuation started. I was in the Cannon House office building, which was the first to be evacuated this afternoon, right when the proceedings began over in the House floor in the House chamber. So what I just saw walking down the hall was a big contingent of Capitol Police officers moving. Of course, they don't tell you where you're going. And they did say, though, that the lockdown is still in place. As far as what is happening now, it seems like the Capitol is mostly empty from staff. Everyone we know has been removed and escorted from the Capitol into other places of the Capitol complex. So we don't have good eyes at this point on what is exactly happening inside the Capitol. But, you know, this is just something that is, you know, many people have said this on air today, that has just been unheard of, unseen here. I've covered the Hill for a long time. I'm aging myself, but I was actually in the Capitol during 9/11 and had to evacuate the Capitol then. Back then we were told to go outside. This time we are told to stay in and we can't leave the building. But Vaughn Hilliard just talked about Mo Brooks, one of the people who were leading the opposition here inside Congress, this Electoral College vote count. Well, he put out a statement just moments ago, and in that statement, and as Vaughn said, he was at the Trump rally earlier today telling people to go and kick some asses. Well, in his new statement, he goes on, he has a little bit of a change of tune to say, I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up right here.
Take your time.
He says, while our election system has major systemic flaws that he says socialist Democrats egregiously exploited in 2020, he goes on to say that election system is still far and away the best place to change the direction and destiny of America. So he doesn't say if he is going to continue to object once they resume this process. But he does have a bit of a change of tune from what he had just hours ago when he was riling up the crowd. And I will say one more thing, Chuck. I am talking to a lot of sources who, Republican sources who even want to make sure that this is completed, that this process in the House floor is completed.
Right.
And some of these members who were opposed to it say it's going to be very interesting to see which ones continue to go forward with their objections.
Right. Yeah. I think it's really hard to justify it at this point. Leanne Caldwell, I'm glad I get you on to make sure your family knows you're all well and safe as well. So, Leanne, thank you. Let me go back onto the street on the outside of the Capitol. That's where Yasmin Vasugian is. Yasmin, tell me what you're seeing from your vantage point right now.
So Chuck, you and I spoke a couple hours ago. Since then, it was really chaotic. Now things have dialed back a little bit. The D.C. Metro Police, they've managed to push the protesters all the way off the Capitol Hill lawn. So just a couple of hours ago, as we were broadcasting, right, there were thousands of folks. I mean, you could see them up on the Capitol Hill steps. They were trying to breach the Capitol. They got inside the Capitol, as we well know. But then we saw those flashbangs, we saw the tear gas being dispersed, and they were trying to push those protesters, those rioters off of the Capitol Hill steps. We were there to see it all. We saw these major flashbangs coming out of the Capitol building, and then the police and the Capitol Police, along with the D.C. Metro Police, they began to push the rioters and the protesters back off of the Capitol Hill steps gradually. And this is kind of formulaic for them. This is something they do. This is something that we've seen throughout the summer with all the protests that happen with Black Lives Matter movement across the country as well, in which they form these police signs. And I'm going to step away and let Miguel shoot it for you. They form these police signs lines that you see behind me of D.C. Metro Police, and they gradually push the protesters and the rioters back to retreat from the Capitol Hill building. And that's what they've been doing for the last hour or so as we creep closer and closer. I don't know what time it is right now. It's around, we're hovering around 6 p.m., which is when there's going to be the curfew in place for the D.C. area, as the mayor said a little bit earlier. But gradually, with this police line behind me, they've been pushing the protesters and rioters back for the last hour or so, in which more protesters and more rioters disperse. I mean, we've gone from thousands upon thousands, Chuck, of people that were out here on the mall to now just a couple of hundred. And I will say they are getting in the face of a lot of these D.C. Metro Police, confronting them, angry with them, but the police are kind of maintaining calm for now throughout this entire thing. So we're watching it develop. It has been quite a couple hours, Chuck.
Yasmin, I'm curious. I know you've had interactions with some of these protesters and some of these rioters. Yeah. What are they saying? How are they responding to now? I think they now see they're a pretty negative symbol for America right now.
Gosh, it's interesting. You know, earlier today, the three questions I asked were this. I said, why are you out here? What do you want to see happen? What do you want the vice president to do in addition to that question? And my third question was, why aren't you wearing a mask? Because amidst 350,000 folks that have died in this country, a lot of folks are not wearing masks here. And I thought it was an important question to ask folks, and they felt like it was an infringement upon their personal liberty. That's what a lot of the people have been saying to me out here. The answer to the first question is they feel like the election has been stolen, when we well know that that is not true. Secondly, they wanted the vice president to step up, as they've said. They said the vice president needs to turn this election. The vice president needs to change the results of this election. And I mentioned to them that ahead of the joint session, the vice president put out a letter essentially saying that he doesn't have the authority per the Constitution to overturn the results of this election. And they said, well, that's not true. We believe he actually has that authority. Later on, as we talked about the folks breaching the halls of the Capitol, I said, is this what you wanted to see happen? When you got inside, what did you actually want to do? I talked to a man who was able to breach the halls of the Capitol, who actually got inside and then was pushed back by the Capitol Police. with tear gas. And he said to me, I just want things to change. I just wanted to get in there because I want things to change. I feel like this election was not fair. And then he went on to say this, Chuck. He said, this is all we can do because we feel like the election was stolen. I said, but someone's been hurt. Someone's been shot. Do you still feel like it's warranted? Yeah. And he said yes. And I heard that from a lot of folks, which is quite frankly, very troubling, to say the least. And then he went on to say this, Chuck.
It is. And
he
Yasmin,
said, next time it might be worse, and that's tough. Yeah.
Well, sadly, that person who's been shot, we now know has died. And so it has even gotten deadlier. Yasmin Vasugian, thank you. And I believe my pal Savannah Guthrie is back. Welcome back, Savannah.
Thank you. And with that disturbing news that the person who was shot earlier at the Capitol has lost her life, let's go to Pete Williams, who's collecting more information on that. Pete, what can you tell us?
Well, we still don't have the identity of the woman. We're told that she was shot in the chest earlier this afternoon inside the Capitol by someone in law enforcement. But we haven't yet heard whether that was U.S. Capitol Police, who are always on the scene, or whether it's someone from the city police department, known here as the Metropolitan Police Department, whether that was who was responsible for firing the shot. Nor do we know where inside the Capitol building the shot was fired or why, whether it was in the process of defending the House of Representatives from the people who were trying to smash their way in or what. But the person was shot, taken, aid was immediately rendered. She was taken to a nearby hospital, and a short time ago, we learned that she has died, and I'm sure we'll get her identity here in a little while.
All right, Pete, thank you so much. Let's go back outside and see what's transpiring there. Yasmin Vasugian, our correspondent on the ground. Yasmin, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, hi, Savannah. So, just listening to you guys talk about this woman who has been shot inside the Capitol halls, and, unbelievable to hear that. Nonetheless, we're getting pushed back further and further. As I was talking to Chuck a little bit earlier, the D.C. Metro Police basically set up a line here, and this is formulaic for them. This is something they learn how to do, right? This is the way that they push protesters and rioters back in situations like this. This is how they disperse crowds. We've seen this over and over again in situations like this, as we saw over the summer with the Black Lives Matter protests, and they're doing it here again, and it's working. I mean, there were thousands upon thousands of folks in the mall area throughout the last couple of hours. We saw people breaching the Capitol building a little bit earlier. There's nobody up there now. It is completely emptied, completely quiet, and D.C. Metro Police have managed to push everybody back with, every couple of minutes. They basically form a line and push everybody back. Since we saw the tear gas used on the Capitol steps about an hour or so ago, since then we've really seen no more tear gas or flashbangs used to push and disperse the crowd. Instead, it has been this lineup of D.C. Metro Police. They came in just about 30 to 45 minutes ago. We saw them come in from both sides of the Capitol and set up this lineup. And with that, the rioters and the protesters did begin to disperse. So it seems as if so far, because we're just minutes away from this curfew coming into place, that so far the residents of Washington and, of course, the protesters and rioters are heeding these calls for this curfew, because so many people, it seems like, have gone for now, right? But so many of the folks that I've been speaking throughout the day have said to me, essentially, this is not the end. And they want to see change happen. So it's really just a matter of waiting and seeing, Savannah, what's coming next.
Indeed. Yasmin, thank you. Be safe out there. We're about 9 minutes away from the official start of the curfew in Washington, D.C., this extraordinary measure that the mayor there has had to put into place because of the riots that we saw today at the United States Capitol. Let's go to Casey Hunt. Casey, I understand there's been an announcement of some sort at the Capitol.
That's right, Savannah. We heard over the loudspeaker something of a buzzing siren type noise, and then you could hear a loud announcement that informed everyone here of the curfew, saying that the curfew is in effect at 1800 hours. That's, of course, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. All individuals must leave the U.S. Capitol complex or be subject to arrest. So we are, as we have said all day long, in the Senate office building, the Russell Senate office building, which is across the street from the U.S. Capitol. So we heard it here in Russell. Now, I'm not sure exactly how it would have been communicated to crowds outside the Capitol. Our reporters there obviously would have been the ones to hear that. But if we heard it here, that would indicate it was also broadcast throughout the Capitol system. There is an alert system that's built in here. We hear them from time to time for drills, or if there are, on occasion, there are suspicious packages that prompt an evacuation of an office building or something along those lines. But of course, this is the message that's being delivered here about 5:50 or so p.m. to everyone that's at the Capitol, that the curfew is in effect and that if they don't leave, they will be subject to arrest. So as we've been reporting, a number of different law enforcement agencies on site here. This announcement suggests to me they may be stepping up arrests as they start to try and get a handle on this situation. And Savannah, I also want to circle back to something that we've been talking about throughout the afternoon, and that is this determination to get the business of our government back underway. And I would say at this hour, I'm still texting back and forth with a number of members, both of the House and the Senate, as they try to figure out what those plans are. And I do think that we should expect that determination not to falter. I think the plans are still in the works, and I think that everyone seems to be in agreement in both houses and on both sides of the aisle that it's very clear that a message be sent to it's very clear to them that it's important that a message be sent to Americans that the government will continue to function even in the face of this. So stay tuned for more developments on that front, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you so much. Let's turn to Kristen Welker, our White House correspondent. Kristen, we saw the president's taped message a few moments ago. What are you hearing at the White House?
Well, Savannah, a number of White House officials, a number of former White House officials and allies to President Trump are pressuring him to, frankly, go further than he did in that taped statement that was released a short time ago, in which he reiterated those false claims of voter fraud, but did call for peace, urged his supporters not to resort to violence. But I can tell you that there is a push right now to get the president to come out and speak and to say something forceful, to make a strong statement, to essentially say, stand down. And it comes as we are hearing from some of his former officials on Twitter, Alyssa Farah, one of them, who essentially says, I am one of you to the MAGA world, as she puts it. She says, before I worked for the president, I worked for Mark Meadows, Jim Jordan, and she goes on to say, I need you to hear me. The election was not stolen. We lost. Strong statements also from Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff here, as well as Kellyanne Conway, one of the former top advisors to President Trump, who are essentially urging the president to come out and to make a strong statement and urging the people who stormed the Capitol to stand down. So that is the scene here. I was just speaking to a number of top officials. I can tell you they are watching these developments unfold. President Trump himself watching these developments unfold, Savannah, and it's not clear that he has any plans or any intentions to come out and speak this evening. But I can tell you that there is a somber mood here at the White House, and frankly, a number of officials have a stricken look on their face as they watch all of this unfold, of course, coming just hours after President Trump addressed a crowd of thousands and essentially reiterated those false claims of fraud, tried to pressure his own Vice President, Mike Pence, to take actions that he cannot take under the law to block the election results from being counted and from announcing the winner as Joe Biden. And there is a sense that in that speech, the president was riling up his supporters. And now this is what has come from a day and weeks of a lot of energy toward trying to relitigate this election. So, Savannah, I can just tell you the pressure is mounting here on President Trump to do more.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty extraordinary to hear from former officials who were diehards, who worked for the president until those last moments, to say it's enough, it's over. What about Vice President Pence? Of course, he was over there at the Capitol presiding over the Senate at this time, and the best information we had was that he was still there, that it was not safe for him to even go that short distance back to the White House. Have you heard anything about his whereabouts, any update?
That is the latest that we know, Savannah, that, of course, he, as well as the members of Congress, the senators there, were, of course, evacuated to safer grounds at the Capitol, but that it wasn't safe for them to leave. And I would just underscore a point that Casey has made, which is that there is a determination to try to see these proceedings through to the end once it is safe to go back and try to do the business of the government to count the Electoral College votes to declare the winner of the presidential election. And so it is our understanding that that is where he continues to huddle. But it's quite remarkable what we witnessed from the vice president today, Savannah. Once these proceedings got underway, we saw the vice president, one of the president's staunchest allies, break with him really for the first time publicly, and to say that he does not believe that the Constitution gives him the authority to in any way try to block the vote count. And so breaking with the president in that very public way and making it clear to the president, making it clear to the American people that that's how he viewed his role, and that is how he plan to proceed and will proceed once these proceedings get underway. And so a really stark, dramatic development there. And it's also worth noting that the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, also broke with President Trump today and said flatly that there just was not the type of massive, widespread fraud that the president is trying to suggest that there was, and that essentially the country's democracy will head toward a death spiral if elections are litigated and relitigated in this type of manner, Savannah.
All right, Kristen, stand by. Thank you so much. I want to go to Pete Williams. Pete, we are starting to see some more aggressive action on the part of law enforcement to kind of disperse the crowd. We've seen the crowd diminish. What have you learned about the decision-making that's gone on in terms of how to respond to this afternoon?
Sure. Well, let me come back to that, if I may, and answer the question about the vice president first. The initial thought was, when this all happened, let's get the vice president out of here. The Secret Service, as I understand it, concluded that there really was no safe way to get him out of the building and away, so he remained there. Now he's staying there because the Senate wants to continue. At least the senators in the House want to keep going tonight, and he has to preside. He is required by the Constitution to preside. So I think the reason he's still there is that at first they didn't know what they were going to do but couldn't get him out of there. Now they want to continue with the count, so he has to stay there to preside over it. So that's the answer to that question. Now, we've gotten a lot of people that have asked us, Savannah, and I'm sure many of our viewers have wondered the same thing, why aren't the police making arrests? These people went into the Capitol, they violated a number of different federal laws, they damaged property, they trespassed, they disrupted, they did all kinds of things. Why aren't we seeing more arrests? Now, we don't have a definitive answer to the question of whether there was a strategy or a decision made by the Capitol Police or Metro Police, who were initially on the scene, simply not to do that because they felt they were outmanned. I suspect that's it, that they just felt that their main goal was to try to preserve whatever the safety of the members first. But I think the feeling that I've gotten from talking to other law enforcement people watching this is, yes, the people in the building were overwhelmed, weren't able to stop and start making arrests. They were severely outnumbered, and that, however, a lot of those people that were there are eventually going to be charged and may not realize this, but, you know, there's pictures like that, the one we're looking at right now. There are video cameras inside the building. There are all these pictures that law enforcement will be going over now and trying to identify these people and run them down and arrest them and charge them with a number of different offenses. So I think it looks odd to think that these people are simply being escorted off the grounds. And I've had law enforcement people say, I can't believe what I'm seeing, that they're not being arrested. But what we're told is charges ultimately will be filed on a lot of these people. Now, clearly, it would be a lot better if they could just arrest them on the spot. But I think the feeling was the law enforcement initially was simply outnumbered.
Well, that's, I mean, and that I think is the real point. What's really disturbing is that they weren't able to be stopped and thwarted. The chief of police in D.C. said that some of the protesters did use violence against police, but as we've observed as the afternoon has worn on, it is not exactly a surprise that this protest was going on, that there had been talk of this kind of activity. And so, you know, there will be a lot of questions in the coming days about why there wasn't a better response. That's for another day. We're still in a crisis right here. This is the nation's capital on an evening like no other, where protesters were able to breach the security as Congress met in a joint session to perform one of its most sacred constitutional duties, to certify electors, to ensure the peaceful transfer of power to a new president. And instead, what we saw was rioters breach the gates, come through the building, make it onto the Senate floor, the House floor, stroll through Statuary Hall as though they were on a visitor's tour. Congress stopped. The members of Congress evacuated. They're still in a secure location. So as we hit 6 o'clock on the East Coast, there is a curfew going into effect on the streets of Washington, D.C., as law enforcement tries to catch up and get this situation under control. We've heard from the president-elect and we've heard from President Trump. And we now turn to Leon Panetta, who, of course, is the former Defense Secretary under the Obama administration, a former White House Chief of Staff going back to the Clinton administration, and a former congressman who knows that building well. Secretary Panetta, I guess just before we get into the security measures, I just want your gut, how you feel at this hour, seeing the images that we've all been watching.
Savannah, the scenes that I've seen today are the most disturbing events that I've seen in my entire public life. I never expected to see rioters take over the Capitol of the United States, stop our democracy from functioning, and basically undermine the very form of government that depends on both order and freedom. And to see that happen is something I thought I would never see in my lifetime.
And the business of the Congress must go on. We're told from our reporting from inside the room that senators and members of Congress are very focused, almost defiant in their feeling that they have an obligation to go on and continue this work, even if it goes late into tonight. What do you know about, without giving away anything, what do you know about the plans that would have been in place for something like this? I mean, I talked about it a little bit with Secretary Napolitano earlier in our coverage, saying, you know, I'm sure you had plans on the shelf for an attack on our Congress. You probably didn't imagine that it would come from inside, from Americans, from our very own people.
Well, as you may know, I signed a letter with all 10 of the former living defense secretaries that raised the concern about the possibility that something like this might raise the issue of using the military in order to change the results of an election, and we cautioned against that. But it was clear at the time that there are those that were going to conduct this kind of protest. The president obviously was saying things to incite what we saw today. Everybody knew that, in fact, something like this was very possible. And I'm a little surprised, very frankly, that sufficient steps were not taken to secure the Capitol and to make sure that something like this did not happen.
And Secretary Panetta, just bring you up to date because the president tweeted about 7 minutes ago, and this is what he said. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. How does that statement strike you?
It strikes me as not only irresponsible, but undermining the very role that he should be playing as President of the United States. which is to make very clear that this kind of behavior is unacceptable, that it violates every principle of law and order that he said he stands for, and further undermines the very democracy that he has sworn to uphold as President of the United States. What he's saying is not helpful to the law enforcement people that are there now, trying to make sure that they clear the Capitol and allow it to get back to the business of our democracy. It only goes to show that ultimately, as he leaves office, he will bear responsibility for what we saw today.
Secretary Panetta, is this a turning point? I mean, after everything that's transpired and, things that have happened that have never happened before, and life just seems to go on as usual. But this is different. Do you feel that this will be a turning point in which members of Congress, your former colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, stand up and say, enough is enough? Or is this just going to be just another day in the Trump administration?
Well, I don't think this can be passed off as just another day. What we saw happen to the Capitol of the United States, and what we saw happen in terms of the interruption of our system of government is a serious event. And I worry that if we don't take steps to come together and govern this country, that the scenes we saw today will inspire others to take advantage of the situation. This is a serious moment in our history, and we ought not to just excuse it as just somehow, some kind of protest. A line was crossed today, and that line represents whether or not our democracy is going to function in the future or whether it's going to be held under siege in the future. And the leadership of this country will determine the answer to that question.
And Secretary Panetta, before I let you go, you're the former CIA director, your former Defense Department, the Secretary of Defense. When you think about our adversaries around the world, watching these scenes, what goes through your mind?
It's a terrible message that's going out because our adversaries will see what we have seen today and just sense it as another sign of weakness on the part of the United States. And I worry that because of those scenes, that our adversaries will use that to take advantage of the United States. This is not a good moment in terms of the image of the United States and the values that we represent. It's a moment where we are very vulnerable to those that want to undermine our democracy.
Secretary Panetta, thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it. I want to turn to our correspondent, Yasmin Vsugan, who's on the grounds of the Capitol, and we're seeing in the images on your screen that we are starting to see more law enforcement activity. This curfew in Washington, D.C. has been underway for about 10 minutes now. Yasmin, what changes have you witnessed?
Yeah, so Savannah, we walked east to west. We were on the east side when I was talking to you a little bit earlier, and then we walked all the way to the west side of the Capitol. And there's about 3 to 4 separate police lines in trying to disperse the crowd. If you'd asked me 2 hours ago if by 6 p.m. the thousands of people that were here would have been dispersed, I would not have necessarily believed you. But now, 2 hours later, at 6 p.m., there's literally almost nobody here at this point. I mean, yeah, you are seeing a lot of folks still out here and still seeing the police presence, as you can see, pushing us back away from the perimeter of the Capitol. But we're already off the Capitol Hill front lawn. And then, just a little bit earlier, before you came to me, I saw about 25 or so FBI guys walking into the area. Sorry, we just want to make sure that we get out of the way and we're not getting in the way of any of the police activity to make sure they're able to get their jobs done. Obviously, we want to make sure that's the #1 priority here, so I'm stepping away a little bit. But these guys, the D.C. Metro Police, still pushing folks back, wanting everybody here to heed with the 6 p.m. curfew that's now in place in the city, Savannah. And as I mentioned, the FBI, watch out for the bike behind you, the FBI now on site in front of the Capitol building on a day in which, you know, is usually pro forma during an election season, just 2 weeks away from when President-elect Joe Biden will be inaugurated at this very site. And I just want to mention one other note here, Savannah, that I've mentioned throughout the day, but the Capitol was set up for the inauguration already. When we arrived here earlier today, you saw bleachers on both sides of the Capitol. You saw the inauguration balcony in which President-elect Joe Biden on January 20th will walk out and be sworn in as the next president of the United States. Today, that setup, the area in which they have put in place for that inauguration on January 20th, was filled with rioters and protesters. And it was a sight that I don't think any of us could have imagined that we would see. And again, the police trying to push folks back, make sure that protesters, rioters, folks that are here are behind the line, Savannah. So I'll send it back to you for now. But again, there's definitely some more police presence at this point to make sure that the citizens and the folks in this area are abiding by the 6 p.m. curfew, Savannah.
Yeah, this is very much an unfolding situation. Yasmin, you're brave, and we're grateful for you being there as this law enforcement starts to move in and enforce this 6 o'clock curfew and try to get this situation under control. And as we speak, you look at the United States Capitol on this night, you have members of Congress, senators, and Congress members who are sheltered in place, locked down, unable to leave, unable to perform their constitutional duties because of a throng of protesters turned rioters who breached the grounds of the Capitol and stopped democracy. But if I have Casey Hunt with me, they have not stopped it, they have paused it, because there is very much a feeling on Capitol Hill from our sources in the room, where some senators are gathered in the same room watching this coverage, some members of Congress gathered together watching this same coverage. There's a feeling, a defiant feeling, that the business of this country will be done, even at nightfall, no matter what it takes. Andrea Mitchell, you are a longtime correspondent in Washington. It goes without saying that there has never been a night like this. What are your sources telling you about what happens next and whether this sacred duty can be performed by the United States Congress under these circumstances?
Well, I just got a text from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from Michigan, and you know how long she has been not only in the Hill, but of course before her, her late husband, John Dingell, was the longest-serving member of Congress when he retired, and she then replaced him in the House. And she says, this has been a total nightmare. I was on the floor. I hear the gunshots, smelled the tear gas, and I will be damned if he will keep us from doing our job. We will go back and do it tonight. I asked, are you doing it tonight? Does it have to be done on the House floor or in the safe location where we know they are together, they are safe? And she says, it will be done on the House floor. And I said, is this reportable, and can I attribute it to you? And she said, yes. So that is the defiance from a member of Congress, notably from Michigan, which of course has seen the protests storming the Capitol there, the State House. She's very close to Governor Whitmer there, and we know the threats there that the governor has endured. And there is a strong Michigan contingent, we've been told by law enforcement, to some of the groups who are here today. In any case, the defiance of Debbie Dingell, who has a very good check on the pulse of her fellow Democratic caucus members, is, I think, very, very widespread. We heard this earlier from the senators, according to Pete Williams, who was reporting that they also want to get this done tonight. And I think they're going to try to do it no matter how late they stay up. And as you well know, I covered the Hill. When they have deadlines and they have big business to do at the end of a session, they do stay all night. Health care was passed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and law enforcement seems to be attempting to clear the deck so that that can take place. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep working your sources, Andrea. I want to turn to Republican Congressman Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma, who is still at the Capitol and locked down in his office. Sir, first of all, I'm glad to see that you're okay and you're able to call in. What was your experience today?
Well, first of all, there wasn't any shots that was fired in the House chamber. I know guns were drawn. I was right there when they broke the glass. It did sound like gunshots, and for those that haven't heard it, and which I'm glad a lot of people haven't heard gunshots like that, unfortunately I have. I recognized it immediately, and there was definitely tear gas, but the tear gas was in the rotunda, nothing biased. Listen, it was very tense. It should have never happened at all, but our Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms, law enforcement, did a phenomenal job showing restraint and actually keeping the members safe. These guys have families too, and they did their best to protect us. They were strongly outnumbered, which is why I stood there with them, and we made sure that the chamber was completely clear. The members got out, the staff got out, and at the end of the day, the protesters were completely, and I actually want to use the word agitators. The agitators were completely out of line.
Yeah, and Congressman, I mean, you're a Republican, you're a Trump supporter, and as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were someone who was wanting to object to certifying the elector. So we know where you stand politically. This, it seems to me, is a different issue. You're talking about people breaking the law, coming into the United States Congress, and stopping the business of America. Do you feel that what the president said today to those protesters in his tweet and in his video message, is it enough, or do you think that he's still in some way fanning the flames by contending that it's a stolen election?
Listen, people are responsible for their own behavior, first and foremost. You can't blame this on the president or anybody else. You're responsible for your own behavior, full stop. And the president told him to go home, and even he said, I love him. And people are trying to criticize him for saying he loved them, but I wake up every single morning and I say, love the people, love the call. And I love these guys too. That doesn't mean I condone what they did. I went and I talked to a whole bunch of law enforcement that they have a triage center set in the basement of one of our office buildings. And if I said there was 25 or 50 of them, I'd probably be underestimating. And I shook every one of their hands. I told them, thank you. Every one of these guys have families. Every one of these guys, or for the most of them, had families. Most of them were married with kids, and they were shaken up. They were shooken up quite a bit. One young man, unfortunately, is probably going to lose his eye, and because he got hit with some object. And I asked him, I said, what happened? And every one of them told me the same thing. He said these separated from the protesters. These guys had evil in their eyes when they came after us. The rest of the protesters continued on their way. These guys broke away. They were there as agitators. And when they started breaking the glass out, I even confronted them at the door, and I said, guys, because I started yelling, don't shoot, and I hollered at the guys at the other side. I said, you almost got shot. You almost got shot. Are you serious? Are you willing to do this? And most of them calmed down a little bit. One of them, he was the agitator. He was the one that was probably the one that got most of them stirred up. Of course, he kept running his mouth, and he's just unreasonable. He's one of the guys you can't be unreasonable, or you can't reason with. But we're all, at the end of the day, we have the right to protest, but we don't have the right to destroy public or private property. We don't have the right to go this far. And you should feel strong and be willing to stand your ground for what you believe in. And I believe you have the right to do that. But this is not the America. I've seen this overseas. This is not what we do inside the United States, and this went too far.
Yeah, no question about it. The pictures tell the story. I mean, when you think about now, many of your colleagues have said and communicated that they want to see this process go forward. They want the Congress to perform its duty.
Agreed.
As mentioned, you were one who was going to object to the electors. Is there anything about what has transpired today that makes you reassess that? Not because of perhaps the substance, I mean, whatever your reasons were, those haven't changed, but just because of the tenor and the powder keg that has been unleashed. And, you know, people can lay blame where they want to lay blame. But is there anything about what has transpired that makes you think, you know what, it's time to get on with it? Our position has been known, but this country needs to get on with the peaceful transition.
You know, we're still having the conversation, and I still feel very strongly about our stance. I still believe that there's some real questions about the constitutional authority, about some changes that happened in some of the states. No question about that. And so there's still going to be some electoral votes that are contested too. We do have to get on with our work, but and the demeanor to which we present the findings may change. We're still discussing that. We're actually having open discussions among all all of us among both sides right now. But we will move forward with the process. And at the end of the day, this is to make sure that we do have fair and balanced elections, that we have elections moving forward. So anytime we have future elections, what separated us from other democracies is people had faith and they believed in their vote and their election and they were fair. And that belief isn't there. But what happened today, what transpired today, is no excuse for that. There is no excuse for what happened today, zero. And as I said, there was a lot of peaceful protesters. A lot of them came in from Oklahoma that I knew, and they're all headed home. They weren't part of this. This was a separate group. These were agitators that came there to make as much destruction as possible.
You know, and it's one of those things because you can have, I mean, politics is all about passion and passion for what you believe. Sure. And I always say, you know, if you're not protesting, I mean, that's what America's all about. People fought and died for that right.
Right.
But when you...
That's what First Amendment, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. But when you fan the flames, you know, sometimes you can unleash an element that isn't responsible, that are rioters and agitators. And I guess that's kind of where I'm asking you, you know, whether you feel that there has been rhetoric that's irresponsible that
there's been rhetoric irresponsible
this.
on both sides. The rhetoric's been irresponsible from both sides. We've seen it from both sides. I mean, there's been some really, really big flames that were flamed that was fanned before President Trump even got into office. Before he was even sworn into office, there was a lot of it going on. We've seen these protests going on, and it's been bubbling. It hasn't been from our side, and that's why I said I have a hard time believing these are actual true Trump supporters, because you haven't seen this from Trump supporters. Trump supporters have been out there too. They've been on the streets. They've been to rallies. They've had conflict with Antifa and the other groups, and it has never went to this point. This is the first time we've ever seen it go to this point. And as I said before, it doesn't make any difference who's fanning the flames. At the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions. And the way you choose to act is you should be held responsible for. And I hope everybody that came in there is held responsible, because a lot of people's lives have changed. There's a lot of law enforcement, a lot of Capitol Police and D.C. Police and Sergeant of Arms that came to work today that's going to go home a little bit different. There's a young lady that died because she stormed through the door and an officer had to make a split decision and had to shoot her. And guess what? Their families' lives have changed. His life has got changed because the first time you discharge a weapon, it changes you. It changes you, and it changes you forever. Yeah. And unfortunately, there's some people out there that's lost a loved one too, a daughter, a mother. I don't know how old she was, but there's a family that's going to grieve tonight because of what got out of hand. Yeah. And it should have never ever got to this point. This is a dark day for all of us, and I hope we can all take a deep breath and learn something from this. But we still need to be passionate. You have a right to be passionate about what you believe politically, but we can debate in a better manner than this.
We can. We're better than this. Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you for your time this evening, sir. Be safe and keep us posted on the plans as Congress tries to get about the business of the American people. And let me turn to Kristen Welker. Kristen, I don't know if we've caught up since the president issued his last tweet. What was the thinking behind that? What are you hearing from the senior officials inside the White House tonight?
Well, Savannah, the tweet comes after a number of senior officials here have been pushing him to go further than that video statement that he released earlier today when he again reiterated the false claims of voter fraud, but did urge these protesters, the mob that gathered outside the Capitol, to be peaceful, not to engage in any violence. And so this tweet seems to be the opposite of what some of his top officials were urging him to do, which was to come out and make a statement point blank and say, stand down. This tweet does what he did at the rally, which is to reiterate those false claims, saying, remember this day forever. It is worth noting it has now been flagged by Twitter saying that it could incite more violence. So that is the backdrop against which we are seeing that tweet come out. So I would anticipate, Savannah, that you are going to continue behind the scenes here to have a number of his top aides try to push him to say more and, quite frankly, to do more. I can tell you that the world is watching. In fact, we're just seeing a tweet come out from Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, who says Canadians are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally and neighbor. So people are watching what is happening as it unfolds here, Savannah, and frankly cannot believe what they are seeing unfold in the nation's capital here in the United States. Now, let me just take a step back and give you a sense of the thinking thinking as this day began. I spoke with a number of top officials who said, look, they saw this as the president and his supporters' last stand, what was going to happen inside the halls of Congress, to air that debate and the dispute that they felt needed to be had about the electoral vote count. They wanted to try to convince President Trump that this was, in fact, his last stand. And the hope was that after today, he would be able to move forward. There wasn't a whole lot of optimism that he would essentially abandon his rhetoric, but that supporters would feel as though at least the debate had been had in the halls of Congress. But White House officials acknowledging privately, look, he has lost, and that ultimately he's going to have to acknowledge that. Savannah.
All right, and we just got a statement from Senator Romney that was posted, and let me just read a little part of it. He said, what happened at the U.S. Capitol today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. The statement of Senator Mitt Romney earlier today. And you can just imagine behind closed doors, those senators that are sheltering in place together, senators who disagree and have found themselves in this situation. You can imagine the conversations that might be going on there. And Casey Hunt, our Capitol Hill correspondent, the more pressing conversation is what's next? How can they continue this work that was supposed to take place January 6th, the certifying of the electoral vote? Can it continue tonight? Will it continue tonight?
The short answer, Savannah, is that members are determined that it will. The logistics of this are still being finalized because obviously we've never been in this situation before, but this has been the focus of the conversations. There's an expectation that they may be able to get back into the Senate chamber sooner rather than later. There's a push from Republican leadership, Mitch McConnell, to do that, to show that they will not be cowed by what happened today, by people invading the U.S. Capitol in what both Mitt Romney and the former President George W. Bush called an insurrection. That's a pretty specific choice of words from those two top Republicans, obviously not supporters of President Trump based on all of this. But there is that determination to make this happen. Now, it's possible it won't actually be on the Senate floor. We obviously are dealing with the security situation there, sweeping all of the nooks and crannies there, all of the people that were in here. It takes time, and obviously no one wants to go into an unsafe situation. So there have been some different discussions of how to make this happen. But I think certainly the people that I am texting with, talking to, are confident they're going to find some way to demonstrate to the American people that the business of the Congress is going to go on, even in spite of all of this. Savannah.
Casey Hunt, thank you so much. Our coverage continues as we look at Washington, D.C. tonight. On a night like no other, the United States Capitol is locked down. Protesters stormed the building today, stopping the business of Congress at a critical moment, the moment when under the Constitution they're to certify the electoral votes of the election and ensure the peaceful transfer of power. We are going to turn over our coverage. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt just ahead. Stay with NBC as we continue to cover this breaking story throughout the night.
This is an NBC News special report.
And breaking news tonight, the deadly siege on Congress as an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen shocking images of chaos, rioters rushing past barricades and police up the Capitol steps, forcing their way inside. Both the House and the Senate evacuated. Lawmakers moved to safe locations. The invaders roaming the abandoned Senate floor, one hanging from the balcony. Police with guns drawn inside the House. The violence erupting, one woman fatally shot outside the Capitol. Improvised explosive devices found. Several people injured. Offices vandalized. Windows smashed. The National Guard called in to quell the unrest, with that city now under curfew. The breach abruptly halting a joint session of Congress just as Republicans launched a last-ditch effort to overturn President-elect Biden's victory in the Electoral College. This unrest breaking out just after President Trump spoke at a rally near the White House, stoking the crowd by falsely claiming claiming he won the election. Later, in a taped message, the president still baselessly saying the election was stolen, but telling rioters to go home. All of it coming just as Democrats win control of the Senate after the historic election in Georgia. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage. I want to welcome you back to NBC News coverage of the siege at the U.S. Capitol. Right now, police in Washington enforcing a curfew, driving rioters from the streets and Capitol grounds after securing the inside from those pro-Trump intruders who occupied the Capitol for several hours. Officials telling us a short time ago that one person shot inside the Capitol by law enforcement has died. All this taking place as the House and Senate met to formally count the certified electoral ballots that will make Joe Biden the next president. Our Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill. Casey, bring us up to date.
Lester, just absolutely stunning images today here at the Capitol as protesters overran the Capitol and multiple law enforcement agencies had to be called in after a number of them not only breached the building but breached the very floor of the House and of the Senate as they were conducting this business of trying to count the Electoral College votes, normally a very straightforward process that only takes about a half an hour, that would name Joe Biden as president-elect. This, of course, occurring after President Trump held a rally with tens of thousands of people outside of the White House. And the images inside the building were pretty unreal. There were protesters that were on the walls of the Capitol, as well as gunshots at one point. Watch. Tonight, stunning images as rioters supporting President Trump overrun the Capitol, scuffling with police. On the floor of the House, officers with guns drawn, with protesters just outside the door. Here you see rioters trying to break down a door, and you hear a gunshot. Over in the Senate, protesters breaching what's supposed to be the highly secure Senate floor, abruptly stopping the counting of electoral votes. Some taking photos on the Senate dais, others shouting and pushing past officers to get inside. Elsewhere, this man sitting with his feet up behind a desk in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Police placing the Capitol on lockdown.
A riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police.
Members of Congress rushing to take shelter, some wearing gas masks.
We were just told that there has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
It began just after that massive pro-Trump rally. Tens of thousands gathering near the White House to protest the expected declaration of Joe Biden's Electoral College victory.
There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known.
The group then marching to the Capitol, many just standing on the steps outside, others wandering in the rotunda, some scaling down the building. At one point, an armed standoff. Police say one person was shot. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger describing to us how she got out of the building.
There were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. It took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today.
Top House Republican Kevin McCarthy condemning what he was seeing.
This is so un-American. I condemn any of this violence. This is not the American way. This is not protected by the First Amendment. This must stop now.
Multiple Democratic and Republican lawmakers urged President Trump to appear on camera to tell the protesters to leave. Instead, he later tweeted, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue." The president-elect then imploring President Trump to speak.
At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
By about 4:15 this afternoon, this message from the White House.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you.
And Casey, that statement not going far enough for many on Capitol Hill tonight.
That's right, Lester. Many Republicans urging the president to go farther in trying to ensure calm, to calm this situation down and to make it easier to have a peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden. Lester.
All right, Casey Hunt, thank you. And one of those caught in today's assault was Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Wisconsin Republican. He joins us tonight on the phone. First of all, Congressman, are you someplace safe and well?
I am. Yeah, we're kind of sheltering in place here, but I honestly never thought I'd be barricading the doors and watching what I saw happen today in the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, some of the images are stunning, and you saw them firsthand. Can you walk us through what happened? I know the Senate and House had split apart for the purposes of debating some objections. When did you realize something was amiss?
Well, it was almost simultaneous with the debate over the certification of Arizona's electors when the protesters started to gather at the foot of the Capitol, and things quickly descended into violence. You know, you heard multiple flashbangs being deployed, which was presumably the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. The protesters were violently clashing with the police. Earlier in the day, one of the buildings have been evacuated when protesters breached the perimeter, and then somehow they breached the security perimeter of the Capitol itself, and they started breaking down windows, running amok in Statuary Hall, eventually got onto the Senate floor and the House floor, and then, you know, the vice president was evacuated by Secret Service, and then someone was shot, and it's my understanding that that person has died. I mean, that is the cost of what has happened today. I mean, someone died in the United States Capitol, in America today. I mean, this is unacceptable. And I think, if nothing else, the objectors need to stop playing this dangerous game. We need to reconvene tonight when order is restored. The objectors need to stand down. We need to certify the results of the election. And Donald Trump is ultimately going to have to concede. That's the only way we avoid stuff like this in the future. As a Republican, it bums me out that we lost the presidential election, but such is life. When you lose, you take a second, you look in the mirror, and you figure out how you can do better next time, and that's what we need to do as a party right now.
So, Congressman, it appears they have secured the Capitol now, but that doesn't change the belief in the people we're seeing here that this election was somehow stolen, and the president probably didn't help things today by his remarks. So where does that leave us tomorrow and the next day?
Well, I think the prudent move, once we all say it together that the election's over and we support the peaceful transition of power, it's to not dismiss the concerns of election fraud that we've seen in multiple states. I think many states, including my home state of Wisconsin, need their state legislatures to do a version of what Florida did after the 2000 election. There were certainly changes that were made at the last second in the midst of the pandemic, and we've had a massive increase in absentee balloting. And I think it's fair for the legislatures to take a step back and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, and here's how we can give our citizens confidence in the integrity of the election. But that's a separate question than the question of whether Congress should or even has the authority to overturn the results of the state election. I mean, I don't see a reading of that anywhere in the Constitution. That is a recipe for chaos. It's certainly not a conservative reading of the Constitution. It's a highly progressive one. And I just don't believe the federal government should have that power. That power belongs to the states and to the people.
Congressman Mike Gallagher, we're glad you're well. Thank you for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As you heard, all this happened as Congress was in the middle of certifying, not actually certifying, the votes had been certified, but they were counting the Electoral College vote for President-elect Joe Biden and debating objections to that vote. Let's get more on that from NBC's Kristen Welker.
Those stunning images of a mob storming the Capitol followed another extraordinary moment.
Madam Speaker and members of Congress.
Vice President Mike Pence presiding over the special session of Congress in which the electoral votes are counted and the winner of the presidential election declared. And for the first time, Pence publicly breaking with the president.
Are you going to overturn the election results today?
refusing the president's demands that he unlawfully overturn electoral votes for Biden. Pence releasing a letter saying, "My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." That letter released just minutes after President Trump called out Pence multiple times.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us
at a massive rally across from the White House.
So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Later, tweeting Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Today, again, pushing false claims of widespread fraud.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
And today, for the first time, the top Senate Republican Mitch McConnell blasting the president and those rejecting Joe Biden's electoral college win.
If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
Still, at least 13 Republican senators and dozens of House Republicans were poised to raise objections to the results in at least 6 states unless a commission is created to audit the election.
What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
But shortly after the debate began, those protesters started storming in.
And shortly after that moment, all the debate ended. They were going alphabetically through the states, and they've never made it past Arizona. Lester.
Kristen, we're hearing that some in the White House are now asking the president to make a more forceful statement. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's absolutely right, Lester. I can tell you that some top White House staff are urging the president to respond strongly to what transpired today. Now, officials don't know if he's actually going to say anything else or issue a more forceful statement. And some Trump allies outside the White House are frustrated with his reluctance to do so. They had wanted him to go further in his remarks and to say something live, not what he released on tape. But the president is hesitant to aggressively push back against his own supporters.
All right.
Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. President-elect Joe Biden forcefully condemned today's assault. He called on President Trump to step up and demand an end to the siege. Our Jeff Bennett joins us now. Jeff, what else did Mr. Biden have to say?
Hey, Lester, the president-elect condemned the actions of the rioters as an insurrection, saying their behavior bordered on sedition. He also called out President Trump for inciting the violence, and Biden also talked about the challenges ahead. Take a look.
The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency.
Now, in recent weeks, we've seen Joe Biden increasingly step into this apparent leadership void, delivering addresses to the nation about the pandemic, about the tough economy, and now this crisis in our democracy. And asked by reporters, Biden said he wasn't concerned about his own safety, his own security, or even his own inauguration, which is set to happen at the U.S. Capitol outside in 2 weeks' time. Lester.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about that in light of what has happened here. All right, Jeff, thank you. And we noted that curfew now underway in Washington. Police have been working to disperse the rioters from the Capitol and the area. Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground for us there. Gabe, what's the latest? Are people beginning to move along and disperse?
Lester, it's an extremely eerie scene out here, out in front of the Capitol. Earlier, there was all this chaos. Now it is extremely quiet. As we were coming here a short time ago, driving through this area and walking through this area, we heard loudspeakers blaring that a curfew was in effect. A great deal of National Guard members were also here, and they were also on very high alert. Lester, it's incredible to see the Capitol just like this as night falls. The question will be, will there be more protesters that stick around? But at this point, I can tell you, as you can see from the street behind me, people have emptied out. There doesn't appear to be a lot of protesters here remaining. But it was incredible to witness this earlier today. Lester, I've covered an incredible amount of protests over the last few months, past few years, and to see these protesters breach the Capitol. I spoke by phone, and as I was making my way here, to a Republican congressman who was negotiating with some of these rioters inside the Capitol as they were trying to make their way in. He said it was just an incredible sight, un-American, and so many people around the country right now are asking, how could this happen? How could these rioters be allowed to breach the walls of the United States Capitol? But again, right now, a curfew is in effect and the streets are quiet. Lester?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's turn to Republican Congressman Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. He's on the phone as well. Congressman, thank you for being well. I assume that you're someplace now safe?
Yes, sir. We're all in good standings.
As we noted, the Senate and House had split apart to begin dealing with some of these objections. You yourself have objected to some of the state certifications. Will that process now end as the approval of the vote resumes?
You know, I think you probably hear a different tone from both sides. We should be. I mean, while everybody is responsible for their own actions, we can also learn to debate better than this. And at the end of the day, we still have a constitutional authority with the electoral vote for January 6th. And so as soon as the perimeter is secure, I believe we'll be going back to work.
Will you drop your objections?
No, the objection is still there. To contest the electoral vote is still my constitutional authority, and my obligation. And so to contest it is something I feel very strongly about. It's not political. It's something I feel like is my constitutional authority to do so. And so we will do that, but we can do it in a more civilized manner. And I think that goes for all of us. Listen, a lot of the rhetoric that's been given from both sides over the last 5 years as why everybody is responsible for their own actions. It's bubbled to this point, and this should have never happened. This is a dark day, and this kind of action is not acceptable from anybody. I don't care what your reason is. This is never acceptable.
Do you think your actions, those of others who have challenged these electoral votes, in some way help fuel what played out today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. That's almost ridiculous because we've heard both sides have real bad rhetoric for 5 years. We've seen protests going on for 5 years. And to be quite honest, we've never seen this from Trump supporters before. They've been out there. They've confronted. They've had interactions with Antifa and other groups before. We've had Trump rallies. We've seen them have rallies before. And we've never seen violence. We've never seen this before, not from Trump supporters. And so I wouldn't even call this really protesters. There was agonizers that went into the protesters. I had the opportunity to go and visit with a lot of our men and women that stood guard, that were putting their life on the line to make sure that members and staff gets to go home safe at some point. And they have families too. And I went down to the triage center, and there may have been 25 or 50 of them, I don't know, but they were bloody and bruised, and one young man I'm sure is going to lose his eye. And they were shaken up. And I asked them what happened, and they said there was a group that broke away from the protesters, and they had evil in their eyes. These weren't just your normal protesters; they had evil in their eyes, and there wasn't just one or two or three of them that said that to me. There was multiple ones that I talked to, but at the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions, regardless. We're responsible for our behavior, and I think President Trump did a good job by telling them to go home, and he even told them that he loved them, and a lot of people want to make a big deal about that. But listen, every morning I wake up and I say, "Love the people, love the call." I love these people too, but what they did today was inexcusable, and unfortunately, even a young lady lost her life because of it. And there's two lives that changed there. The officer that discharged his weapon. I don't care who you are. The first time you discharge your weapon, it takes a part of you, and there's going to be, and so his life has been changed. And there's some people that love that young lady. I don't know her age, but I know she had to have family, and there's a family that's broken today because our behavior got out of line, and we are better than that. We don't do that.
Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
The world is watching as these chaotic scenes play out. A number of world leaders calling on President Trump to condemn the violence. Richard Engel is in London with a global reaction. Richard, it was fascinating to hear some of the things coming from overseas, the kind of things that have come from this country and other times.
Well, by now, Lester, there have been dozens of reactions from world leaders, and they have been condemning what has happened. There have been expressions of shock, expressions of horror, and they are all saying that this was an attack on democracy. Here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson tweeted out that it is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. Germany's foreign minister said the enemies of democracy will be pleased at these unbearable images. The leader of the Secretary General of NATO, the world's most powerful military alliance, said that shocking scenes in Washington, the outcome of this democratic election, must be respected. And around the world, leaders were placing blame directly on President Trump. The Prime Minister of Sweden tweeted out that, President Trump and many members of Congress have a great responsibility for what is happening now. A spokesman for the President of South Africa simply tweeted, "Pray for America."
All right, Richard, thank you. I want to turn now to our Frank Thorpe, who's also at the Capitol. He tweeted some stunning video of intruders roaming free on the Senate floor today. Frank, tell us some of the things you've seen and observed.
Yeah, Lester, I mean, I just have to say, I cannot stress enough what a stunning and surprising and shocking scene it was to walk into the gallery above the Senate floor and see the dozen or so rioters who had made it onto the Senate floor. The Senate floor is one of the most historic places that it handles the legislative work for senators, and it is incredibly locked down. Not only is the Capitol locked down, there are multiple levels of security to get into the Capitol every day, but the Senate chamber, the Senate floor, is one of the most sacred rooms in the Capitol, and to see these rioters on the floor was a stunning situation. I have to say, Lester, one of the things that I had been told by aides in the last couple of weeks is that they were worried by the calls by President Trump to have people come to the Capitol and to gather outside the Capitol. They were worried that something like this could happen, and it did. And it's just this, I cannot express the unprecedented nature of the rioters coming into the Capitol, not having gone through security, and storming the floor like they did.
Yeah, you and I were on the air live when those images first came in of that scene from the Senate, and I think both of us were left speechless for a moment. Quite extraordinary. Frank Thorpe, thank you for your reporting. I want to bring in our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Boy, Chuck, what does this say about a division in America? This thing may be, being put to rest tonight, but the feelings are still very strong, and they are out there.
A couple weeks ago on Meet the Press, Lester, I started off and I just simply asked the question, is this the 1850s or the 1950s, talking about the divides in America? And frankly, I was referring to sort of, in the 1950s, we had the Red Scare, you had Joseph McCarthy, but we shut that down, right? We somehow came together and we shut that down as a country. In the 1850s, obviously, the divide in this country culminated in the Civil War. And so you now look at an event like today, and making a comparison to the 1850s is suddenly, no longer hyperbole, which some of us, I think, were accused of over the last few years. The sad thing about all this, Lester, is that, well, we're all shocked by what we witnessed today. Are we that surprised? We've all been concerned this moment was coming, that we had a president of the United States that was fomenting this, that he had a propaganda machine, frankly, behind him that helped him push this. So I do think this is gut check time. We still have elected leaders in this country, I think, who would like to keep this republic standing. President Trump's actions cannot go unanswered. You've heard various people talk impeachment. You've heard some people bring up the 25th Amendment. I don't think these are ideas that are just being tossed around. These should be serious conversations. Whether, there's a lot of senators right now locked up with Vice President Pence right now. Because you got to ask yourself, is the president mentally fit at this point and has the temperament to handle the presidency even for the next 13 days? What he did today and his actions as they continue all night tonight have to call those things into question. So these conversations, I think, are taking place, and they're real.
And some of those things you mentioned, obviously very emotional, and many people would have called them alarmists weeks ago, perhaps not tonight. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss is with us as well. Michael, there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but where is this going?
It's going in ways that are very ominous, Lester. You know, this is a day I hoped I would never live to see. We saw a terrorist attack on the United States Congress and the United States Capitol, and it was instigated by the President of the United States, who today at midday told this big mob, march up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol and take back our country, and stop the counting of the ballots that will lead to an election that he charged was stolen. And once they were with guns and other weapons and committing violence in the Capitol, he made a video in the Rose Garden saying, "We love you and you're very special." We have never seen anything like that in more than 2 centuries of American history. I hope we never do again, but it has to stop. He's in office for 2 more weeks. We can't live with the possibility that this kind of thing will spread and get worse.
You know, we've all seen things today that may make us shudder. Michael, thank you. The question many asking tonight, how did this assault on the Capitol happen? Why wasn't it more secure when Trump supporters have been threatening similar actions for months? Let's go to Tom Costello with that.
For weeks, right-wing online chatter had discussed just this scenario. The president had called for protesters to march on Capitol Hill. Washington's mayor had called out the National Guard to protect the city streets. Every D.C. police officer was on the job.
Today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior.
The question tonight, why weren't Capitol Police prepared for this?
We need to ask questions about why it was or was not designated a national special event and why the security around it was insufficient.
2,300 officers make up the Capitol Police Force. Today, they appeared to be on the defensive, retreating as the crowd pushed forward, forced to pull their guns in the House chambers. But none of the kind of aggressive tactics police used against mostly peaceful protesters last June in front of the White House after the killing of George Floyd.
I would have never anticipated that we would lose control of both the Capitol and the floors. So maybe the first inkling that was different is how hateful and spiteful and violent this crowd was.
Tonight, Capitol Police and D.C. police are getting help from neighboring communities, neighboring police departments in Maryland and Virginia, as well as the National Guard in Virginia, D.C. and Maryland. Tonight, it is all hands on deck here in the D.C. area. Lester?
All right, Tom Costello, thanks. NBC's Andrea Mitchell has covered Congress and the White House for many years. I think we all agree we've not seen anything quite like the way this day has played out, Andrea. But I want to raise the question with you that I did with Michael a moment ago, Bechelos, about what the next 2 weeks could bring.
Well, it is so hard to predict. I think there will be censure, some action taken, certainly by the House members. You're seeing tonight one Republican from Washington State, Kathy McMorris Rodgers, saying that she will no longer object. She was one of the objectors. I know you talked to the other congressmen who will still object, but they have to rethink how much responsibility they had for what happened today.
And Andrea, what does this mean? Will this be an easier or harder Biden presidency because of this, at least in the beginning?
I think the poison in the atmosphere makes it so much more difficult coming in. He has so much healing to do, but there is a real a signal, at least from Mitch McConnell, that things might be different. There may be some way to come together in the middle.
All right. Andrea, thank you. So here we are at the end of an extraordinary and chaotic day in the history of our country. We've seen an assault on our democracy like we've never seen. The normally routine exercise of certifying, or in this case, counting the votes of a presidential election turning into a life-threatening attack on one of the pillars of our country. Gunfire, a woman dies, others wounded, members of Congress in gas masks, hiding under their desks, saying prayers. The U.S. Capitol occupied and under siege. The questions will linger for a long time. On a very basic level, just how could an angry mob breach what should have been one of the most secure buildings in the world? Why did it take so long for authorities, including President Trump himself, to respond? And what responsibility will the president ultimately bear for what happened today? Tonight, members of Congress are vowing to get back to the process of certifying the election of Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Despite what we've been through today, our democracy is strong, and there will be a transfer of power exactly 2 weeks from today, right there at the U.S. Capitol. I want to go now to Casey Hunt, who can give us a little more color as we now a good hour past the curfew, what's happening at the Capitol itself. Casey?
Lester, good evening to you. And as we turn into the evening here at the Capitol, the attitude here is one of resolve. It has been an incredibly difficult day at the U.S. Capitol. I've covered the Capitol for over a decade on and off, and none of us who have been here in that time have ever seen anything like this. I think it has rattled people quite deeply, both members of Congress and also the many hundreds of aides and reporters who also work in this complex, that something like this was able to happen. But right now, members of Congress are still in their secure locations, but they are determined that the business of the government is not going to stop just because this has happened. I have been talking privately with members of the House, members of the Senate who are in those rooms, people in both parties, and the universal sense is we need to move forward. We need to demonstrate to the country that our government can still function even though something like this has happened. And of course, the business that they were conducting was counting the Electoral College votes that would ultimately ratify Joe Biden's election as our next president of the United States. And that business, normally, we hardly even notice that it happens. It usually takes about a half an hour. It's almost never a newsworthy event. It is one of the oldest traditions here at the Capitol, but not one that really has ever been disputed. And when we got here today, we knew that it was going to be a historic day because there were Republicans planning to object to some of those votes, planning to object to counting them. And that process had started. And you and I were speaking on the air at that time when the objection was heard and when these two chambers split apart as the process dictates. Members of the Senate went back to the Senate chamber to debate whether or not those votes should have been counted. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, his critics would say that he didn't speak out soon enough, but he did speak out today, and he said that if there was not a stop to these objections, that the country's democracy would be in a death spiral. And I'm not sure that anyone really understood at the time how those words would echo through the day, because just minutes later, McConnell and other senators were evacuated off the Senate floor as protesters breached not just the Capitol building, but the very chamber itself, and put a stop to that business of government. It also happened in the House of Representatives, where people grabbed gas masks from under their chairs, where protesters were hanging off the walls. They were sitting at the dais. In one instance, there was a picture of someone who had literally put his feet up on one of the desks. These are not places normally where the general public even has easy access to. You're supposed to be screened. The magnitude of this breach, just absolutely incredible. But at this hour, Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, put out a statement saying they are going to convene the House tonight. They feel it's that important. I'm speaking with senators who are also saying something similar will happen there. So we're waiting to see how the logistics of this will play out. Obviously, it's very important that they sweep the area, that they ensure that nothing was left behind that could be dangerous for lawmakers as they try to go about their business. But right now, at this hour, the resolve is the business of the U.S. government will go on. Lester.
Casey, thank you very much. And as we cross into the 7 o'clock Eastern hour, Savannah Guthrie joins me now. We have seen them move actually very rapidly to clear out the Capitol after all this, but still, as Casey points out, a lot to be secured inside before they can move on.
Well, yeah, moved rapidly after the 6 o'clock curfew went into effect, but there were those hours after this afternoon, Lester, when I think all of us were wondering, where is the response? Yeah. Why have these protesters / rioters been permitted to go into the Capitol? And then, you know, they were there past where legal protests are allowed to take place for many, many hours. So we'll continue to ask those questions. But this is the scene in Washington tonight where the curfew is under effect now for 1 hour, 7 o'clock Eastern, as Lester mentioned. The Congress planning to convene in some form or fashion tonight to continue its business, to continue the business of the American people, and continue the official certification of electoral votes. And whether that will be at the joint session of Congress, whether it will be able to take place on the Capitol grounds, that's something we are waiting to hear. But we've heard from the leadership that, yes, it will go on tonight. So it's going to be a late one. Joining us now, Yasmin Vasugian, outside the Capitol. And Yasmin, you've been walking all over the grounds and seeing how this protest, the waves have risen and now in some degree receded. What is the latest you're seeing now?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah, as you were coming to me, you talked about, some people are going to be asking the question of where's the response? Why are people able to breach the Capitol grounds? And this is the response now. This is what we are seeing now. And while they're making sure that everything is secure inside of the Capitol, where Casey was just reporting from, this is what's happening on the outside of the Capitol, where have they, at this point, been absolutely able to secure the grounds of the Capitol building. I mean, it was just a couple of hours ago that you had thousands of folks lined up here all the way up to those Capitol steps, breaching Capitol grounds, breaching the Capitol building, and now everybody has subsequently been pushed all the way back. I mean, at this point, Savannah, there's just a couple of hundred stragglers here. These folks, D.C. Metro Police, Capitol Police, the D.C. National Guard as well, as you see some of these guys with the flags on their chest, holding the shield, some of them from the D.C. National Guard, they have subsequently created this police line that they use, which is pro forma for these guys to use in their strategy of pushing folks back to disperse crowds. And as you and I were talking, I guess it was like an hour or so ago at this point, every 90 seconds or so, they were starting to push folks back. So they would march on the crowd, march on the rioters, march on the protesters to disperse them, push them back. And as they did in the beginning, it was much more confrontational. People were beginning to run. It was before the 6 p.m. curfew, and people were somewhat surprised by the presence of this major police line that seemed to have come out of nowhere. But then subsequently, as the night wore on, they kind of got used to what was happening, and the crowd was able to disperse more and more. Of course, with nightfall comes a lowering of temperature as well. It's pretty cold out here at this point. And so people, for the most part, have left. And I'm not sure where they've gone, but thousands of folks that were here on the lawn, on the Capitol Hill steps, they have now subsequently left with just a couple of hundred folks left. And this police line behind me, it has stayed fairly steady. They haven't moved from this point essentially since 6 p.m. curfew started. I'm not quite sure what the plan is for the rest of the night, what they plan to do, how long they plan to stay out here. I'm imagining they want to make sure that everybody goes home and abides by the 6 p.m. curfew. I do want to show you one other thing, Savannah, while I have you. So, Miguel, let's push in on some of these barriers over here, these metal barriers, these gates, right? So there was one point, Savannah, sorry, I was just catching my breath. There was one point where the protesters and the rioters, they took a bunch of these metal gates and these barriers, and they tried to set up a barrier themselves to create a partition or a blockade between themselves and this police line. Well, it didn't work, to tell a long story short. And the police were able to breach that barrier and subsequently push through and make sure that the protesters and the rioters were staying back. So that's where we're at this point, Savannah. Okay. We're going to be here all night, yes, making sure that we stay on top of things as they progress. And of course, as I keep saying, things are changing by the minute at this point.
They are. Stay safe. Thank you, Yasmin. We so appreciate it. I just got a note here that Twitter's safety has locked the account of the president. So I'll just read you the statement. It comes from Twitter Safety. As a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we have required the removal of 3 @RealDonaldTrump tweets that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. And then it goes on to say this means that the account of Real Donald Trump will be locked for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. If the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's our White House correspondent. Kristen, needless to say, this is the president's preferred mode of communication, and in fact was the venue in which he released a statement a little bit earlier in which he said the protesters should go home, but also continued to allege that the election was fraudulent and stolen, which of course it was not.
That's right, Savannah. This is yet another extraordinary development in a day that has been filled with so many. Twitter deciding to lock the account of the President of the United States. He had tweeted twice today, as you rightfully point out. Both tweets reiterated those false claims of widespread voter fraud. He also put out a video that was flagged by Twitter earlier in the day in which he echoed similar comments but did urge his supporters to be peaceful. I have to tell you that what we have seen here behind the scenes, based on my conversations with a number of top officials, is an urgent effort to try to get the president to come out and publicly to say something that is more forceful than that, both from current and former officials. Savannah, let me just read you a few. Alyssa Farah, who tweeted out earlier today to Trump supporters basically saying, I am one of you, but she said, I need you to hear me. Quote, the election was not stolen. We lost. Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff here, tweeting out, the president's tweet is not enough. He can stop this now and needs to do exactly that. Tell these folks to go home. We also saw tweets from Kellyanne Conway, a former top advisor here, as well as members of the president's family, who essentially urged the people who were storming the Capitol to be peaceful and to stand down, to go home. So that was the counter messaging that we were hearing from President Trump, these very clear messages to those who were storming the Capitol, and this very mixed messaging that we were getting from President Trump. So I can tell you the effort continues here to try to get the president to speak out in a forceful way, but I don't anticipate that's going to happen tonight, Savannah. We just got what is referred to as a full lid here at the White House, which means it is almost unlikely and impossible that we would hear from President Trump, at least that we would hear him speak. And now that his Twitter account has been locked down, it's hard to see that that would happen either. And just to take a step back, I would remind people about how this day started with the president addressing his throngs of supporters here at the nation's capital, reiterating those false claims of fraud and trying to apply pressure to Vice President Mike Pence to get him to block the election results that were going to be read today on Capitol Hill, something that he cannot do, something that Pence was quite clear today he does not have the authority to do.
Hey, Kristen, it's Lester. As you talk about these calls for the president to be more forceful in his condemnation of all this, who is he listening to right now? We know he's been huddled around a group that have been encouraging him to continue to fight the election, but is there anyone in his immediate orbit who might be pointing him in that direction?
Well, we know that among the people he has spoken to today and who have been advising him most closely, his chief of staff, of course, Mark Meadows, and then his family members, Ivanka Trump, one of the people who he listens to most closely, Jared Kushner, another one. And so we know that he has been speaking with these people, but the question is, will he listen to his family members? Will he listen to his top aides? And so far, he has not. So far, he has, again, put forward this very mixed messaging, reiterated some of his very heated rhetoric, and at the same time trying to urge peace, saying that we are the party of law and order. So will he listen? That remains to be seen. I can tell you, Lester, that heading into today, there was a real effort to try to get the president to view today and what was supposed to happen on Capitol Hill, which was the reading of the Electoral College votes and then the declaration of President-elect Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. The president's aides and allies were trying to get him to see this day as really his last stand, as the last airing of his grievances. One person telling me privately, look, we understand this process and we understand the reality. Joe Biden's going to be the next president. And so there is an effort behind the scenes here to get the president to, if he's not going to concede publicly, at least to accept that and to try to move forward with his next steps. What will that look like? He has talked about a potential run for himself in 2024, but it's just not clear what his next steps are, what his off-ramp is here at the White House, Lester.
All right,
and
Kristen, thanks very much. And we've seen these pictures of people occupying some of these offices, and shocking as they may be, as I pointed out earlier, they're also potential evidence. I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. Pete, there have been various descriptions of, how do you characterize these folks? Some have called them terrorists. The police have called them rioters. But in the eyes of the law, what kind of jeopardy are they in, these folks who stormed the Capitol?
Well, the ones who simply went into the Capitol are in jeopardy of being charged with, believe it or not, trespassing on government property. And I think that's one of the reasons why you didn't see more of an aggressive law enforcement response early on to try to arrest people. The law enforcement people were simply way outnumbered, and to stop and make arrests is a big consumption of manpower resources. And it may well be that the Capitol Police just said, what we need to do is get these people out of here. Let's not worry about making arrests now. Now, the folks who we've seen smashing windows trying to break into the House floor. They face more serious charges of destruction of government property. And my guess is, in talking to the law enforcement people I've talked to tonight, the government will be going through the vast numbers of still pictures of these, the ones that we've been seeing all day, the ones that exist from Capitol security cameras as well, and trying to get those people identified and arrested. Some were wearing masks, but as you saw from the pictures earlier, many were not. So that's the kind of jeopardy they face. Now, there are also more serious things being investigated. There were 2 improvised explosive devices, homemade pipe bombs in essence. We don't know whether they were working devices or not, found outside the headquarters of the Republican and separate Democratic national committees, both of which have their offices on Capitol Hill. The RNC is right near the House office buildings. The DNC is a little further away. Those were both identified and destroyed. And then, of course, we have the most serious thing of all, the shooting of a woman who was inside the Capitol building. She died of her injuries a couple of hours later at a D.C. hospital. We still don't know the circumstances of the shooting. We don't know which law enforcement agency had the officer who shot her. We know it was a law enforcement shot. What we've been told is the woman was trying to climb up onto a ledge over a doorway. One congressman has said she was trying to get onto the House floor. We just don't know if that was the case or not. The D.C. police still have not identified her, but that seems to be the most serious thing that happened today. But back to your question, Lester, you know, surprisingly, these are not that serious charges potentially that these folks face for the most part, except for those who were the most destructive and were clearly out to do some damage.
All right, Pete Williams. Thanks, Pete.
Joining us now on the line, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. He's currently in a secure location with other senators. Sir, I'm glad you're able to talk to us. We're glad you're safe. First of all, just give me your what you witnessed today from your perspective. What did you see happen? What did you hear?
You bet. We were on the floor of the Senate in, of course, at a very unusual moment when we were holding a debate with basically all the senators there listening to each other, 5 minutes apiece, people presenting their case for why they were objecting to the Arizona votes, and people responding quite vigorously as to why this was absolutely outside the Constitution and inappropriate and damaging to our republic. And that debate, to have everyone present and engaged in that fashion, very rare moment. And then we heard a commotion outside the doors of the corridor that lead between the House and the Senate. And it's not that unusual to have a commotion. We sometimes have protesters up in the balcony who disrupt things, who unfold banners or start shouting to disrupt the proceedings, and they'll be escorted out by the police. And so I think most of us assumed it was something like that. The balconies themselves were essentially empty because of the COVID restrictions. So perhaps there were protesters just outside, a small group being disruptive. Then an individual opened the door, ran up to the dais, asked the vice president to gavel down the session, swept him away, and obviously we knew at that moment that things were dramatically different, that we were facing some very serious threat, not just a few people who were trying to create a disruption. Yeah. So that's how it began earlier today.
Well, and as night falls on the Capitol, it's our understanding that members of Congress, senators, members of the House are looking to reconvene and continue this work of certifying the electoral vote. What do you know about that? What are the plans tonight?
We are absolutely determined to get back on the Senate floor. There's a lot of discussion among the members here if we could convene here in this secure location, but I think the sense has been symbolically we want to be back on the Senate floor, complete our work tonight to show that the rioters, really the hooligans who sought to disrupt the actions today have failed to do so. We will complete our work tonight.
I won't ask you where you are. I know it's a secure location, but I would love if you could tell me what it's like in that room. How many senators are there? Are you talking? Is there tension because of what's unfolded today?
There are lots of discussions between members. Much of our work here is way too segregated. Lunch times, the Republicans have a Republican lunch every day we're here. We sit on opposite sides of the committee rooms. We sit on opposite sides of the floor. There just isn't the interaction among members that there needs to be to help bridge the partisan chasm and get work done. We're really in a situation of many hours in the same room. It's very unusual, and just there are a lot of bipartisan discussions going on. Of course, our Republican colleagues were split on this issue of disrupting the vote today. Some of them had a very strong intention to want to support this vision of the president, that they're, to say that they were with the base, which has been hearing that there were horrific systemic shenanigans that have cheated the president out of his office. And others, knowing that this was false, misleading, were very opposed to any participation in that at all. So you have a deep split of the Republican caucus. You have a very united Democratic caucus saying this is just so completely wrong. The Constitution calls upon us to witness the counting, but it does not call on us to be able to throw votes out and thereby try to deliberately send the decision to the House where Trump would have been put in office for 4 more years. This is really an attempted coup.
Is there any sense among your colleagues there and the Republican side that given the events of today and this extraordinary situation where they had to be evacuated and the work of Congress stopped, will they continue to mount the objection? Are they trying to think of a different path? Or do you think you'll convene tonight and it'll be just as it would have been, 7 hours ago?
No, it will not be the same at all. I know the Republican group that had objected is talking to each other. Some of them were conveying to me that they were determined that they not object to any other states, and they thought that they had most, if not all, the Republican senators on board for that. Obviously, it takes only one senator to object to a state to send us back into deliberation on that, counting that state's electoral votes. So it has to be unanimous. I suspect they will succeed. They will say any arguments we wanted to present have been presented over Arizona. And actually, the arguments under election law says a senator can object on the basis that a state's electoral votes have not been properly certified, or that the information was incorrectly presented, and no case was made that either of these two things that had happened. The case was simply this: there is a mob across America that believes what the president is saying, and we want to show we're listening to them. So we're going to disrupt this process and participate in this effort to send the decision to the House of Representatives. What I heard among this room today was senators saying, well, we didn't really mean to participate in that. We just wanted to protest to show the Trump base that we were paying attention to them. We never intended to go that far as to actually try to send something to the floor. That is to send it to the House for a decision and therefore basically put Trump back in office for 4 years. In other words, destroy the will of the people, if you will. And so people are rethinking how they're framing their position, but really what we have here are Republican leaders who failed to stand up to the president and saying you're lying to the people. Instead, they often supported that notion, joined in that effort, failed to stand up when leadership demanded that people stand up.
Well, Senator, we appreciate your time. It's going to be a long one for you. We'll be watching. Keep us posted on what transpires, and thank you again. We're glad you're safe and your colleagues are safe.
Thank you very much, and take care.
Thank you.
NBC law enforcement analyst and former Seattle police chief Carmen Best, I believe, is with us. Is she with us?
I am here.
You are here. Great. Thank you so much for being with us. Watching what transpired today and thinking 2 weeks from now, we'll be looking at an inauguration at that very same spot outside. What is your level of concern as a law enforcement professional?
Well, obviously, what we saw today was absolutely surreal and just reprehensible. I don't think anyone could have quite imagined it to be as violent as it was. Certainly, I know that other law enforcement officials who are looking at this will be ramped up, if you will, to make sure that they have sufficient resources available. And I imagine security will be extremely tight, come January 20th, given what we've seen today at the in D.C. here.
Let's talk about the intelligence about what this group might have done, given what was out there on social media. Does it appear that something was missed?
Well, it's easy to, we're very early on, it's easy to make those types of suppositions. But, I imagine there was a lot of security around, inside the facility. And when these folks showed up, I know as being a former chief, my first priority would be to make sure that we could account for all the electeds and get them out of the facility and out of harm's way, that there weren't any hostage situations. All of those things are potential problems that you have to account for early on, and then deal with some of the property damage and other issues and trespassing and whatnot that was occurring. So I think there'll be a very thorough review of all the responses, of how quickly people were able to respond, of the mutual aid that was able to get there and how it was handled. But I'm certain that when things began, that they were very concerned about the health and the welfare of the electeds inside the building.
Yeah, and at that point when things are happening, it did seem for a long time that everything was kind of left in place, people inside, people outside, and then this evening with the curfew, things began to move. Was that ultimately, did that make the most sense to bring in as much mutual aid as you described as possible before actually moving to clear the area?
Yeah, very much so. The last thing you need is to have the officers overrun because of a lack of resources. So they were going to need to have as much personnel, including the National Guard, on hand to assist with the large numbers and crowds that they had. And even in those situations, you need to use some sort of less lethal munitions to help disperse the crowd and get them out of the area.
All right, listen, we thank you for sharing your expertise on this, and I think a lot of questions will be asked in the days to come, but we appreciate the insight. We want to go to NBC's Frank Thorpe now on Capitol Hill, and Frank, you were locked down for a good part of the day. When were you and the others finally allowed to leave?
We were locked down in our studios, in our booths in the Capitol for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Told that we were not allowed to leave, and also that we were to stay away from windows, try to stay away from the hallways, and to be honest, that was a good warning, because when I went into the hallways, there were rioters walking through the hallways, and they were going to the chamber. They were in the chamber. The video that I was shot and was airing earlier. This was a situation where it was an unprecedented situation. And I have to say, there's a level of sadness. There's a level of sadness here in the Capitol from lawmakers and aides who are just surprised and shocked that this happened. They're just stunned that something like this could happen to a building that they consider to be so secure and is so important to the happenings of the U.S. government. So we were evacuated from the Capitol and brought to a secure area in the Senate office building. And that's where also senators were also housed as well. But those senators are currently headed back to the Capitol to proceed with these proceedings, to continue on with the count. So I just have to say, it's just a stunning and shocking day, and there's just a sad feeling within the Capitol, not only with lawmakers, but with aides as well.
Yeah, Frank, the way this day was laid out, we're told typically this ceremonial counting of the electoral votes typically goes about a half hour. We knew there would be these Republican challenges today, leading to 2-hour debates for each state challenge. Even with them coming back to work tonight, will they hang on to that model? Do we have a sense of even whether the objectors might consolidate their arguments for the sake of time, or are we looking at something that could stretch easily into tomorrow morning?
So there is an indication that they could try to consolidate these objections into maybe one debate. That's currently being discussed, but we should know that very soon. I think Republicans and Democrats are very, very angry with this situation. They're upset with this situation. They don't want it to drag on any longer than it has to. And this is a situation where if that means that they've been having these conversations and they can actually condense these arguments and they know what the outcome will be in the end, they're going to go ahead and try to nip this in the bud. They'll have a debate and they'll end up voting on one of these objections, and hopefully that will be enough for the senators, the Republican senators and the Republican House members to be able to say that they're okay with the fact that they were able to have their voice heard and they had their vote, and they can go and accept the vote count for the Electoral College.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk that some of the objectors may have a political expediency and their own futures in mind, and of course political expediency is nothing new to these chambers. That said, is this now being looked at as a potential political risk to keep pushing this hand?
I'm sorry, Lester, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it considered a political risk for some to keep pushing this hand, and then maybe withdrawal is the better part of valor?
Well, I think that there's a political risk in general. I mean, I think that Republicans were kind of trying to figure out the political risk on both sides of this. If there was, if you're joining objectors, you're trying to appease yourself to the Trump base. A lot of the senators and lawmakers who were joining the objectors were the ones that were up for re-election, who have to face Trump voters, the Trump base, in the next 2 years. So, but this is also a situation where this has gotten out of hand. It just has, and I think that they recognize that. And so this is, the debate has already begun on this first objection for Arizona. It has to be completed. But the question is whether or not they go through with the rest of the objections, up to 5 more. And I think that there is a sense that they could finish this debate and vote after this one debate and feel like they've had their voice heard here and that they can move on.
All right, Frank Thorpe, thank you. Thanks very much.
And Lester, I mean, I think where Frank is right now is notable. He's been allowed back into the Capitol complex, and the vice president's press secretary has said that Vice President Pence has returned now to the Senate. He never left the Capitol grounds and was in regular contact with the Capitol Police, and they are now going to finish the people's business. That is according to the vice president's press secretary, and we're being told that staff and press are being allowed back in. And they're, I don't know if we have the video yet to show you, but we're pulling it right now, which is, this is a day that was mostly ceremony, certainly in years past, where there's this process of certifying these physical electoral votes that are sent from the 50 states into the Capitol. And those electoral votes, in the heat of that moment, we heard from our correspondents in the field, were whisked away as the senators were held onto this precious box of the American vote. And that electoral vote box has now been returned to the Capitol. And so the pieces are in place. As I go to Hallie Jackson, our White House correspondent, the people are in place for the United States Congress to reconvene, to open up again, turn the lights back on, and get the will of the American people underway.
And it's possible, ultimately, Savannah, that we may see this process wrap up if, in fact, this goes the way that Frank and Casey and our other team members were talking about, wrap up earlier than we thought it would have when we started the morning, when you and I were talking on the Today Show about this. What's notable here, and let me focus in on what you were just talking about as it relates to Vice President Pence and that statement from his press secretary, ending, of course, with the line about how we will finish the people's business. The vice president's office names a number of notable people that the vice president was in contact with while he was in lockdown at the Capitol, not returning back to the White House, including House and Senate leadership, Capitol Police, the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, trying to facilitate efforts, he says, to secure the Capitol. Do you know what's missing there? No mention of President Trump. That's not to say that the vice president was not in communication with the president, but it is interesting that it's not named here. We saw something rather similar from the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, somebody who you imagine would be involved perhaps in the briefing of the president, in the coalescing around what the federal response would and should be here. O'Brien, again, making no mention of President Trump, but instead praising Vice President Pence for his actions and what he's been doing. There are dynamics at play here politically. I've been told, and our team has been told by sources familiar, that Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been one of the chief people sort of corralling information and funneling information to and from the president in the West Wing as this has all unfolded. But you're right. The people are in place. This will move on. Doesn't mean President Trump is going to, like it any more than he already has. He's so far, and it needs to be said here, he has issued a series of tweets, as you noted at the top of this broadcast here, some of which have been removed. His Twitter account is now locked for the next 12 hours. We cannot hear from him on Twitter because of how that platform has suggested his tweets are so incendiary. There is the potential that his entire Twitter account will be suspended permanently if he continues to issue the kinds of tweets he's been issuing. Through all of this, and including through that video that the president issued, that taped message that was taped by his staff, not by members of the media who were present, the president really hasn't had a tough word to say about the people, the rioters who stormed the Capitol. In fact, the opposite. He said, "We love you." He said essentially that he believes they're special, great patriots is one of the words he used to describe that tweet. Absolutely antithetical to the language that others have been using, including many Republicans, to describe what we have seen unfold at the Capitol. And so this is, the president thinks this is going to be a day that will be remembered forever. It sure will be, but not for the reasons he thinks, Savannah.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much.
Let's go to NBC News national security analyst Frank Figliuzzi. Frank, you and I spoke early into this afternoon. First of all, you're surprised at how quickly, once they moved in more firepower, if you will, that they reclaimed control of the Capitol grounds. Oh, apparently we don't have Frank. I apologize. Let's bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, just your thoughts about this people's business, if you will, this counting of the electoral votes is going to take place.
Yes, I'm very struck by the determination of both the House and the Senate, the Vice President, to get this done, and that they are going to stay as long as it takes. It's really encouraging to see that the pictures that are emerging, we've seen pictures from right outside the Senate chamber that Garrett Haake has just posted, that they are back inside in the main Capitol, not just in the adjacent office buildings across the street. I think that you're going to see a move in the House for impeachment. I didn't think so initially because it's so close, only days before he actually leaves office. But the feeling is that there has to be some price to be paid. And now Lawrence Tribe, who has a lot of support as a constitutional scholar among Democrats, is proposing an impeachment motion on the House floor, which Democrats could certainly get the votes for, but no trial in the Senate. And certainly abuse of power, which is one of the basic impeachment charges, would be something that could be argued. So I would not discount the possibility of something as strong as impeachment, at least as a symbolic gesture.
Yeah, hold on.
This is not acceptable.
Hold on one second, Andrea. So without a Senate trial, so it would just be an impeachment.
He was impeached once without being convicted and without a trial in which there was no evidence presented, or they didn't have the ability to present any evidence. So you could vote an article of impeachment, one or more articles of impeachment, and then it just means that he's been impeached twice. The feeling is so strong, Lester. These people, when you realize they were on the floor, literally crouching on the floor under their desks, in the House and Senate, grabbing gas masks, seeing their staff, their young staff members, terrified by what was going on, and the violation of the sacred space that these chambers are in our history. Watching those images as we were on the air all afternoon, watching the protesters going through Statuary Hall, climbing on the statues, perched in Pelosi's office. The damage to our psyche, as well as the physical damage, is just so profound that I don't think this is acceptable. And the Confederate flag, as you saw, going through Statuary Hall. There's a lot of reason to think. I think, Savannah, also, the fact that the president was silent for so long, and then when he did issue that video and subsequent tweets, he still kept talking about how fraudulent the election was, lying about it, and that's why Twitter has locked his account for 12 hours.
Yeah, those are words that will not extinguish the flames, but will fan them, which is why Twitter evidently chose to lock the account and until he deletes those tweets. We have some news breaking out of the White House, has to do with the First Lady's press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who was at one time was the president's press secretary, resigning, Hallie, resigning over what transpired today in Washington. Tell us more.
Because of the violence here. Yes, Stephanie Grisham, who was actually the First Lady's chief of staff, basically the right-hand woman, if you will, to Melania Trump. And, of course, the former White House press secretary didn't hold briefings, but she held that position, leaving her job now because of the violence on the Hill. I'm going to read you her statement that is on the record now to our Monica Alba here on the White House team, saying, "It has been an honor to serve the country in the White House. I am very proud to have been a part of Mrs. Trump's mission to help children everywhere and proud of the many accomplishments of this administration." Savannah, there are those who will certainly say Ms. Grisham is going to be out of a job in 2 weeks anyway, and so consider the timing here. Yet it is absolutely undeniable that this is certainly the most drastic and significant action that we've seen from any member of President Trump's orbit. We've seen tweets, we've seen statements. We now are seeing a top official, and she is a top official, departing her position, resigning basically in protest because of the scene that we've seen unfolding. Go ahead, Savannah.
Well, Hallie, I mean, you mentioned tweets. We had the former communications director at the White House up until a couple of months ago, Alyssa Farah, saying on Twitter to MAGA Nation, Make America Great Again Nation, I'm one of you, but this is too much. It's too far. Right. The election wasn't stolen. I mean, you're talking to folks inside the White House. What are they saying? I mean, what is the mood of folks around the president?
Yes, Savannah, they're not happy about it. At least the folks I've been talking to and the folks that our team members are talking to, one source familiar with the president's activities, as we were having this conversation, said, you know, there have been a lot of difficult days. There have been a lot of challenging days in Washington over the last 4 years. This is the toughest. And I think that encapsulates the sense of people inside the White House. And I think what you're seeing from Stephanie Grisham is an indication of that. Now, again, critics will argue this is hardly a profile in courage. She knows she no longer has a gig coming up on January 20th. That said, you have to remember who Stephanie Grisham is. Savannah, she is somebody who frankly, I knew from my days covering the Trump campaign back in the day. She was one of the, original people in the president's orbit. When she was the press secretary, she had access to the president. She traveled with him often. She is somebody who knows, everybody in the complex is very familiar with the West Wing.
She's a street fighter, right? Right, Hallie? I mean, she was very loyal to the president.
That's her whole thing.
Yes.
Right. It would issue, and the First Lady, too, would issue these statements that were just sort of scathing, blasting, the media, very much a fierce defender of the people that she worked for. So for her to take this step, I think is certainly significant, despite, I think, some of the criticism that you'll see.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's go to political director, moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, I'd love to hear what I know your ears to the ground. I'm sure you heard what Senator Merkley said. It sure sounded like conversations inside that Senate room where the senators are had been being held in lockdown was centering around whether Republicans could come to a way for Republican senators to mount their objections but move on. It sure seemed like what Senator Merkley, who's a Democrat, was hearing from the Republican side was they're looking to wrap this up. What had initially been planned or expected has been changed dramatically in light of what we saw today.
Well, look, I talked to somebody who's pretty close to a couple of these senators that were in this group of ones that wanted to object. If you recall, it's up to about a dozen. And the appetite has disappeared among pretty much all of them, except what I can't get is a clear read on Josh Hawley, who, of course, was the leader of this, and Ted Cruz. But sort of everybody else involved, it's my understanding, they're for standing down. They're for looking for an escape hatch here, for realizing they know that they're in a bit over their skis, if you will. So, maybe there's a way that they can put the objection in the record. Savannah, you see that. I'll have the rest of my statement. I'll submit to the congressional record. Something like that. Perhaps there's something like that they can do that sort of allows people to record their piece instead of necessarily saying their piece. But it is my understanding that there is some work being done to try to figure out how to bring this to a quicker conclusion.
But Chuck, it's Lester here. Is there still fear, though, of the Trump base? That's what drove a lot of this opposition we saw today, because of the power of that base.
Right. Look, there is, and I think that's one of the issues, and it's perhaps one of the issues why I can't get a clear read on Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz here. And look, you could hear it. You know, you spoke to Lester, Mark Wayne Mullen, and I think earlier he's a sort of a devoted pro-Trump member of Congress who's not even acknowledging that it was Trump people in the Capitol creating this violence. So, look, there is a disconnect still among many of these elected officials who are in denial that it was Trump people who did this. And so that barrier has to be there, and that gets at what you're talking about, Lester, which is this is still, many of these elected Republicans are just live in fear of a Trump tweet or this base, which is why you wonder here if they don't hold him accountable in some way, whether it's what Andrea described, an impeachment without a trial, whether it is the 25th Amendment for the last 10 days here, whether it is simply a censure, having the president censured by Congress, not holding this moment accountable look, I mean, we've talked about, we have lived 5 years where we said, hey, you know, at some point, you know, if you don't stop with these words here, it's going to lead to this. It's going to lead to this. Well, and not having a guardrail on this one. God help us what message we're sending for the future.
Well, in literally the final 2 weeks, and you know, this is it. It's kind of the time to speak up or forever hold your peace. We just got to that end, a statement from James Mattis, the former defense secretary, who says, and it's quite blunt, I'll read part of it, today's violent assault on our Capitol, an effort to subjugate American democracy by mob rule, was fomented by Mr. Trump. His use of the presidency to destroy trust in our election and to poison our respect for fellow citizens has been enabled by pseudo-political leaders whose names will live in infamy as profiles in cowardice. It goes on, but this is striking, Chuck. You know, James Mattis, a former military man, former defense secretary, generally speaking, has held his tongue, but not in this statement.
He has, and been criticized for it. Right? There's been many people, there have been a lot of people who have been tougher on the president than Secretary Mattis and General Mattis. And look, he had his own reasons for it. You know, he felt, being a four-star general, that he had to choose his words carefully. But this is a pretty powerful statement. And I can tell you, I know behind the scenes, whether it's General Mattis, whether it's people like General Milley, former Chief of Staff John Kelly, there is a lot of concern among that group about this president's fitness right now and temperament. You know, that's the other question here. I mean, you know, we have a temperament issue. He apparently is sort of not acknowledging the role of any of this here. This is a serious conversation that people in power need to be having with us.
You have to wonder if he will if he holds any more water with Mitch McConnell after that really impassioned speech he made before the riots broke out, when he was arguing against this opposition. At that moment, it was clear that he was setting the president to sail on his own.
No, there's no doubt. And at this point, though, given what happened today and the president's behavior and his response to it and his blame for it, how does any upstanding elected official on the Republican side of the aisle stand with this man anymore? And I do think in some ways, he actually, you know, we just talked about this fear of Trump. I think this is a day that isn't, you know, we've said, boy, this is the moment, and I'm always hesitating. Oh, this is the moment that everybody cuts Trump loose, or this is the moment that everybody figures out this guy's been selling a lot of malarkey. And so I hesitate to say this, but I think this is a sea change moment, and I just don't think the mainstream elected Republicans here, I think there isn't going to be comfort standing next to him anymore. Well, and so I wonder if the president is fully aware of that yet.
Well, Chuck, it is the final hour, as mentioned. And speaking of the hour, in about 12 minutes, 8 o'clock Eastern time, the United States Senate will reconvene. And we're told that Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, the majority leader, will be the first to address the chamber and address remarkable events of today. And on any other day, the big story, Casey, would be the elections, the runoff elections in Georgia, which today were decided and have made the Democrats, the new 2 senators that are Democrats, will mean Democrats take control of the United States Senate. And so all of this tension is the backdrop of what has unfolded today.
That's right, Savannah. It is pretty incredible that this is the reality that we are facing here. And I will say, I think that the politics of that, when we got here this morning, NBC News had yet to call the Senate for Democrats, but it was widely expected that that was what was going to happen. And there was actually a pretty jovial mood among Democrats, and Republicans, I think, were chastened a bit and felt as though it was a clear rebuke of President Trump. And I think that that sense has actually carried through the day in a way that is helping to explain some of what is playing out at the Capitol right now, because it's clear that as a country we are having a reckoning with what we have seen and witnessed, and I think we're all just beginning to kind of grapple with what has unfolded here today. But there is a truth that the country had rejected the politics of the last 4 years. Donald Trump lost the election. Joe Biden won the election. And we had just learned that Democrats, to the surprise of most people here, are going to take control of the Senate. Democrats are going to control all of the levers of power. And it takes a significant shift to go from an all-Republican government to one that is controlled by the opposite party. And so I think that's part of what you're seeing as Republicans are trying to decide, okay, how do we move forward here? It is clear that the country is sending us a message that we need to do something differently here from a political perspective. And now you have this incredibly stark illustration of just how dangerous it is if you allow misinformation to go unchecked, that the president is able to mobilize his supporters in this way, in a way that has threatened their safety, frankly, and also their ability to do their jobs and to govern and to perform the duties that they were elected to fulfill. So I think that's part of why you're seeing this determination. We're expecting Mitch McConnell now to speak on the Senate floor at 8 o'clock. You saw those electors, the boxes, going back to the Senate chamber. Remember, that is officially what they came here to do today, to take those electors out of their envelopes, to read them out loud, and to declare Joe Biden the president-elect. So they're going to start up that business again in a show of force, I think, in the face of these protests in just a little while, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News national security analyst Frank Figluzzi. Frank, good to have you on here. Things after several hours of the siege, when nothing seemed to be happening, these officers moved very quickly to retake, if you will, the Capitol, and now we see this session about to resume. What are your thoughts?
Well, my initial thoughts are that there were insufficient resources at first, so I'm glad to see the clearing and retaking of the Capitol. But I'm saddened that we are really watching a security failure that played out earlier. It's not an intelligence failure, because this should not have been a surprise to law enforcement. Those who monitor and track extremist groups, violent groups like Proud Boys and others, saw this coming, saw it about 2 weeks ago, even talked specifically of how to overwhelm the Capitol Police. So we've got a lot of questions tonight, Lester, about why this had to happen this way.
Is it clear to you or clear to anyone in law enforcement exactly how this played out in terms of, was this a splinter group and followers? No, I'm not sure that it really makes a difference ultimately, but the origins of this?
Social media played a huge role in organizing this and what played out today. So we're seeing elements of Proud Boys, particularly travel out of leadership of Proud Boys in Virginia. But travel and transportation was organized from throughout the eastern half of the United States and even more outlying areas. And then other groups joined on and exploited it. As you usually see in a type of crisis like this, people just exploited it for their own benefit. So we'll need to weed through this. There'll be a massive investigation of this. There's lots of video, lots of social media. People will meet serious federal consequences for what was done today.
Frank, it's Savannah. Can I ask you a question? I'm looking at these images, people taking, barricades or chairs or whatever, literally breaking the windows of the United States Capitol, rushing the guards, going past the metal detectors. I mean, can security in and around the nation's capital, the president and our lawmakers ever really be the same again? I mean, there's this presumption, this big show of force, this mighty force. You could never get past it. You wouldn't even dare to try. And now, here today, this very thing has happened. And it just makes me wonder what has to happen now and what assumptions need to be re-examined in terms of, how we're securing the nation's capital. It's a kind of, it's so different, but it does remind me of 9/11 in the sense of, when we looked back at it, we said it was a failure of imagination. We never really imagined that people would attempt that kind of attack. Did we imagine that, a big band of protesters would just roll right through and seemingly be able to do so?
Savannah, you've raised a question that really causes us to reflect on the past 4 years and so many of the premises and assumptions that we, as a nation, we've relied upon that have been wrong. And in the security realm, I think this day will serve as a place we'll point to in the future and say, that's when things changed about institutional security, about how we preserve democracy from a physical level as well as from a figurative level. And I think, sadly, I'm saddened to even be talking about this, but sadly, we are now moving forward into a place where we have to start considering whether we might someday end up with a permanent insurgency in our country, a permanent disenfranchised group prone to violence because they feel they're not part of the system. We've seen this play out in other nations, whether it's Colombia or Spain with Basque separatists, even in U.S. territory of Puerto Rico, where there's a separatist movement that in the past has been violent. We've got to ask ourselves whether it's time to wake up and realize that our security posture needs to be changed.
Yeah, but what does that mean? I mean, remember the fence jumping incidents at the White House years ago, and they kept making the fence higher and higher.
What about the party crashers at the White House? Remember that in the Obama administration?
Yeah, and which gets back to your point of everything seems super secure, and
is it an illusion of security, or is it security, Frank?
Well, let me tell you this. We have something in the security field in the government called a National Security Special Event. We designate the Super Bowl every year a National Security Special Event. That means the Secret Service takes over in terms of physical security. The FBI stages all kinds of response and detection. All intelligence resources are put toward it. We saw this coming. The intelligence community should have seen this coming. It was there. And we should have designated this a kind of national security special event and had those resources in place to battle and defeat what the intel was telling us was likely to happen. It's that kind of posture that I'm talking about moving forward.
All right, Frank Figliuzzi, our national security analyst, thank you so much.
Let's go to Yasmin Vasugian outside the Capitol. Yasmin, as the members of Congress prepare to resume their session, what is it like outside? Are there any hangers-on, or have they totally cleared the area?
They haven't totally cleared the area, no. There's certainly some stragglers, some hanger-oners, or hangers-on at this point. And the police have basically created layers, like barriers. As I was talking to Savannah a little bit earlier, and you, Lester, as well, we were a lot closer to the Capitol than we are now. We've now made our way much further away from the Capitol. And the way in which they've set up these police barriers, if I could quickly take you through it, is there's about 3 police barriers, I believe, at this point. Here's one right in front of me. You see D.C. Metro Police lined up here. Beyond that, there's yet another police barrier a little ways down, I guess, 100 or 200 feet. I'm not great at math, but away from where I'm standing now. And then beyond that, there's yet another police barrier as well, where we were standing a few hours or so ago. And then there are those buses way far down, Miguel, if you could push it on those buses. And I was talking to a police officer over here asking, what are those buses here for? And that is for folks that are subject to arrest if, in fact, they're violating the curfew. Well, there are people out right now violating the curfew because the curfew is 6 p.m. No arrests at this point, it seems, have been made, but that could begin to happen if people do not disperse once and for all. Again, there are stragglers. At this point, there is nowhere near the numbers that we saw hours ago with the thousands upon thousands of folks that were lined up all the way up the Capitol steps into the building. There are hangers-on at this point, but they really want to make sure, especially with the joint session resuming inside of the Capitol soon, that all folks do disperse and abide by the mayor's curfew. So we're going to wait and see how things are changing. And as I've been saying, every time I speak with you guys, by the minute, things are continuing to change. But at this point, I'm confident in saying things are calm.
Yeah,
things are okay.
Certainly a lot more law enforcement out there than what we were witnessing earlier.
We're glad to hear it. And in about a minute from now, the United States Senate will reconvene after a day that will go down in history. Senator McConnell, the Republican leader, majority leader, is expected to speak first. And our reporters are saying he's already on the Senate floor. So that's about a minute away. And yet there is some suspense about how this all will unfold. There's still the business to be done of opening and certifying the electoral votes that were sent in by the states as is prescribed by the Constitution. In years past, this was a pro forma exercise, largely ceremonial, and we saw even those envelopes brought in a box that this morning had to be whisked away with members of Congress as protesters stormed the Capitol, stopped the United States government from operating for several hours until now. 8 o'clock Eastern, as we come to the top of the hour, we will join the Senate in progress as Senator McConnell takes the floor. But we'll hear what he has to say and see what happens in terms of, Lester, these proceedings that have to be done under our Constitution. We've got to certify the votes. Will the objections go on? Will they go on in the same form that they would have?
Will they consolidate them? Is one possibility to move things along. This is where I got on, by the way, this afternoon. We were covering what we thought was the counting of the votes. And very quickly, as they went down, they got to Arizona. And that was the first challenge, a member of the House, a member of the Senate, Ted Cruz. And that, of course, meant they could break up into these separate, back in their separate chambers. That's where they were when all this broke out today. So the House members were debating, the members of the Senate were debating, and presumably they had not finished with Arizona yet.
No, and I mean, it takes two to tango. So under these rules, under the Constitution, you need a member of the House and a member of the Senate to lodge an objection to one of the state's electoral votes. That happened today, as we saw. And so that process was beginning where there would be debate in each separate chamber. Now, what we're not sure about is when the Senate convenes, will they fast track it? Will they say, OK, we've debated this, and now let's just get back to counting the votes in a more perfunctory way, the kind of way that had been done in years past. But at the same time, Andrea Mitchell reported that some Democrats are talking about, whether it be tonight or another night, passing articles of impeachment against the president on the basis of what transpired today. So, again, a lot of suspense about what will happen when business reconvenes here at the Capitol.
I think one telling thing today, and again, this is before the riots began, when the Senate began to argue the question, it was Mitch McConnell spoke first and then Chuck Schumer. They found themselves on the same page because McConnell was making a very passionate plea that don't do this. This is threatening the republic. You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing your party, your country. Very emotional, almost sounding at points like he was on the verge of tears. So you wonder what conversations he has had this evening with other members of the Senate who maybe want to still go forward with these oppositions, that maybe he's been able to persuade them. That's what we're kind of waiting for.
Well, and remember, Senator McConnell, who has stood steadfastly by the president throughout this administration, had urged his colleagues late last year not to do this, to just go ahead and let this proceeding take place as it always had on January 6th. But Josh Hawley was the first, the senator from Missouri, to say, no, I'm going to object. And that led to more than a dozen senators following suit. And we saw several members of the House willing to do so as well. But Senator McConnell, you know, this was probably the most forceful statement we've ever seen him make against the president. That was before everything that transpired. And don't forget the political background here as well. The Democrats won both runoff elections in Georgia today, meaning that in a couple of days, it will be the Democrats who have the control over the United States Senate. It won't be Majority Leader Mitch McConnell anymore. It'll be Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
This is going to day we are going to remember for a lot of reasons, a lot of news made. I want to go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, we are standing by for the session to resume. What do we know?
That's right, Lester. We know that we expect Mitch McConnell to speak on the Senate floor at 8 o'clock. And we can tell you in the conversations we've been having over the last hour or so, the will, and as you and Savannah have been discussing, the will to proceed with this the way we originally anticipated they would, with objection after objection, hour after hour of debate dragging into tonight and perhaps tomorrow, the will to do that seems to be gone, or at least going. And it obviously will take the agreement of every person in the Senate in order to cut this process short, because any single senator could decide to sign on to another objection and continue this process. But we know that McConnell has been part of these conversations urging an end to this, and I think everyone who has watched these events unfold today has been deeply shaken, and that reality is driving the decision-making here. I mean, this is a much different conversation now than it was this morning when we all walked in here and we expected Republicans to be willing to put on a spectacle for President Trump, but we did not expect consequences of the likes that we saw today play out here at the Capitol. So remember, it's likely the House will also have to convene in order to dispense with the process that they have already started. So you'll remember we saw this morning, they convened in the joint session and then they separated into the House and the Senate. So we're in uncharted territory, but in theory, the process would be such that each chamber would have to finish up their debate. So the Senate could decide, okay, we're done talking about it. We're gonna put a pin in this. We're gonna be done. We think we've seen enough. That said, there does seem to be more willingness in the House to continue to object, and the House also has the up to 2 hours of debate as part of this. So we're going to need to see what the House does. However, the Senate can put a stop to it after that, after each chamber votes and they get back together to go through the alphabet. Remember, we got as far as Arizona. To go to the next states, you would still, at that point, need a House member and a senator to sign a written objection to drag this out. So if all the senators decide, okay, we're done with this, we want to put this episode behind us, they can make the decision at that point. But we still have some process twists and turns here tonight. The good news, of course, the Capitol on its way, it has been secured, and we are on the way to seeing business resume on the floor of the House and the Senate after they were invaded. One word that I keep hearing, especially it sticks out to me when Republicans have used it, and we've heard a couple of them do it, former President George W. Bush, Mitt Romney, Susan Collins. They've called what they saw happen here today an insurrection. And I think that's something that captures, it's well beyond calling these protests. I think there is an increasing acknowledgement from Republicans that they need to start to name this because, frankly, not having done it earlier has been part of what led us here today. Lester.
And we understand that Vice President-elect Harris is arriving on Capitol Hill, will currently be in the Senate chamber as they continue their business.
Yes, the Vice President-elect was here earlier today as well, and we of course were very focused on, and her whereabouts were one of those that we were asking about. Here's the Vice President.
Let's go to the
Thanks
Senate floor.
To the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here
and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
On the state of the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Democratic Leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated. its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next. They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on. He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who are shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means. The peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want this, what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic Leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President, I know that this room is full of leaders of both
As we
parties
continue to watch these
who love
proceedings
this
unfold
country,
on the Senate,
and many
something
believe that
quite
for
momentous has
America
just
to
happened, and I want to bring in our Capitol Hill correspondent, Casey Hunt, to help us go through it. First of all, we heard the statements of the Vice President, the Leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, and the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer. But James Lankford, who is the Republican from Oklahoma, Casey, as I understand it, was the last senator who, before all of this happened, was in the process of objecting to the electoral votes. And what I just heard was him saying we are no longer pursuing that path as Republicans, and that we will certify the Electoral College votes tonight and confirm Joe Biden's victory. Is that what you heard? And in particular, Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley, who had been leading the charge for this, would it be your understanding that if Senator Lankford said that they too have, in a sense, laid down those objections and we are headed to certification tonight?
Savannah, I think we still have a couple of questions to answer before I'm able to say definitively yes to your question. But what I can say is that I heard what you heard in Lankford's statement. That was a remarkable insistence that what we saw today is not what Americans wanted to see. It does not reflect what Lankford and perhaps the group that he was a part of also didn't want to reflect in what they were attempting to accomplish here with these objections. So Lankford was part of this group that was led by Ted Cruz, and Cruz, of course, was the one who was applauded this morning on the House floor when he went and objected to those Arizona electors. We had been surprised when this release initially came out to see James Lankford's name on there. He is up for re-election in 2022, which was part of what we thought perhaps explained it. He was concerned about a primary from a Donald Trump supporter in the deep red state of Oklahoma. But he has built a reputation here on the Hill as someone who, while conservative, was pretty sober-minded, willing to criticize President Trump, especially in the places where they diverged on moral questions. Lankford is a pastor by background. He's a person of faith who always said that many of Donald Trump's actions in his personal life didn't line up with Lankford's own faith, which is not something that everyone was always willing to say. He also held a seat on the Intelligence Committee, was considered somebody who was serious about attempting to govern, even in this age we've been living through, this age of Trump. So we were surprised to see him sign on to this, but I think it reflected the political reality that they felt they were operating under. And in some ways it makes sense that he would be the person that would come down and say, hey, what we saw here is not what we meant to do.
Now, Casey, if he in fact speaks for the other senators who were who were going to oppose, the members of the House can't oppose without a senator agreeing with, so that would short circuit the entire process.
That's right, Lester. So if none of these members are willing to, and I think we should emphasize, we're trying to do this reporting because there are quite a few senators who said previously they were willing to, and we've been trying as hard as we can to talk to all of them, because any one of them could change the reality here. That's part of why I'm being so careful. But I think we can say and underscore that the mood, the imperatives around this are completely changed. The push inside the Senate right now, and I use the word Senate to include everyone in both parties, Republican and Democrat, is that what we saw today is unacceptable, and it has fundamentally changed the way they want to proceed here. That is not to say that there may not be a single senator who could change what we actually see unfold tonight, but your point is the correct one, which is that if this holds, and if this new emerging sense is what takes root here, then we will see this process end after this Arizona objection, because it would take a senator being willing to sign their name to the piece of paper, object to additional states, to drag this out for hours and hours into the night.
We'll see how this plays out then. Thanks, Casey.
The mood and the momentum has certainly shifted directions dramatically in the wake of dramatic events, unprecedented events at the Capitol. We heard the Vice President, Mike Pence, take the Senate floor and gavel in the chamber once again, saying that you do not win, violence never wins. He says to the people who stormed the House today, and he said, this is still the people's House. But notably, as I go to Kristen Welker at the White House, Vice President Pence did not mention Donald Trump at all, not by name, not by reference, not at all. This was extraordinary, particularly for him. He has been so loyal.
Savannah, we are witnessing what is really a striking break between Vice President Mike Pence and President Donald Trump. We saw it start to unfold this morning when Vice President Pence made it very clear through a statement that he released prior to these proceedings getting underway that, based on his reading of the Constitution, his only role here is to read the Electoral College votes as they are counted, and then to announce the ultimate winner, which will be Joe Biden, of course. And he released this tweet through a spokesperson just before these latest proceedings got underway, essentially saying Vice President Mike Pence has returned to the Senate. He never left the Capitol. VP was in regular contact with House and Senate leadership, Capitol Hill Police, DOJ, and DOD to facilitate efforts to secure the Capitol and reconvene Congress. He never mentions President Trump in that statement. So it's really remarkable, Savannah, and we almost never hear from the vice president without hearing him first talk about President Trump. So President Trump earlier today, just to think about how all of this began and how this day first got underway, was addressing throngs of supporters here in the nation's capital when he really slammed and pressured the vice president to take action that he doesn't have the authority to take, to try to block the results. And that is a pressure campaign that he has been waging for days now, both publicly and privately. And it's our understanding, based on reports, that Pence has made it quite clear to him privately that he doesn't have the authority to take the type of actions that the president wants him to take. The president, of course, through his remarks earlier today, through his series of tweets, has reiterated his false claims of widespread voter fraud. And that is something that, remarkably, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell knocked down earlier today when those initial proceedings first began. So we're seeing this break with some of the president's most loyal supporters. And the president, he's increasingly isolated. Here we have a top official with the First Lady's office resigning, and rumblings that we could see more people out the door as they are increasingly frustrated that the president hasn't been more forceful in his statements today, Savannah.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's go to Chuck Todd, political director, moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, I'm sure you've been doing reporting as well. We saw Senator Langford essentially say it's over as far as he's concerned. These objections that were going to be raised to the Electoral College vote, he was not going to see them any further, and that the Senate would vote to certify tonight. It left that open question whether there was buy-in from all Republicans in the Senate, most notably Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz, who were the ringleaders of this effort. What do you hear?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you recall, we had this discussion, and I said, I've basically heard from everybody except those two. And I think that it sounds like that's what Casey's running into here. I think those two in particular haven't decided what to do. But, you know, Rand Paul had told another reporter about a half hour ago that it was his understanding that this was going to come to a fairly quick conclusion. And he thought that maybe 30 to 40 minutes of debate, and that's it. So the fact is, it does feel as if this is, again, this is a plane. They're trying to land this plane. They're trying to do it sooner. But look, until we hear from Hawley and Cruz, I think we're all waiting to see if Langford is speaking for all or just himself.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if January 20th can't come soon enough now for Republicans after this day.
Oh, I think you're 100% right. I mean, you know, it's funny, when this day began, we began asking ourselves, okay, there's a real divide in the party, and Senate Republicans are trying to pick a side. Are you in the Trump wing, or are you in the non-Trump wing? There's a lot of people who don't want to be associated with the Trump wing today and tonight. Now, is that a tonight phenomenon, or is this the beginning of a true sort of massive mainstream Republican shift away from Donald Trump? Again, we've been here before. You know, whether it was I remember the first time when a lot of people thought this is it for Donald Trump, the politician. It's when he attacked John McCain. So, you know, he has enough popularity, and those guys have enough political ambition. Some of those, particularly those House Republicans, that I don't know if there will be as clean of a break, perhaps, as some of the leadership of the Republican Party would like. But this does sort of make him harder to be a part of the mainstream of the GOP, at least the establishment wing of the GOP.
What did you make of Vice President Pence not mentioning the president in his remarks? As Savannah pointed out, that's normally one of the things he immediately does.
You know, it usually, I mean, it's the second sentence, and, you know, and I know I speak for the president, right? He almost says it that way, and the fact that he didn't. Look, he's looking for, you know, he made his separation comment today. He announced what he was going to do, and there's some indication that it was that moment that sort of President Trump lost his mind on this in some form, and then went out there and started, you know, railing during that speech and never really stopped talking. Look, it's a moment that now leads you to wonder. If there is, you know, there's impeachment and there's the 25th Amendment. You know, there's quite a few people who are worried that the current president of the United States is too erratic to handle the next 13 days. You wonder if the 25th Amendment has gone through the mind of Vice President Pence. The fact that he didn't utter his name once certainly says something.
Yeah, so to remind folks where we are, this has been a day like a play with many acts. It started out as a day in which the members of the House and Senate would meet in a joint session to basically formally count the electoral votes. They'd already been certified by the various states. As expected, Republicans objected. Their first objection happened to be with the state of Arizona, where Biden narrowly won. And at that point, as prescribed by the Constitution, they had to then split into their separate chambers to debate for up to 2 hours. So what's happening right now is that first debate, that first 2-hour debate, which had been underway. I don't have a clock on it where they were, but basically they have picked up that debate on Arizona alone. And as we've been watching, trying to determine if Republican senators now have all in lockstep decided to maybe take a pass on this or not, that is something we're going to have to watch play out.
Absolutely. And if Chuck's still with us, I thought it was to watch what's happened with Mitch McConnell over these last few weeks. He was reelected. He had the 2 Georgia runoffs that would determine whether or not he would stay as the leader of the Republican Party, as the leader of the Senate. Those were decided. The Democrats took those. That happened this morning. Then this vote comes on. We saw a speech from Mitch McConnell, the likes of which we had not seen before, Chuck, where he really broke with the president in a dramatic way. And then tonight taking the podium and saying that they would not be intimidated and that the work of the Senate would go on. And that they would not in any way not discharge their duties. He said, we will be back at our post. Talk about what Mitch McConnell's calculations are at this hour.
Well, I will say this. Do not underestimate the long-term anger Mitch McConnell will and always have, I think, for Donald Trump. Because, I was talking to somebody fairly close to him in the last couple of days, and they were telling me he was looking forward. He was, in a weird way, he was looking forward to President Biden and being a Senate Republican leader with Biden because it gave him, he was the leader of the party, and he's still going to be a leader of the party even in the minority. He's still going to be an extraordinarily powerful congressional leader and still the person Joe Biden might have to go through every now and then to get deals done. But here was somebody that was going to be president who respected the institution of the Senate. So there was... McConnell was sort of almost looking forward to everything that he was doing, and then he lost, and it's all on Trump. I mean, those Georgia Senate races are, Donald Trump created the conditions to make it much harder for those Republicans to win. There's other tactical mistakes. I think the 2 Republican candidates, I think David Perdue made a huge mistake joining himself at the hip and them running as a pair. She had a lot more baggage that she was carrying around than Perdue was. But no, I think it's a very bitter and angry Mitch McConnell at Donald Trump because there's a bit of I told you so. Everybody, including in McConnell's orbit, knew Trump was eventually a ticking time bomb for the Republican Party, and they were just hoping they could get to January 20th before the bomb went off. And I think, sadly, we didn't quite make it.
Chuck, we want to go right now to Garrett Hake on Capitol Hill. Garrett, we've seen the Senate in session. What's happening with the House?
The House is still getting the chamber back into working order, Lester. We might not see them return to session until closer to 9 o'clock tonight. Remember, there was, we know much more of the rioters in the actual House chamber earlier today than what we saw on the Senate side. So they're just trying to get their act together a little bit to get things going here again. The irony, though, here is once we resume, this may end up being a shorter night overall than what we had expected before things turned so violent earlier today. The spirit seems to have gone out of the pro-Trump objectors, at least on the Senate side. You already mentioned James Lankford a little while ago and the comments he made seeming to back away from his objections. Steve Daines, a senator from Montana, another one of those who had been planning to object to some of these states, put out a statement saying, the time has come to recognize that Joe Biden's the guy, that he's not going to vote anymore to object. And other than Hawley and Cruz, who you've both been mentioning, we're starting to see this kind of acquiescence to reality taking hold here. Saw strong statements from senators like Tom Cotton, who's a big Trump ally, saying it's time for the president to move on and accept reality. Kevin Cramer, another Trump ally, apparently pressing some of these other senators very hard to kind of get with the program here. I think the the desire to fight this thing out into the wee hours in a losing cause, maybe going out of the Senate chamber at least. The House may be another story once they gather, but it takes objections from both chambers to start a special session like this with these 2 hours of debate.
All right, Garrett, we're watching the debate underway right now in the U.S. Senate chambers, where they did get back in just about a half hour ago and have resumed.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of suspense because we did hear the Republican senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford, say he's done with his objections, that they're going to vote. He's willing to vote to certify the electoral victory of Joe Biden tonight. The suspense is Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, who had been leading this charge, what they will do and whether this ends sooner or later. But it will end with the certification of Joe Biden. Let's dip back in, listen to some of the debate that's going on Capitol Hill. This is Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado, a Democrat.
Is a nation of laws and not of men. And the only result that we can reach together is one that rejects the claim of the senator from Texas and the other members of the House and Senate who seek to overturn the decisions that are made by the states, by the voters in the states, and by the courts. If we follow what they have proposed, we will be the ones that will have disenfranchised every single person who cast a vote in this election, whether they voted for the president or they didn't. I urge you to reject this, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to serve with every single one of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Georgia, Senator Loeffler.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to object to the certification of the electoral votes. However, the events that have transpired today have forced me to reconsider, and I cannot now in good conscience object to the certification of these electors. The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my objection was intended to protect, the sanctity of the American democratic process. And I thank law enforcement for keeping us safe. I believe that there were last-minute changes to the November 2020 election process and serious irregularities that resulted in too many Americans losing confidence not only in the integrity of our elections, but in the power of the ballot as a tool of democracy. Too many Americans are frustrated at what they see as an unfair system. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for the events that took place in these chambers today, and I pray that America never suffers such a dark day again. Though the fate of this vote is clear, the future of the American people's faith in the core institution of this democracy remains uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring every American's faith that their voice and their vote matters. America is a divided country with serious differences, but it is still the greatest country on earth. There can be no disagreement that upholding democracy is the only path to preserving our republic. I yield the floor.
Interesting moment there. That is Senator Kelly Loeffler of Georgia, who essentially lost her job, defeated last night in one of the Georgia special elections. And she, the second senator who was going to stand in opposition, has now said she is going to drop her opposition to the counting of the electoral ballots. Let's go back to Chuck Todd on that. Chuck, does it appear now the Republicans are going to go in lockstep on this?
You can. Boy, it sure looks like it, and it looks like that what the plan seems to be is let the senators that had gone on the record to challenge go on the record to back down and at least try to save some face here. I mean, that was clearly an attempt to save a little face there by Senator Loeffler. You heard the same thing by Senator Lankford as well. Look, this is, in some ways, we talked earlier about Mitch McConnell. The surprising thing about what happened over the last 72 hours was this was one of the rare times where Mitch McConnell lost control of the Republican conference. And Hawley and Cruz, and 2024, whatever it is that that is intoxicating. Those two gentlemen seem to totally grip them, and a bunch of others. And then you had the 2032 primary fears that others had, and it suddenly started to grow. McConnell lost control. I do think this feels like Mitch McConnell might have regained control of his Republican conference again, if we're about to see. It almost feels as if it's almost a march of the Republicans who are going to go to the podium and kind of sort of apologize and pull back.
Yeah, we will see now how this plays out.
And we'll continue to watch it. Now we see Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, Democrat, addressing the chamber. Let's go to, do we have Kristen Welker at the White House? It would be interesting to see what she's hearing behind the scenes from staff, from folks inside that building, no doubt watching what's unfolded as we see the Republican opposition start to fold one by one by one. But we await, of course, what will be the decision of Senators Hawley and Cruz to see if this objection, if this whole strategy goes down to defeat, or whether it will be extended a bit longer.
Well, Savannah, I can tell you it is pretty quiet here at the White House after what has been a day of trying to pressure President Trump to come out and deliver a more forceful message than the one he gave, calling back those who were gathering and storming Capitol Hill. So what we are waiting and watching for is what the reaction will be. But I can tell you what is happening is that we are seeing an increasing number of the president's own allies start to break with him. Not only Vice President Mike Pence, which we just discussed a little bit earlier, but we are seeing those within these walls express frustration with the way he handled it. Again, top advisor to the First Lady, Stephanie Grisham, resigning. And then we are getting really what is public pressure on President Trump. The Washington Post, in a remarkable op-ed, Savannah and Lester, calling on President Trump to be removed and saying, quote, the responsibility for this act of sedition lies squarely with the president, who has shown that his continued tenure in office poses a grave threat to U.S. democracy. He should be removed. That was the Washington Post. Let me read you a statement that we just got from former President Barack Obama just a short time ago, who writes, history will rightly remember today's violence at the Capitol, incited by a sitting president who has continued to baselessly lie about the outcome of lawful election as a moment of great dishonor and shame for our nation. But we'd be kidding ourselves if we treated it as a total surprise. Now, the president and some of his allies would say, look, these are the actions of individuals. They bear responsibility. One thing is certain, though, Savannah, I can tell you that I've been talking to officials in the days leading up to this moment, and they have said, look, we know what the outcome of this is going to be. Our challenge is getting the president to accept that. And that still seems to be the challenge as pressure mounts on President Trump to send a very different message to his supporters. Savannah.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. And we just learned that in about 15 minutes, the United States House will reconvene and start its business, and we will continue to watch that. As we await and we watch the Senate floor as well, let's bring in historian Michael Beschloss. And boy, do we need perspective today. Michael, you were watching along with us as we saw Mitch McConnell, Vice President Pence, Charles Schumer reconvene, reopen, gavel in Congress once again. But never like this, never having had to leave in such disarray and in such violence and in such chaos.
Well, that's exactly right, Savannah. And the upside is that, you know, they're getting back to work in that Senate chamber that was desecrated by that mob today. The downside, from my point of view, is I've been listening for Mike Pence or Mitch McConnell or these other Republican senators to say, we were outraged by the fact that the president of our party that we have supported for 4 years incited a mob of people. He told them literally, go up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. And the result was that there was a terrorist attack, and that's what it was, on Congress and the Capitol today. Wouldn't have happened without the president. And then after it was done and people were still in the Capitol trying to be shooed out, the president goes into the Rose Garden and says, we love you. We think you're special. Did you hear one word from any of those Republican senators about this? At long last, even at this point, after everything that's happened today, not a word against what our president has done.
Michael, we've been down the road so many times where something will happen and there's an expectation that, uh-oh, this is the one. and then it gets rubbed out by whatever the next event is. This one clearly feels different. We've heard talk about possible impeachment. Some people discussing invoking the 25th Amendment. How would any of those work, given there's 2 weeks left in this term, and what would be the point?
Well, Lester, let's say 25th Amendment, for example, as you well know, that would be done by a majority of the cabinet, or perhaps a group that's organized by Congress, as the 25th Amendment says. Did you see Mike Pence or Mitch McConnell in any way suggest that there's anything amiss with the president that would cause us to want to invoke the 25th Amendment? Let's take a look at the cabinet. In crises through American history, when a member of the cabinet or a member of the president's staff objects to something that the president does, he denounces him, or she does, and resigns. Have you seen any resignations today by any high-level staff member at the White House or member of the president's cabinet? I can't believe what I'm seeing and hearing, because what I have heard on the Senate floor tonight would suggest that there's nothing wrong here except for a few protesters made their way into the Capitol.
Well, I have to say, Chuck Schumer said that he invoked Pearl Harbor, another sad day in our history and a day that will live in infamy, as it was said. And he said this day will also live in infamy. I mean, it's hard to make those kinds of comparisons, but if anyone can do it, it's you, Michael. I mean, how do you think we'll look back on this day?
This was a terrorist attack against Congress and against the Capitol and against the people of the United States, and it was incited by the President of the United States. We have never seen that before. We have had terrorist attacks. The British burned Washington in 1814, and there was Fort Sumter, and there was 9/11. But these things were not incited by our own president. That's what we saw today that we've never seen before in our history.
All right, Michael Beschloss, thank you so much. We're seeing some of these images, and just because we've seen them a few times now, it doesn't make them any less extraordinary. It's shocking. Yeah. It's shocking to see. I mean, that's where the president of the Senate presides, and here you have a protester who breached security, crossed those lines, and as some of the lawmakers said, desecrated the people's house, the United States Congress today.
There were some arrests made. We saw some arrests being made. We don't know exactly how many people were ultimately taken into custody, but once they got a robust law enforcement presence there, you see one person being led away in handcuffs. But once they got a more robust police presence, they were able to move folks out, not only out of the Capitol, but off of the grounds.
Well, and actually, to that point, NBC News is reporting just now, actually, that the president had to be convinced to deploy the National Guard this afternoon as the rioters breached the Capitol. Vice President Pence, who was trapped there along with the protesters, according to this report from NBC News, was in contact with the Pentagon and was encouraging a much more rapid deployment than was occurring. But again, this reporting from NBC News, first reported by the New York Times, was that President Trump had to be convinced that it was necessary to deploy the National Guard.
So we're waiting to see now how if there's some poetry, if there's some plan tonight to dispense with these some of the opposition to the counting of the electoral votes. We've seen now a pair of Republican senators back off their objections. The House is going to be in session, would you say, 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock Eastern, so about 10 minutes from now. And I mean, maybe we can put the Senate floor up and let's see what's happening there, because we are, it's one of those situations where there actually is some suspense.
And members of the House, by the way, can't sustain their objections without a Senate partner.
That's right. That's exactly right. Is this Ben Sasse, the senator from Nebraska? We should listen to him. He's a frequent critic of the president's and did not go along with the objections.
Most governments in the past have said might makes right. And we saw some of that hooligan nuttery today. Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, and government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some governmental tasks, and we all in this body could do better at those governmental tasks, but the heart of America is not government. The center of America is not Washington, D.C. The center of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors. You can't do big things together as Americans if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your drug dealers. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win. Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely and doesn't want to tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor, shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
Democratic leader.
Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Ben Sasse, we were just listening to, of Nebraska, Republican who has been what he calls a constitutional conservative and a frequent critic of President Trump over the years. And Gabe Gutierrez is in Washington. We've got to check in on what's been going on. The curfew there has been underway for about almost 3 hours. So, Gabe, what is the situation? Has it calmed down? It certainly seems so.
Hey there, Savannah. Well, I want to paint the picture for you outside while you're looking at what's happening inside the Senate chamber. Behind me, you can see emergency vehicles here. It is a much quieter scene, of course, now than it was several hours ago. But over the past few minutes, we have seen a steady stream of law enforcement personnel. If we look over here, Savannah, that's the gleaming U.S. Capitol, a magnificent sight. Earlier today, it was under siege, and right now, it is surrounded by law enforcement personnel. We have seen folks here from the National Guard. We've seen FBI personnel. Again, a curfew is in effect. The crowd has dispersed. It has been quiet for the last several hours, but again, as you've been describing, it was quite a sight to see today. Now, as night falls and, as we wait to see the tension dissipate here, we are seeing a huge law enforcement presence here. And again, this curfew is in effect. Law enforcement is on very high alert right now outside of the U.S. Capitol. We're right in front of the Russell Senate Office building. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. We continue to keep our eye on the United States Capitol. In just a few minutes, we'll see the House reconvene. That's the Senate floor. Right now, the senators are making their comments, but the thing we await now is whether or not any remaining Republican senator will lodge an objection to the certification of the electoral votes. If a senator does, presuming there are House members, Republicans, who still want to, and there are indications from several of them that they do, then we might see a longer, protracted process that we had expected earlier today before all of this chaos unfolded. But the indications right now, certainly, as from the Republicans we've heard, those who had planned to lodge objections, like a Senator Lankford or Senator Loeffler, they have said it's enough, it's over, we lay down our objections, we will certify the votes today. And so that is what's happening at this hour on Capitol Hill. Let's bring in Garrett Hake, one of our reporters on Capitol Hill. Garrett, what do you have for us?
Well, I think the people that we need to watch for here as the Senate continues to figure out how long this night's going to go are Josh Hawley and Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. They're the two who raised issues about specific states that we haven't already heard about yet. Hawley, remember, earlier this week said that his specific objection was going to be about the state of Pennsylvania. And Ron Johnson of Wisconsin has indicated that he would object to the results in his home state. I ran into Johnson in the basement of the Capitol a little while ago. I asked him if he would continue this objection. He said they were going to talk about it. He would not be more specific. Interestingly enough, he said both he and President Trump, in his view, bear no responsibility for the violence that happened here today. I'll leave it for others to debate that. But remember, of the key people here in this mix of continuing to object, Ted Cruz has already spoken about this Arizona objection. He's not allowed to speak again in this 2-hour period. So if we hear from Hawley or if we hear from Ron Johnson and they also withdraw their objections, that could tell us that this would be potentially the last of these objections tonight, that the fire had entirely gone out from the Senate side effort to continue this fight. I think we know that there are House members who want to continue objecting, but they just can't do it on their own. And as we're all watching here, I think that the Senate seems to be backing away from making this an all-night losing fight to object to this count.
And so if they resume to the normal order of things, then this vote could come very quickly.
Yeah, but that's potentially right. I mean, normally speaking, this electoral count takes less than half an hour. So we'll see the resumption of the House debate. I think they have more than an hour of debate time yet that they can still use. They don't have to. But then when we get back into the joint session, they'll continue going through states like we started to see with Alabama and Alaska hours ago today. I think the next state up alphabetically would be Georgia. And if no one objects to that, or no senator, I should say, objects to that, that might tell us that we're in for a shorter night. I think that would be kind of the cue here as we get a few states back into the normal counting process.
And Savannah, we don't want to give the sense that there's a huge critical nature to this vote. It's a foregone conclusion. There's nothing standing between now and January 20th to keep Joe Biden from becoming the next president.
It's a really good point. And even if the objections had been mounted today, just as the Republicans had hoped and planned, it still would not have amounted to casting into question that Joe Biden was elected, because there weren't going to be enough votes to do anything to cause that to be called into question.
Much of this, as some have described, as theater.
Absolutely theater, and Republicans who are worried about being primaried, facing a primary challenge, if they in any way defy the president, who want to show their loyalty or their bona fides, I'm a Trump supporter all the way, who are facing re-election in 2 years. Many of them were those who lined up, those who want to run for president in 4 years and want to claim the Trump mantle. Those were the senators who we saw saying, okay, we want to mount an objection to the Electoral College. It's not something that's done all that often, and many Republicans have been pointing out in previous days that, Senator Barbara Boxer had done it on the Democratic side in past elections. So it's not unprecedented, but the short answer, as you point out, it wasn't going to make a bit of difference no matter what. None of it was going to.
So this is certainly an object of fascination, especially given today's events, but at the end of the day, nothing is going to change on the road between now and January 20th. I want to go to Meet the Press moderator, Chuck Todd, who's back with us. Chuck, what do you got?
Well, I think the question is, are we going to see a similar reaction and response with the House Republicans? That, and that's where I have, where it looks like the Senate and the dozen or the nearly dozen senators who wanted to do this are in a bit of a retreat mode. On the House Republican side, that'll be interesting to see, because, if you were to look at where in Washington is the president's base, it's the House Republicans. They're loyal to him, and they really believe it, right? Like a Ted Cruz is rhetorically loyal to the president. Lindsey Graham is rhetorically loyal, right? It was of political convenience. They ran against him. They didn't like him. They called him pathological liars, and then they decided they had to appease him and hang around him. Not so with many of these House Republicans. And more importantly, they, thanks to gerrymandering, in many ways, the minority of House Republicans represent basically the entirety of the Trump base. And so, as much as we think that maybe cooler heads are prevailing in the Senate, let's not make any assumptions about what we might see in the House.
Why don't we dip in a little bit here at some of the debate underway?
Future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed patriotic duties, voting. There is no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise and undo a state's legally obtained electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the electoral college. This is why I urge the formation of an electoral commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations that states can make to make our elections once again safe, free, and fair.
Pelosi gaveling in the House of Representatives. Let's listen in.
This responsibility would take us into the night and will stay as long as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished. We must and we will show to the country and indeed to the world that we will not be diverted from our duty, that we will respect our responsibility to the Constitution and to the American people. On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered under this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in then, we accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We know that we're in difficult times, but little could we have imagined the assault that was made on our democracy today. To those who strove to deter us from our responsibility, you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done. Today, January 6th, is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. In that spirit of healing, I evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco, and his song of St. Francis is our anthem. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace. Where there is darkness, may I bring light. Where there is hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. We know that we would be part of history in a positive way today, every 4 years, when we demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And despite the shameful actions of today, we still will do so. We will be part of a history that shows the world what America is made of. That this assault is just that. It shows the weakness of those who had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just the weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, one country, one destiny. One country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue to bless America. And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature. We ought to watch our words and think what it may mean to some. My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a tame word. My remarks started with, Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within. I was here on 9/11 when we were attacked by the enemy without. We need to all work together to tame and reduce the anger, and yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted, before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among our people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001, when our candidate, who won the election in my view, was not elected. But it was also one of the proudest moments of my career, because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus or this Congress or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people One of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors. The people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 68 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country? Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections.
Watching the arguments in the House, I want to take you now to the debate in the Senate. Senator Hawley, who had kind of led the idea of opposing accepting these electoral votes, is now speaking.
Here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something better. Our Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for, our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence,
not by appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process. And so to those who say that this is just a formality today, an antique ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital, because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting, and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections, and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator Josh Hawley, who had essentially kind of organized this, a number of Republican senators to stand in opposition to the counting of the electoral votes, ostensibly there to argue over Arizona, but talking about Pennsylvania, and didn't get everything he said, but he seemed to be kind of laying this aside, laying the objections aside.
Let's go to our Capitol Hill correspondent. We had a couple up there. Do we have Casey or Garrett Hake, one of them, to help us to kind of read the tea leaves here? Because Garrett, Josh Hawley, I mean, I could see it both ways. Maybe you heard something at the top that we missed. We broke into it a little bit later, but it seemed in some ways he was saying, you know, we have every right to object. There's nothing wrong with what we were planning to do. But it sure seemed like he was saying, but I'm not going to do that anymore. But he didn't come right out and say it. That was just my kind of general impression. But what did you take away from it?
No, I agree with that. I think this was Senator Hawley realizing he's probably only going to get one bite at this apple here. Remember, he had said earlier this week that his objection was going to be primarily focused on Pennsylvania. We're supposed to be talking about Arizona right now, and he made the point to get his specific grievances about the way the election was conducted in Pennsylvania out during this 5-minute section that he was entitled to hear. I think that means we're probably not going to be hearing from him again later tonight. The beginning of his remarks were mostly just about condemning the violence that we saw here today, that, you know, frankly, I think a lot of his Senate colleagues are looking at him. You could see Mitt Romney, who's been very outspoken against these objections, sort of shooting lasers at Josh Hawley during that speech from behind him. Very frustrated that this happened here at all today, in part because of Hawley kind of coming out at the very beginning and saying he would raise these objections on the Pennsylvania case. But you heard him say his argument, this is, sort of the last best opportunity to have this discussion. But it seemed like he was willing to have it here very briefly in what's supposed to be a debate about Arizona.
Yeah, I think so, because, he did say, and I wrote it down, he said, I'll just say a word about Pennsylvania in lieu of later, which I interpreted as him saying, I'm going to say my piece about Pennsylvania, but maybe not mount that objection that he had planned to make. Let's go to Chuck Todd of Meet the Press. Chuck, you speak Washington fluently as well. How did you interpret that?
Yes. No, I caught the same thing, and it's like, okay. And again, we've been watching this, and notice who's been speaking on the Republican side. We've not, remember before we were hearing from some Republicans like Ben Sass and Pat Toomey, but who are been against this the whole time. But it almost seems as if they're trying to hurry up and let them say their piece. The Hollies. I imagine at this point we'll be waiting for Ted Cruz.
Chuck,
yes, let's hear.
Let's
Mr.
play
McCarthy.
C-SPAN.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader who refused to acknowledge Joe Biden's victory earlier and is facing some issues on his staff. Let's listen.
Secure and lawful. On Monday, my colleagues in Pennsylvania
the FBI, the Secret Service, who faced the most difficult challenges but did their duty with confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nehls. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us. Thank you for this sign of courage. Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves that we can disagree with one another but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express what things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it, but nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together.
Yeah. Back over to the Senate, Mitt Romney, who has been opposed to these objections to the electoral vote counting, is speaking.
We're watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and meet with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in this shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd,
So we've been watching kind of flip-flopping between the 2 chambers of Congress that are back in session, back at it, and moving ahead with the business of certifying the electoral votes and making official Joe Biden's victory. Inauguration set for 2 weeks from today, January 20th, under the Constitution. And as I go to Garrett Haake, we just saw Mitt Romney, a candidate you covered, and he said, I know it's not easy to lose. He's had the experience himself, but he was very blunt, did not mince words, right at the top saying, we are here because of a selfish man's injured pride, referring to the president, and then later said, Garrett, that if you want to honor the Trump voter, you have to tell them the truth.
Yeah, and that comment seemed like a direct message to Josh Hawley, who spoke only a few minutes before. This idea proposed by some of these objectors here that somehow we need a commission to study this election and to get into the idea of how, as the president believes, it was stolen and what really happened. Romney trying to cut through all the noise there and say the best way to honor the opinions of the people who are mad is to tell them the truth and to be leaders. And I'm struck by both the emotion in Romney's voice at the very start of that, talking about his 25 grandchildren and that they were calling to make sure that he was okay here today doing his job, but also the fact that this is the second time in a year that Romney has really spoken out strongly against his own party and the president of it. Remember, he was the only Republican vote for the removal of President Trump in the impeachment, which was only a year ago, although it feels like 7 lifetimes ago. But this is now twice that he's sort of tried to capture this moment of conscience in the Republican Party to say this is not acceptable and we need to tell people the truth. A very powerful speech. And you heard it in the applause from members on the floor there.
All right, Garrett, thanks very much. I want to go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House. Kristen, we understand there is potential more fallout happening within the president's staff.
It has begun to happen, Lester, in the form of resignations. Of course, just a short while ago, we reported that the First Lady's Chief of Staff, Stephanie Grisham, announced her resignation, and now there have been more. One of the president's top advisors, Sarah Matthews, announcing her resignation, as well as the social secretary. And there's a lot of discussion and buzz about the idea that there may be more high-level resignations to follow. We are told, according to multiple sources, that among those considering resigning is the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, his deputy, Matt Pottinger, as well as the Transportation Secretary, Elaine Chao. That would be quite significant. Now, we have reached out for official comments. So far, have not gotten a response. But I do think it underscores the sense here at the White House and the mounting sort of divide that we are starting to see. Officials who are frankly quite angered by what they witnessed today and the fact that President Trump released 2 tweets and a statement on Twitter, a short video statement responding to those who stormed the Capitol. And it was really mixed messaging. The president again reiterating those false claims of widespread voter fraud and calling for peace, but not doing it defiantly enough, not doing it clearly enough. And so this is an administration right now, Lester, that is frankly sharply divided. I can tell you that the lights are off. I was just told that the president right now is in the residence. We know that he was watching these developments unfold throughout the day. There's only one White House official here inside the White House fielding a number of press inquiries, but the lights are out here. And so it really is a metaphor, I think, for what we are starting to see, which is Donald Trump becoming increasingly isolated as he refuses to accept the reality of this situation, which is what Mitt Romney just said, that he has lost this election. There has been mounting pressure on him for days now among some of his closest allies inside and outside of the West Wing to try to get him to acknowledge that, to try to get him to think of next steps. What will his off-ramp look like? What will his exit be? And yet he remains defiant tonight.
Yeah, he said there would be no concession. I made that very clear in his remarks before the rioting broke out. We should also note, notable that Elaine Chao, one of the names that Kristen mentioned as people pondering their future,
Picture of how things will unfold this evening?
I think that this evening we do. I mean, it looks like they're going to get this. They're moving in a direction. I do think that we're going to have a little bit of a lag here because of how the House is voting during the pandemic, and that it takes a long time for the voting itself to begin when they officially reject the Arizona challenge. So, in that sense, I think it is. We're making some progress, but I do want to have some people need to urge a little bit of patience because they have to vote in groups in the House. So when they actually start voting, that's going to be a bit time consuming. But this, I think the real question is, and the real unknown is, what are they going to do about the president tomorrow? And this is something that there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of everything, but there's clearly a demand for some accountability in some form or another. And what are they going to do? And I think that you can see there's a lot of folks realizing they need to do something. Resignation is a way to try to protect your own reputation, but there needs to be something done. Obviously, I think you certainly see that there needs to be something else done, and I think there's a lot of grasping to figure out what that is per se.
Representatives, why don't we dip in?
This hallowed temple of democracy is where generations of Americans have peace visions and create a more perfect system of government. This is the appropriate place we stand to respectfully and peacefully give voice to the people we represent across our diverse country. The representatives of the American people in this House are standing up for three fundamental American beliefs. The right to vote is sacred, that a representative has a duty to represent his or her constituents, and that the rule of law is a hallmark of our nation. And in the spirit of healing, those are not my words, those are the words of you, Madam Speaker, from this very chamber, when some of my colleagues and friends across the aisle objected to the 2005 Electoral College certification. In fact, there were objections on this floor to the certification of nearly every Republican president in my lifetime. In 1989, in 2001, in 2005, and in 2017. So history is our guide that the People's Sacred House is the appropriate venue for a peaceful debate. And this peaceful debate serves as a powerful condemnation to the violence that perpetrated our Capitol grounds today, the violence that was truly un-American. Today's discussion is about the Constitution, and it is about the American people, but it must also be about clearly and resolutely condemning the violence that occurred today. I am honored each and every day to represent New York's 21st Congressional District, and I believe it is my solemn and sacred duty to serve as their voice and their vote in the People's House. Tens of millions of Americans are concerned that the 2020 election featured unconstitutional overreach by unelected state officials and judges ignoring state election laws. We can and we should peacefully and respectfully discuss these concerns. In Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court and Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally rewrote election law, eliminating signature matching requirements. In Georgia, there was constitutional overreach when the Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally gutted signature matching for absentee ballots and, in essence, eliminated voter verification required by state election law. In Wisconsin, officials issued illegal rules to circumvent a state law passed by the legislature as the Constitution requires, that required absentee voters to provide photo identification before obtaining a ballot. And in Michigan, signed affidavits document numerous unconstitutional irregularities. Officials physically blocking the legal right of poll watchers to observe vote counts, the illegal counting of late ballots, and hand stamping ballots with the previous day's date. My North Country constituents and the American people cherish the Constitution, and they know, according to the Constitution, elected officials closest to the people in state legislatures.
Representative Elise Stefanik of New York arguing against the count of the electoral vote as we continue to watch this ping-ponging on both sides of the Capitol. We want to turn now to this issue of social media, which a lot of new questions tonight based on what we saw at the Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, if there weren't enough extraordinary developments today, one of them is that Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook have now locked out the president of their social media accounts based on information that violated their policies. But let's get to Jolene Kent, who covers tech in Silicon Valley for us, for more on the thinking behind the decision and what exactly it amounts to.
Savannah, these major tech companies, some of the most powerful companies in the world, are under tremendous pressure tonight to do even more than just suspend the president temporarily. So far, what we know, Facebook and Instagram have locked his accounts for 24 hours. That means he won't be allowed to post within that period of time. Twitter also instituting a 12-hour lock and, interestingly, warning of a permanent suspension if he continues to violate the rules at Twitter. And so they're taking action faster and more aggressively than they ever have before. But this comes as a lot of critics are saying, look, you have done too little, too late, because so much of this violence, this right-wing extremism, disinformation has been allowed to grow and blossom on social media for years now, with piecemeal policies that have been put into place, but the president has been allowed to act more freely because of his position, his authority, and his position of power. What's really interesting is we just got confirmation of Mark Zuckerberg's internal email to Facebook employees, and he has been long under fire for saying that, this is a free speech issue for the president and for politics in general, while not so much allowing that inside his company. But he did tell employees today in a memo, he's calling this a dark moment in our nation's history, calling it mob violence, not just protests. And Zuckerberg says he is treating this situation as an emergency and that Facebook is implementing additional measures to keep people safe. Now, this is coming as there are ongoing calls for these social media companies to do more. But so far, Twitter really out front, putting it plainly, saying if the president continues to violate their terms of service, their policies against hate and violence, they are actively considering permanently suspending him. And of course, as we all know, Twitter is the president's seemingly his favorite megaphone for getting his message out there. And these tools will not be available to him. But certainly a lot of chatter going on within these tech companies as well. Our NBC News business and tech team also reporting that inside these big social media companies, there's more and more pressure on the leadership to take more aggressive action, to do more, to prevent more of these calls to violence from the most powerful seat in the world from coming to light on these platforms, influencing so many people. But so far, those are the actions that have been taken by these ultra powerful tech companies, guys.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. Let's go to Hallie Jackson at the White House as we continue to watch what happens in the Senate and see how this is going to unfold. What are you hearing, Hallie?
Yeah, listen, Savannah, I think that from the White House perspective, there are, the more people that we're talking to tonight and that I'm having conversations with tonight, the more you are getting a sense of people that are extremely troubled by what they've seen from President Trump. That is evidenced not just by the resignations, Savannah, that I know we have ticked through here tonight from, for example, the social secretary, from others, but the discussion of some resignations by some very high level officials, including based on sources that I've talked to, the National Security Advisor, perhaps the Transportation Secretary. We've reached out, obviously, for more official comment, but there are text messages, phone calls flying across the Capitol, across the White House, and across Washington right now. As we look now at what's happening on the Senate floor, on the House of Representatives floor, worth noting and underscoring what Garrett Haake was talking about a moment ago, Josh Hawley not backing down. There was some consideration. Earlier in the evening, I had been in touch with sources over on Capitol Hill whose hope, frankly, would be that senators would do like what we saw from, for example, Senator Kelly Loeffler, and back down, basically back away from this objection situation because of the message that they feel that it sends. That is not going to be the case here, as Senator Hawley made clear in these remarks. You have to think that the president is watching this. He is somebody who is very attuned to coverage of what is happening. His vice president, who he is presumably furious with, considering President Trump had for days tried to lean on Vice President Pence to stop any of this from happening. Of course, the vice president has no authority to do so. As we know, the president is oftentimes affected by the coverage that he sees and the way that is unfolding. And right now, it is just, I think, some serious alarm bells going off in the halls of the White House, Savannah. You mentioned Hawley pressing on with his objections. They're still talking about just Arizona right now. Do we expect him to hold that position with the other states? Potentially, Lester. There's some discussion about, for example, and this has been out there and reported about possibly Pennsylvania, for example, where else you might see that. But yeah, you're right. They are still focusing on Arizona at this point. You still have multiple states to go here. All right, Hallie, thanks. It sounds like we might have just lost Hallie there. Let's go to the Senate floor. Senator Angus King, who is independent but caucuses with the Democrats. Let's listen.
The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mob violence and attack we saw on our Capitol today should be a wake-up call to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who, as the senator from New Jersey said, even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then has perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I'd never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis, warning the country about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power, and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides.
To some of the debate that's going on in the United States Senate that's been going for almost 2 hours now. So we'll be watching to see whether the Senate moves on with this debate and this process. While that goes on, though, let's check in with Garrett Haake on Capitol Hill, our correspondent there, because there's a big question mark about Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who was the first Republican to come out and say that he would object to the certification of the electoral votes. Almost a dozen Republican senators then followed suit. So in many ways, he's the architect of this day. We were trying to read the tea leaves of the statement he made, whether or not he was going to stick to those objections or whether he was going to decide to stand down. We're hearing conflicting things now. So could you explain where does that stand and what does that mean for the larger question of what will happen?
I could try. Apparently, Hawley's statements were confusing enough that his official spokesperson felt the need to clarify what he's going to do. Hawley had originally said that his objection was be focused on Pennsylvania. Apparently, the person says he'll yield his time, though. So what that means is Hawley will make his objection known on paper, but he won't stand up again to defend it or say anything more. His objection, if it's joined by a House members, and we can, I think, safely presume it will, means we'll get triggered into another one of these up to 2 hours of debate sometime later on tonight. So we're going to have at least one more debating session like this one tonight on the issue of Pennsylvania. Whether it goes the full 2 hours is an open question. What's not an open question is, once again, this will not change the results of any state, Pennsylvania or otherwise. It's just going to drag this on a little bit further tonight. Hawley perhaps feeling like he had put his name on paper earlier in the week saying he would object to Pennsylvania, and he still feels like he's got to do that.
And Garrett, how many states in total could we see challenged?
There was discussion during the course of the week up to 6, the sort of 6 battleground states that we've talked the most about: Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Those were the 6 that I think we were most focused on early in the week. Pennsylvania was the one that Republicans felt like they had the strongest case on, that they could make the best argument about if they were so inclined. Whether they do all 6 now, I think, is an open question.
So just so I can try to understand it, if in the Senate side, Hawley objects but then yields his time, does that presumably end the debate on the Senate side, but the 2 hours could unfold on the House side? Or would the 2 hours go forward on the Senate side too?
Up to 2 hours would still go forward. Hawley can only yield his 5 minutes.
Okay.
So he can object, and if a House and Senate member both object, it forces this 2 hour clock. He can only yield his 5 minutes. So he's essentially saying, I object to this, but I'm not going to bother to tell you anything about why. Here's some other senators who may debate this.
All right, let's go back to the Senate floor. Lindsey Graham now is making his remarks.
In Louisiana, do it. To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these 3 states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh, my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said, no, I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. I hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. I hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying to my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves, and when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden, I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
What an extraordinary moment that we just saw on Capitol Hill, where Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican who has so often been by the president's side, but as he said, what a journey it's been, because he's sometimes been with the president, sometimes not. Let me pause that thought because I want to hear what the Vice President, Mike Pence, has to say. Let's listen.
And the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others, be sustained. Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso.
So they're starting to vote. Is Garrett Hake still with us, our Capitol Hill correspondent?
Mrs. Blackburn.
Garrett, so they're voting the roll call. What's the vote on functionally? What is this about?
This is the vote on upholding the objection to these to the electors. So yes votes here are in favor of the objection, no votes are against it. This will tell us a lot about how many of the objectors, earlier in the week we thought it was about 12 or 13, are still with them. We've seen over the last few hours several of these Republicans who had previously said they would object to the electoral results from these states recant. So this vote, while it won't tell us when this night will end, it's going to tell us a lot about the degree of support that has drifted away over the course of what we saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having, as I turn to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump. I wish he'd won. Prayed he'd win. He didn't. And basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He was, and he threw his arms around rhetorically anyway, Mike Pence, to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, you see the deep, deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House as well.
Fissures, and also, doesn't it seem, whether it's Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney, these senators seem truly shaken by what enough. We've never seen a day like this. We've never seen events like this, and we have not seen statements like this.
But imagine being Donald Trump and watching the TV today, even before the riots broke out. You hear Mitch McConnell basically say, give it up, it's over, don't do this, it's going to harm the Republic. You hear the vice president, he puts out a statement, again before the rioting, saying, can't do it, I've got to follow the Constitution, I can't save you, I can't save, your campaign.
He's seeing White House staff of varying levels resign, including, his former press secretary, the First Lady's chief of staff, Stephanie Grisham, resigned. So, you imagine, where is he tonight? Is he in the residence, in the Oval Office? What is the First Lady saying? He can't tweet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Instagram. So, it's just, you wonder what his mindset is right now, what his next steps are. And you and I were just talking. I mean, everyone's going to wake up tomorrow morning in Washington. What will the security situation be there? What are the plans to protect the Capitol again? What are the plans to make sure that any demonstrations that transpire are, in fact, peaceful? which is as much a hallmark of our democracy as anything else we've talked about tonight.
And there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency.
Yes.
And that is certainly worth noting. We want to bring in, meet the press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you should obviously get into this conversation, dive in wherever you feel appropriate.
Well, no, I mean, you're right on the Lindsey Graham moment there. And I've been speaking Lindsey Graham for a long time, I'd like to say. I thought it was fascinating how he complimented the president, meaning he didn't. He called him, I still think he's a consequential president. That is a fascinating word choice, right? He didn't praise him positively. He used a word that can be interpreted any which way you want, which I think is it's a subtle choice of words that he made, but it's a reminder that you see that there was the Lindsey Graham who was one of the bulwarks with John McCain against Trump and Trumpism for a while. I almost caught a glimpse of that version of Lindsey Graham during that speech there. But look, I will say this: you get the sense there's a phrase back in the during the Goldwater '64 convention. The phrase was "It's a time for choosing." I get a sense here. A lot of these senators realize this is a big moment for themselves. This is a big moment to sort of restore the democracy. And I will say this, quite a few senators are stepping up to the moment. Many are not. Right? We know the ones that have helped create the situation. But there are many that are attempting to step up tonight. So there is some reassurance that I think this Senate debate is giving some of the country tonight.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It's just past the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. To say that today has been extraordinary is an understatement. The Capitol under siege in a scene that was almost too hard to watch. What began as relatively peaceful protests this morning soon turned into something we've never seen before as a mob of people stormed the U.S. Capitol. Here's Casey Hunt now with a look at how today's chaos unfolded.
It was a frightening and appalling scene. American democracy under siege by an angry mob. Thousands of Trump supporters storming the Capitol. Rioters breaching the walls of Congress. Tear gas. Broken windows. Even shots fired. Chaos and tragedy. It began today when Trump supporters gathered in Washington, D.C., urged on by the president to protest Congress's vote count today to declare Joe Biden the winner. For weeks, Trump has lied about the election results, alleging voter fraud. And he expressed defiance about the election's outcome again today to his supporters.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen.
After that speech, his followers marched to Capitol Hill to protest, where inside, senators and congressmen began counting the Electoral College votes.
We gathered together.
While some Republicans were still trying to dispute Biden's win inside the Capitol, the mob outside was growing out of control. Defiant, jeering, USA! They faced off with police on the Capitol steps. And then the standoff became a tussle, the crowd pushing to get inside. And suddenly, the mob broke through, past metal barriers and the police. Climbing through windows, sweeping aside security deep into the heart of Congress.
My challenge today.
On the Senate floor, a senator's speech was interrupted. And the business of the day, to count Electoral College votes, halted. Lawmakers were evacuated to safety. Others sheltered in their offices. And the rioters continued to rampage, trying to smash through doors, even the doors to the House chamber. On the other side, police waiting with their guns drawn. Elsewhere, protesters made themselves comfortable, breaking into offices, even climbing the walls. And then a sudden frenzy outside as paramedics rushed a woman to the hospital. She'd been shot, and she died a few hours later. As a shocked world watched the chaos unfold at the Capitol, Joe Biden took the stage.
I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
Biden, who takes office in 2 weeks, blasted the rioters' actions.
It's not protest, it's insurrection.
And as he walked off the stage, this.
Enough is enough is enough.
Minutes later, President Trump tweeted out a video telling his supporters he felt their pain, repeating his lies about a stolen election. And only then did he urge the mob to go home. Twitter later locked the president's account for 12 hours. By late afternoon, Capitol police officers and the National Guard converged on the Capitol, deploying smoke grenades and tear gas, working to disperse the rioters.
Move back! Move back!
This evening, with a curfew in effect, officials declared the inside of the Capitol secure. Questions piled up about how this kind of assault could happen. But tonight, with the Capitol and a nation shaken to the core, members of Congress were undaunted, going back to business that was interrupted this afternoon, counting the Electoral College votes to declare Joe Biden the country's next president.
Casey Hunt walking us through just this remarkable day. It's almost hard to believe we experience all that in one day, and it continues right now, as we've been showing you in the House and Senate. Members debating objections that have been laid down by some Republicans to the formal counting of the electoral votes. You'll note my partner, Savannah Guthrie, has taken her leave. You'll see her tomorrow morning on Today from Washington, D.C. To lead our coverage in Washington. In the meantime, we want to continue our coverage now with a conversation with Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. She was inside the House chambers this afternoon when that chaos unfolded. Representative Jayapal, I don't know if you've seen this video of you and some others in the chambers. I don't know if you could see this monitor right now, but if you can give us a sense of what you were seeing and how it unfolded from your perspective.
Yes, thank you so much. I cannot see that, and I haven't seen it, but I've gotten lots of messages about that video. I was sitting in the gallery. The number of people on the floor and in the gallery was limited, so there were about a dozen of us up in the gallery just overlooking the floor. And we started to hear the protesters, perhaps even before the people on the floor knew what was happening. We heard the noises, we heard the shouts and screams. The Capitol Police that were up in the gallery were sort of talking across to each other, across the various sections of the gallery. And then we saw Nancy Pelosi being shepherded out, Steny Hoyer being shepherded out. And before we knew, over the course of maybe 10 minutes, the rest of the members, we were suspended for a little bit. Then we tried to go back into session, then suspended again. And then the members on the floor were quickly ushered out. But those of us in the gallery were stuck there. And we started to hear screams. We heard that the protesters had taken over Statuary Hall, that they were coming towards the chamber. We were told to get gas masks from under the seats, which we did, and some people put them on. And then we were told to go to the ground. And so we were, trying to get under the ground. We could see down on the floor. The floor was empty by then, except for the Capitol Police. They had barricaded the doors. They couldn't find a key. There was no keys. I didn't understand how this could be the case. But they barricaded the doors with furniture, with tables, desks. I'm not exactly sure what there was. And then a number, maybe half a dozen Capitol officers around each door with their guns drawn. There were shots fired into the chamber. We could hear them, and it was terrifying. Everyone else was escorted out, but those of us in the gallery were stuck there. There were also people at the doors of the gallery pounding. And so when the Capitol Police felt like it was finally safe, they did let us out. And then we had to go down 6 flights of stairs and make our way safely to a secure location. And we basically spent the last 5 hours or so there.
I mean, this may be a silly question, but were you fearing for your safety at any point in this?
Yes, absolutely. There's no question. There were shots. There were armed protesters. We knew there were armed protesters. We knew that they were entering into various offices, breaking into offices, as Casey's video described. That is, we knew what the scene was, and we knew there was violence being done, and we could hear the shots. There were shots being fired into the chamber. This is the first time anything like this has happened since the 1800s. So this was unprecedented. I think it was a violent, armed mob that came to conduct insurrection. I don't know how to say it more gently. And when you talk about people being shaken on the floor, there is no question that people understood the consequences of the incitement and the fueling of this violence by the president and his supporters.
Yeah, Representative Jayapal, to hear you describe all that, it is certainly chilling, but it almost feels like you're describing some other place, some other part of the world, the kind of place that we would be calling for democracy to take hold. Were you able to process just the significance of what was happening in the U.S. Capitol?
It is. I feel like I'm still processing it. It has been an exhausting and incredibly difficult day because I don't think, Lester, that the consequences of this will be clear for some time. This is not over and done with. We will prevail, by the way. I just walked off the floor to talk to you, but we are in the process of continuing this debate. We will finish it tonight, and we will declare Joe Biden and Kamala Harris the president and the vice president of the United States as the will of the people requires that we do. But the attack on our democracy, the security of the Capitol, the security of all of us here, and frankly, the security of our Constitution and our democracy, and the fact that so many of our Republican colleagues didn't say anything for some time when we knew this was building, and the president was inciting this violence, and even to almost to the very end, is condoning this violent mob that attacked the Capitol. So I think the consequences are still going to be processed for some time, but I do want to reassure the American people that their will be done. This election will hold. It will be certified by the Congress of the United States. We will do our constitutional duty, and we will ensure that we uphold our Constitution and our democracy. And no violent mob is going to stop us from doing that.
Well, Representative Pramila Jayapal, we thank you for sharing your story, as harrowing as it is, and we're glad you and all of your colleagues are safe tonight. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, is in London tonight and has a look at how today's events in Washington are being viewed overseas. And Richard, as jarring as these events are here, I know they've had a similar effect overseas.
Yes, I would say, though, overseas, Lester, people are not shocked. They are not surprised. I think they saw this coming. Lester, I was with you. I was with Savannah. She just left on election night 4 years ago, and we talked about how devastating this was for America's impression around the world. President Trump always talks about how he's going to restore and how he is restoring America's standing in the world, how America is more respected again, and that he's going to bring America's standing back to some place where it's never been before. But tonight, people are looking at the U.S. with a degree of sympathy, but also with a great degree of concern. They are worried about the next 2 weeks. They are worried, can the United States survive these next 2 weeks, and what does it mean? The U.S. is the leading superpower of the world. So like any massive ship of state or any superpower, when it moves, the rest of the world is impacted. And he is still the commander-in-chief. He is still the most powerful person on the planet for the next 2 weeks. And today, he showed great volatility, effectively inciting a mob to move toward the Capitol, and we all saw what happened. And people don't exactly understand around the world this transition process. Here in the UK, where I am, I'm in London right now, when a political leader is voted out of office, they leave immediately. It's over. It's over that day. There is not a several-month transition period and lots of formalities. It's over, the next person takes over, and they're gone. And they are wondering, what does it mean? What does it mean for everyone else over these next 2 weeks? So there is sympathy, there is concern, there is a degree of fascination. It is dominating world headlines. And from our allies, particularly in Europe, there is a lot of support for the democratic process. There has been many, many tweets, dozens and dozens of tweets from world leaders expressing support for democracy and saying that this was an attack on the democratic process. And it's amazing that Twitter has become the main mode of communication for not just President Trump, but for everyone. And a few tweets that sort of symbolize the reaction. You have Germany's foreign minister saying the enemies of democracy will be pleased by these unbearable images. You have the First Minister of Scotland saying, shame on those who incited this attack on democracy. So the world is watching and the world is concerned.
Yeah, Richard Engel with the view from overseas from London tonight. Richard, thank you very much. We are continuing to monitor the two sessions, the House and Senate sessions right now, debating objections to the counting of the electoral votes. I want to take you to the Senate chamber. Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey is speaking now.
Then the complete exclusion of the late arriving ballots. How could we possibly invalidate the entire Pennsylvania election? Over 10,000 votes that were not even included in the vote count. A second charge we heard, and the senator from Missouri alluded to it this evening, is a 2019 Pennsylvania law that allows mail-in ballots for any reason, that might violate the Pennsylvania Constitution. Well, first of all, as Senator Casey observed, this was a bipartisan law passed with nearly unanimous Republican support. Clearly, the state legislators and the governor believe it is consistent with the Pennsylvania Constitution. Secondly, this law was not challenged when it was passed. It wasn't challenged when it was applied during the June primary election. It was only challenged after President Trump lost the general election. But 2.6 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail-in ballot in the general election. Over 37% of Pennsylvania voters in good faith relied on a law to cast their votes as they had done previously. Now, I understand you can make a theoretical argument about whether this is consistent with Pennsylvania's Constitution, and that needs to be resolved for future elections. But because of this constitutional question that some people have, the objectors want to prevent Pennsylvania voters from participating in the presidential election entirely. That would be an outrageous remedy to this purported offense. A third charge we've heard is that Pennsylvania officials did not properly implement Pennsylvania election law in a variety of other ways. But the Trump campaign has shown that many of these issues have, well, first of all, none of these issues would have changed the election outcome, but more importantly, the campaign had many opportunities of which it availed itself to litigate these issues. They did time and again, and they lost repeatedly, often in unanimous bipartisan decisions. Now, some of the objectors also cite Congress's own failure to investigate allegations of election irregularities, and that's their justification for refusing to certify the election results. But the allegations of election irregularities and fraud have been investigated. They've been adjudicated. They were adjudicated in the states in which they're alleged to have occurred. Now, in Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign took their case of election irregularities into the courtroom of Judge Matthew Brann of Federal District Court. Judge Brann is a conservative Republican Federalist Society member. And here's what he said about the Trump campaign case, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of the sixth most populated state." End quote. So the campaign then appealed Judge Brann's decision to the Third Circuit, and they drew a 3-judge panel, all Republican-appointed judges, one appointed by President Trump. The panel concurred with Judge Brann. Mr. President, certainly there were irregularities in this election. There always are. But there's no evidence of significant fraud, conspiracies, or even significant anomalies that cast any serious doubt on who actually won the election. And you know, one of the ways you can tell is look at the big picture in Pennsylvania. Look at what happened.
So we're listening to Republican Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey right now arguing against objections to the counting of the electoral votes. This body has already rejected this first challenge, the first state challenge, which in this case was Arizona. I know it gets a bit confusing. That's why I've got Garrett Hake standing by to bail me out here a little bit. Walk us through what's happening here, Garrett.
Lester, right now we're seeing Pat Toomey, Republican senator from Pennsylvania, essentially preemptively defending how his state ran its election. We know that there'll be challenges later on tonight to the Pennsylvania electors, and to his credit, has been very outspoken that he believes the Pennsylvania election was fair and forthrightly run, and he's going to defend his state. They're doing this now on the Senate floor because they're operating a little bit ahead of the House's schedule. Remember, both chambers get up to 2 hours of debate time. They can use all of it or not. And in this case, the Senate has finished their debate on Arizona first, and they've voted 93-6 to reject this objection to the electors. So meaning the electors, as far as the Senate's concerned, for Joe Biden will count. And now they've basically got nothing to do until the House finishes their debate and starts their vote. A note for our viewers, that will be a very long process. The House has initiated some COVID-related protocols where they vote in groups, and House votes, even regular House votes, can sometimes be hour or hours-long affairs to get everybody in and out of the chamber. So we're looking at a pretty long night here.
You said 93-6, so that means Republicans would have lost some of the senators that had previously indicated they would object.
Yeah, that's right. They lost a couple of their newer members. Cynthia Lummis, for example, of Wyoming, who's a new member, said she would no longer sustain that objection. James Lankford, who we talked about earlier, Steve Daines of Montana, who just got reelected, dropped his objection. But the core group sticking together, I'm looking at the list now, Josh Hawley sticking with his objection, Cindy Hyde-Smith of Mississippi, Roger Marshall, new member of Kansas, Tommy Tuberville, the former Auburn coach, new senator from Alabama, Ted Cruz, and John Neely Kennedy of Louisiana are the 6 Republicans who voted to uphold this objection to the Arizona electors. We'll see if even that group sticks together for the further objections, or if some of them perhaps felt like, having said they would go this far, they still had to, kind of go ahead and put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, pushing forward, even with those images still fresh in our mind of what transpired at the Capitol today, and of course, both the Senate and House back at the business of debating these objections. I want to go to our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. You heard Chuck, 93-6. This first objection about Arizona's numbers has been rejected. There's no reason to think that the others won't follow. And as I mentioned on the air, and probably should mention it more often, that we're putting an awful lot of attention into this process right now because of all that has transpired today. But this is a foregone conclusion. There is no drama here.
Had actually been interested.
Completely. And in fact, before we saw the incidents today and this insurrection, I had been describing what we were going to watch today as performance art, right? Basically a bunch of ambitious pals that want to demonstrate to the Trump base that they were rhetorically willing to pull this stunt, if you will. And to think that we went through this whole thing, the country is rattled, and here are our 6. And it is interesting. I mean, look, 5 of these 6 folks, Josh Hawley, John Kennedy, Cindy Hyde-Smith, Roger Marshall, Tommy Tuberville. It's Alabama, it's Mississippi, it's Louisiana, Kansas, Missouri, of course, Cruz's Texas. Those are some deep red states. Those are folks who their political careers in their minds go up or down based on what the Trump base thinks of them. So it does sort of, you could see this, it's been stripped, we in some ways today, stripped down to the core. What is the core, who are the senators that feel as if they have to stick by him? And so you see here, I mean, when you think about it, just 6 Republicans now willing to stand with Donald Trump. It's just remarkable number, because just 2 days ago, it's very possible this number could have easily been 24.
Yeah.
And between what happened last night in Georgia and, of course, the disaster of today, I think Donald Trump is finding out he has no more allies.
Yeah, and Chuck, this happened today. The control of the U.S. Senate went to the Democrats after the John Essos victory in the special election in Georgia. And we haven't even had a chance to really digest that and how that plays into all this.
No, look, in some ways, before today's events, how Georgia went, I think a lot of us thought, okay, if Democrats do end up sweeping the Senate seat, does that sort of take some of the air out of some of what we were going to see today? And what it seemed to do is sort of obviously spin the president up to a point of where he's not fully whatever it is, he's not fully able to perhaps control his anger, control his emotions here. And it certainly set him off because everybody, I mean, he went and attacked me on Twitter because I made the note that those defeats for those Republican incumbents down in Georgia, they belong to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's legacy as a political leader of the Republican Party has been a disaster. He came into office and there are with a House majority and a Senate majority, and he walks away with the Democrats in charge of the White House, the House, and the Senate. So here he was with that, and possibly, you know, this whole thing is imploding, and he can't handle this. In the words of Mitt Romney, that his pride is so wounded he can't seem to handle this moment. But this move here with the Senate, look, it means we're going to see a governing majority, and if anything, the events of today, Lester, I actually think it's going to have an interesting balming, perhaps, and you're already starting to see of it, B-A-L-M, when I say balming, on the United States senators. And I think it's possible that Joe Biden, a former senator himself, who has personal relationships with many of those Republicans who have defended the Constitution, people like Pat Toomey and Mitch McConnell, you might start to see briefly a semi-functional Senate for a period of time. There's an opportunity here for Joe Biden that he may end up having, he may have some brief moments of comity, if you will, where there may be a lot of Republicans who've, you know, sort of ashamed of what's happened this month, who feel that they've got to make an extra effort to go across the aisle and work with this incoming president. So it's a real opportunity, oddly enough, for President Biden to sort of unite this country, or at least unite this city, pretty quickly.
Yeah, Chuck, don't go far. Today has been a day that will go down in infamy in the history books. While many expected protests today, no one could have imagined it would go as far as it did. So how did we get here? NBC's Josh Mankiewicz takes a look back.
If you didn't see this coming, it's because you weren't paying attention.
This is a fraud on the American public.
Starting election night, before all the votes were even counted, the president began to light the way for those who followed.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment.
A lot of people heard him. That same evening, Trump supporters began to gather in Maricopa County, Arizona, demanding to be let in to a vote counting center. We love Trump! We love Trump! The volume only got louder. The day after the election, with the outcome still in doubt, Mr. Trump tried to claim victory, literally. On Twitter, he wrote, "We have claimed for electoral purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania." Voters, however, had laid their claims elsewhere. Joe Biden won, and President Trump reached for that volume knob again and again.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count.
What followed was a bewildering comedy of errors, a shotgun marriage of performance art and politics, culminating in Rudy Giuliani's press conference at Four Seasons Total Landscaping in Pennsylvania.
Gee, just about the 700,000 votes that President Trump was ahead by 2 days ago had disappeared.
It felt like the last gasp of a failed campaign, except it wasn't over. And very soon it wasn't funny either.
This election was stolen by mail-in ballots. Those are the ballots that were stuck in the machine 8 times, 9 times, 10 times.
I'd like to see us.
Senator Mitt Romney offered Biden early congratulations on his win. Other Republican leaders pretended it simply hadn't happened. As January 6th approached, President Trump seemed no closer to admitting the electoral reality in front of him.
There's no way I lost Georgia. There's no way. We won by hundreds of thousands of votes.
Over the weekend, Trump called Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to claim victory where none existed, and to ask for help in conjuring votes out of thin air and even thinner evidence.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
On Monday, Mr. Trump told his supporters again there was simply no way he had lost.
We've demonstrated that we won the election in a landslide.
Senator Romney got a taste of the anger that generated, as seen in this cell phone video shot at an airport before tonight's joint session of Congress.
Why aren't you supporting President Trump?
The temperature was rising, and once again, Trump seemed to be thinking less about how democracy works and more about his favorite subjects, himself and his enemies. Here he is this morning at a rally in Washington.
We will never give up. We will never concede. We will stop the steal.
And then his call to action.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Well, he didn't go, just his supporters who broke into the Capitol. After hours of frightening chaos, the president released a video urging them to go home in peace. And then, in the same breath, repeated his lie that the 2020 election was stolen. "We are a government of laws and not of men," said John Adams more than 200 years ago. Today, that idea was tested. Tonight, it may be proven true.
Josh Mankiewicz kind of walking us through how we got to where we are today. We want to bring in now White House correspondent Peter Alexander. He's had a front row to all of this these past several years. I'd love to know what you have to think about that, Peter, what we just walked through that was just laid out.
Well, Josh laid it out very well, Lester. I'm struck by the fact that we as Americans right now have this chief executive who is more connected to the fantasy of how he lost than he is to the reality of the fact that he was, in fact, voted out of office. Some of the most striking comments we heard from the president over the course of these last several weeks are those that we showed you from today, where the president, inciting those supporters, said to them, "We're going to go to the Capitol. I'm going to be there with you. We have to fight harder." He called this an egregious assault on democracy. Of course, they went that direction in mass. Mobs ultimately storming the Capitol, taking it under siege. The president wasn't there for any of it, but it's his language, really, and I've witnessed this from traveling to his campaign events over the course of the last several months and covering him for the last several years. It's his language that these Trump supporters, ultimately today these rioters, have marinated in over the course of these last several years, and without any other information and without a shared set of facts anymore. When there are some individuals who have a different set of facts, which, as was once coined by one of the president's aides, alternative facts than the real facts that we witnessed, it's fundamentally a real challenge for democracy. And this is the implosion, this rebellion, this revolt was a function of that today. It was an alarming day. It was an awful day. I was there at the White House as I left with security, as is our precaution to leave the White House earlier. I passed through just a huge parade of Trump supporters yelling obscenities, "Stop the steal." And frankly, you didn't stop to enter a conversation with them, but as you heard the conversations among some of these folks, some of the things they were saying were literally echoing the words of the president, and you just wanted to fact check every one of them. But in spite of that, and frankly, in spite of the president's effort to sort of create some calm late tonight, it was still mixed with the complaints, and neither of them, I suspect, were heard.
Yeah, Peter, I recall maybe the day of or a day or two before the election seeing an interview with the president in which he seemed very reflective, and he was talking about how painful the idea of losing is. I mean, no one likes to lose, but winning is certainly part of the image that he likes to project. I mean, you've seen this in action.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, the thing you've heard from the beginning of his campaign was this idea of winning. We're going to get so sick of winning, the president used to say. And he also would emphasize this other idea, which was the idea of strength. He said it in his comments today, that weakness is sort of the ultimate fault one can have. You have to demonstrate strength. Even in these moments where the president was on the defensive, he would do something sort of more outlandish, more grandiose, in fact, to try to demonstrate this position of strength, even if it was ultimately him who was the one who needed to be defending it. It reminds me of a moment that I had with the president early on in this pandemic in March, when I asked the president what was the message he would share with Americans who were scared. This is when only about 200 Americans, I think only a handful of Americans had died, maybe 200 cases existed in the country, but already that fear was seeping in. We heard it. I heard it from loved ones, from neighbors, from others. And I asked the president to speak to the camera, and what would he say to Americans who were scared? And in that moment, rather than show empathy or perhaps weakness, as an aide described it to me, the president tried to show strength. And in his eyes, that strength was attacking the reporter in the room, at that moment calling me a terrible reporter, which did nothing to satisfy the nerves of Americans who were worried not about a conversation between me and him, but about their own family's safety and their own safety. So, you know, what I'm struck by is what the off-ramp is for this president at this point. He promised today he would never concede. At this point, does he have any other option to concede? Republicans are obviously furious, not just Democrats. A lot of Republicans are upset about this, with conversations reportedly floating about the idea of a 25th Amendment or censure or even impeachment again. What does the president do with 2 more weeks before Joe Biden is sworn in here? Does he ever concede? What does this do to his political future? There's a lot of soul searching for the party, and this was probably not a good day for this president, certainly in his effort to retain any political career widely beyond his base going forward.
Yeah, Peter, good to have you join us for our coverage. We are continuing to monitor both houses of Congress that are the Senate has finished considering the first objection to the vote in the state of Arizona. It was soundly defeated 93-6. However, the House of Representatives got a bit of a later start this evening after all of today's chaos. They are just now getting to that vote. Let's dip in for a while as they count the vote. Watch this. Watch the numbers on the screen there. Let's bring back Chuck Todd. Chuck, again, we would expect this to go down pretty much as hard as it did in the Senate. Is there anything we should be looking for here?
Well, not quite as hard. I mean, I think that's the question there. Sorry, where I get to watch my vote totals. You guys caught me there standing up to look at my my return monitor there. Thank you, control room, for allowing to take my camera away so I can go see the total, just to see where our numbers are adding up here. Look, we expected somewhere between 130 to 150 House Republicans to essentially agree to this objection. So that's the number to be looking for here, Lester. And I'd say everything under, you know, as you start to see if it's not going to grow as much there. It's interesting to me to see quite a few Republicans haven't decided how they're going to vote yet. That's what to watch for. That'll tell us whether we're seeing the same thing in the House that we're clearly seeing in the Senate. You know, is it less than 100, or is it going to still be more than half of this House Republican
Congress? For folks that don't watch this sort of thing on a regular basis, why is it a different calculation for members of the House on a question like this as opposed to the Senate?
Well, it's a huge difference for many of these guys, because remember the term gerrymandering, right? The way these congressional districts are drawn, most of these members of Congress only really either have, you know, somewhere, particularly on many of these House Republicans, say 70 to 75% of their constituents are Trump supporters. And in their, you know, Trump won their districts with, you know, 60 and 70% of the vote. So these are, you know, their entire political career in their minds is on the line if they cross the president. And look, unlike many of the president's supporters in the Senate, who frankly are with him out of political convenience, we've seen whether it's Ted Cruz, who denounced him at the Republican convention 4 years ago and now's his buddy, or Lindsey Graham, right? The House Republicans are genuine supporters of the president. Okay, they're not doing it out of any as much as perhaps with the same level of cynicism as we see with some of the Senate Republicans. And so I do expect this number to be bigger, and I do expect them to be, a little more, perhaps not quite as sort of not quite as embarrassed by what happened today. And in fact, one of the president's probably most important supporters in the House is Matt Gaetz. He's a congressman from Florida. And believe it or not, he put out a fundraising email tonight, Lester, that said he was fighting for this election, and he was going to try to, and he was going to be objecting to this election, and watch him tonight do this. This fundraising email from him was time-stamped after 9 o'clock tonight, after everything went through, after somebody got killed in the Capitol. To think he's raising money, bragging about what he's doing right now in Congress, that clearly just set us off on this terrible path that we've been in today.
Yeah. All right, Chuck, thanks very much. I want to go to White House correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we're all kind of wondering what we wake up to tomorrow. Will the political landscape look any different? Will we see resignations from within the president's inner circle? What are you hearing? What are you sensing?
So let's talk about this from sort of an actual nuts and bolts perspective, Lester, and then from sort of the political piece that you're asking about. From a nuts and bolts perspective, listen, this is what we're seeing here. It may be messy, it may be ugly, but it is the democratic process, at least for tonight, prevailing with this electoral vote count continuing on. This is going to happen in 2 weeks. I think it's still Wednesday. In 2 weeks from today, President-elect Biden will become President Biden. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will become Vice President Kamala Harris, right? That is going to happen on January 20th. So that is sort of big picture what is next. The process will continue. However, there are some real question marks, as you point out here, about what we might wake up to tomorrow. So a couple of things. On the issue of resignations, yes, we are hearing a lot of discussion. I have to tell you, Lester, that is kind of the number one thing in the last hour or so, as I've been communicating with sources, that I'm hearing about this discussion about who it may be, who they may be, if you may see resignations sort of from multiple people at the same time. Nothing to be able to report firmly other than a couple of things. Sources familiar say that the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, is considering stepping down in protest. We're told that the Transportation Secretary, Elaine Chao, by the way, married to Mitch McConnell, of course, is considering what she is going to do next in some of these steps. So, yes, I think people are doing some soul searching based on the reporting that I have tonight about whether they want to continue to be part of this administration moving forward. Separately, there's also the president's reaction. He has essentially a gag order that's being placed on him right now by these social media companies. It is the number one way that he communicates. It is his preferred method of communication, other than perhaps calling in to other cable networks, for example. He's basically muzzled at this point because of his tweets inciting violence, according to these social media companies, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. The huge concern that he could say more to pour gasoline on this fire, on this democratic fire, if you will. And so that time sort of comes up, right? The muzzle lifts, if you will, tomorrow midday, I think, based on the timing, or maybe tomorrow morning. What is he going to say? What is he going to say, and how will his supporters respond? Some of those supporters, of course, rioting at the Capitol. What happens at that point, Lester? Big question.
All right, Hallie, thanks. And Hallie, you mentioned that he is kind of in this timeout on social media, if you will. His pages essentially silenced by these social media companies. Let's turn to Jolene Kent right now to get some insight on how Silicon Valley here is, how the social media companies are dealing with this and really the larger issue they face, Jolene.
You know what's interesting, Lester, is I was just looking at a tweet from the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, and he's saying people who are responsible really ought to be held to account. And there's a lot of critics out there of social media giants, not including Apple, saying that Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram are partially responsible for allowing this kind of violence to be planned, to be seeded, and then blossoming on their social media platforms for so long. And you have Mark Zuckerberg tonight putting it into words in an internal memo that we have confirmed here at NBC News, and he's calling it mob violence, saying that they're trying to implement additional measures to keep people safe. But on the other side of Silicon Valley in San Francisco, Twitter employees internally, according to our Ben Collins on our Biz Tech team here at NBC, have been starting to really sound off. And this is what you've seen happen over the years. Other people speaking out to myself and our teammates about how they feel negatively about the power of social media when it comes to conspiracy theories, allowing militia groups to grow, things like that. And so we're hearing from internal current Twitter employees on their internal Slack channel saying things like, I don't think fomenting coups is a fairly bright line to draw. Other people say, I've been part of he's the president, we can't deactivate him crowd for 4 years now. And this is a current Twitter employee saying this. But even I have to say, this employee goes on to say, I feel complicit in allowing this to happen, and I would like to see him deactivated immediately. Now, this comes as the companies are taking more aggressive action, right? We have Twitter suspending his account for 12 hours, locking him out, saying that if certain steps are not taken, that permanent suspension is very much on the table. You also have Facebook and their subsidiary Instagram doing a 24-hour lockout. Earlier today, all of the major social platforms took down that video that President Trump put out that basically these big social companies saying he didn't do enough to ask for the rioters to stop the violence on Capitol Hill. So it will be very interesting to see how the president communicates in the next 24 hours when he has lost his ability to do it directly on social media. And more interestingly, how these powerful executives, these CEOs and founders respond to this and what they learn from it going forward, Lester.
All right. Jolene Kent walking us through all that. Thank you. It is interesting hearing the silence right now on social media from the president as all this plays out. I want to go to Garrett Hake right now on Capitol Hill. Garrett, we watched the Senate vote down the first state objection, in this case to Arizona. The House was voting. Where do things stand?
That vote continues. We're about 20 minutes into it. I suspect it'll last at least another 20 minutes more. These House votes take a good deal of time because they rotate people through the chamber so that it never gets completely full. It's part of their COVID precautions. We're already seeing dozens of House Republicans voting both to uphold this objection and to oppose it. That's the interesting split here. All Democrats are opposing the objection here. As you've said several times throughout the course of the night, Lester, this is a foregone conclusion how this will go. But I do think we're going to see a stronger pro-Trump vote here in this first House objection as some of these House Republicans trying to get on the record and in the good graces of the president and his supporters. And that's where we stand right now. And then the joint session that was interrupted early this afternoon will reconvene shortly after this vote. My understanding is they're going to go back in and clean the chamber, try to disinfect it one more time before they bring everybody back in and pick up right where they left off with whichever state comes after Arizona. My brain can no longer produce states alphabetically, though, so you're just going to have to take my word for it.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it because I'm not there either at this point in the day. But that being said, if there were another 5 or 6 states here and the objections continue, I can do this math. It'll be late tomorrow morning before this is over.
If there were those objections and if the lawmakers chose to use all 2 hours of the debate, and I think both of those things are less than likely. The Hawley decision here to say he will object to Pennsylvania, but even he won't use his time to speak about that objection, suggests to me, at least on the Senate side, that the desire to fight this thing out in an all-nighter has really gone out of the chamber. And there may be some desire in the House to do that, but without senators who agree, it doesn't go anywhere. So I think it's possible that we could see, another break for debate on Pennsylvania, maybe another break for debate on Georgia, which had been something Republicans were talking about so much earlier in the week. But one of the main drivers for that was Kelly Loeffler, who has lost her reelection and said on the Senate floor a little while ago that she's not interested in continuing this fight tonight. So, Maybe that leaves Wisconsin. Ron Johnson, who I spoke to earlier tonight, wouldn't say one way or the other whether he would object to the electors from his home state. I suppose that's a possibility, but he also didn't vote on to uphold the Arizona objection. He voted with Democrats, with Joe Biden, with presidential reality. So that suggests to me that he's not interested in continuing the fight. So again, this is a lot of tea leaf reading, but I do think we're probably looking at a brief objection over Pennsylvania, and maybe, just maybe, that's it.
We heard from the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, earlier when they came back into this evening session, and he gave another, impassioned speech about all this. Do we know if he was working the room during the time the senators were in lockdown? Was he continuing to try and break people loose from opposing these votes?
I don't know that definitively, but my gut is no. That's not generally how he operates. He's not an arm twister really behind the scenes. What McConnell often tries to do is to prevent these votes from even happening. He doesn't like to get into a situation where Republicans are publicly battling with each other. So we know that he was arm twisting a week ago, 2 weeks ago, urging Senate Republicans not to join in on these challenges, warning them that it would be a terrible vote. But after that, I also know that he was telling his senators that while he would vote against any of these objections, that it was a vote of conscience. There has been, these senators were essentially locked in one big room together for something bordering on 6 hours today. I suspect over the next coming days, we're going to learn a lot about what was said behind closed doors. So there may have been other arm twisting going on, but I think it's unlikely that that pressure came from McConnell. He made his point clear, and I think the appearance of him trying to strong arm his members is just not the way he would operate, and I don't think he would have thought that it would be helpful, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Garrett, thank you. We'll continue to monitor what's happening in both chambers right now as they continue to consider these objections. Today's chaos and violence unfolded in one of the most secure and sacred places in the country, as we have talked about. NBC's Harry Smith has a reminder of what it represents.
The Capitol building that was so viciously overrun by rioters today is usually as proud a place as exists in America. It is where Franklin Roosevelt steadied a nation crippled by the Depression.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
And where John F. Kennedy called a country to service.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Anyone who has walked through it, be it on a school trip or a family vacation, can feel the Capitol's power. It is palpable. To know that the nation's business is carried on there makes your heart skip a beat or two. Through times of peace and times of conflict, through times of want and times of plenty, most of us have believed or wanted to believe that the Capitol was a place where the people's business was conducted. We the people's business. Throughout our history, representatives came from every corner of the country. And as the country grew, so too did the House and Senate. It grew to look more and more like we do. A place where men and women would come to work as equals, where color and origin was no barrier. I have sat in the House chamber for a State of the Union address. I remember looking around the room, from the Supreme Court to the Joint Chiefs, the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, the robust cheers, the stony silence, a beautifully imperfect mix. The founders conjured all this up, and while it sure was more diverse by gender and race than they ever imagined, it was their idea, the American idea. I have stood in line twice at the Capitol to pay respects to presidents who passed. Both times were the same. You'd expect, I guess, the crowd to be dominated by the party faithful of the president who died. But it wasn't like that. Whatever our differences, in the moment, unimportant. Like Republicans and Democrats lifting their voices together after 9/11.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Our most imperfect union suffered a jolt today. A simple procedural step in the peaceful transition of power was crashed by an angry mob. It was as disturbing as it was heartbreaking. It was, quite frankly, un-American. Most of us, I reckon, still believe in our ability to govern ourselves, to abide by the will of our fellow citizens. Many have sacrificed much, and some have sacrificed all to ensure those rights. If not just for them, but for future generations, we pray we never see anything like today's atrocity again.
Harry Smith with an absolutely amazing reflective piece on where we are as a country. Before we close at this hour, I want to bring back Chuck Todd. And Chuck, I hadn't seen Harry's story, and so I didn't know he was going to play that moment on 9/11, where the spontaneous singing of God Bless America by members of Congress. And I was thinking about that several times today, and then there it was. It feels like, obviously, that was a horrible day, but that piece of it, it feels like a part of America we won't get back.
You know, that day we were united because it was an outside force that was coming after us, was coming after our way of life. What makes today so disturbing is it was an inside force. This came from within. Look, this is an inflection point for the country. This is an inflection point for our politics. This is an inflection point for a lot of things. Question is, to what end? Is this going to be a moment that everybody takes this breath and we realize this divisive politics can destroy us? You know, it has been an emanating feature of our politics for most of my adult life. It's been getting worse and worse and worse, and we keep wondering, boy, at some point, are we going to hit a breaking point? You know, today felt like that breaking point. And the question is it going to be this breaking point that turns into an inflection point where we have a bunch of people who take a step back and realize country first? So let's see.
Yeah, and I was also reflecting on the notion that as journalists, we enjoy the give and take of politics and the surprises and the jockeying for position. We cover that sometimes like a sport. This isn't fun. You know,
no, it hasn't been, Lester, and I have to tell you, I have been sick to my stomach about it because of that. And it's like, I'm not ready to go back and cover regular politics right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It has been an extraordinary day. We will see what tomorrow brings. NBC News, of course, will continue to cover this. This does it right now for our special report. Tune in to tomorrow for Today. Savannah and Hoda will have the very latest on the overnight developments. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt. Have a good night, everyone.
Must turn the temperature down. It was a hard-fought campaign, but the campaign is over. The votes have been counted. The count has been certified in all 50 states. And in 2 weeks, on January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States, as they should be. We have serious and urgent challenges that will require working together with our new president, our new vice president, with one another in this chamber, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and with our colleagues over in the House of Representatives. What's on our to-do list? Well, we can start with making sure that hundreds of millions of Americans get vaccinated, that we get off the dime and start vaccinating. We vaccinated 4 million people last month. 4 million. We're supposed to vaccinate 20. How are we ever going to get to 250 million at this rate? What else is on our to-do list? We're getting our kids back to school. We got kids that are unable to get on the internet, unable to participate in their classes, may not have any adult supervision at home. They're struggling. They're falling even further behind. We need to do something to help them. What else is on our to-do list? Getting their parents back to work, just to name a few things. Think of all the millions of people who lost jobs and they don't have skills anymore to fill the jobs that are needed. They need our help. They need to be retooled and retrained. It's time to stop trying to overturn the will of the people and get back to working on their behalf. Mr. President, Abraham Lincoln has been quoted a couple of times here tonight. But he observed at the end of the Gettysburg Address that ours is, quote, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Even in the midst of his Civil War, President Lincoln put his unwavering faith in the people to chart our nation's course. We would be wise to remember Lincoln's words at this moment, at this special moment in our nation's history. We're not a government of Trump, by Trump, and for Trump. We're a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the people have spoken. The people have spoken. Our job here today is to listen to them. I intend to do that, and I trust that my colleagues will join me in doing that as well. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senators recognized.
Mr. President, first I want to thank all of the first responders who helped to protect this sacred chamber today, protect those electoral college ballots. Today is a special day. On a day when some 2,500 or more Americans will lose their lives to the coronavirus, when another 130,000 will be hospitalized with it, when hundreds of small businesses will close their doors and put thousands of Americans out of work. On this day, the United States Senate is not debating how to get more life-saving vaccines into Americans' arms or how to put 2,000 badly needed dollars into their pockets. No, instead, we are using the first days of the new Senate and Congress to give time to our radical Republican colleagues' baseless and damaging claims of election fraud, all in an attempt to keep Donald Trump in office in violation of the United States Constitution. There's a word for this. It's called sedition. All these unfounded objections to state electors are seditious. They are nothing short of an insurrection against the established order of the United States Constitution and our democratic republic. This is an historically shameful day for the Senate and for our country. To be clear, the notion that there are any meaningful voter fraud that has been identified in the 2020 presidential election is a dangerous, anti-democratic, treasonous fiction. Joe Biden won, Donald Trump lost, period. But that hasn't stopped the president and his supporters from making allegations of voter fraud in some 60 legal challenges across the country, heard by some 90 judges, including Trump judicial appointees. Not one of these challenges succeeded, not one. And despite this reality, my radical Republican colleagues claim we must have a commission to investigate the fraud. Well, we do know one of the most undeniable instances of substantial and significant election fraud ever. We even have a recording and a transcript of it. It's President Trump talking like a mafia boss to the Georgia Secretary of State, a Republican no less, pressuring and threatening him to fix the election in Trump's favor and holding out the prospect of criminal prosecution if he doesn't. Find me 11,780 votes, Trump said. Well, someone should find Donald Trump a real lawyer and measure him for an orange jumpsuit, because the list of statutes that this latest shocking presidential phone call may violate is too long to recite. The president's words on that phone call, indeed his conduct since the election, demand a serious response, one much more serious than the sham before us today. First, federal and state law enforcement authorities should investigate Donald Trump for election fraud, extortion, conspiracy, and whatever other charges fit the bill. And if warranted, indict and try him for any crimes he has committed. Second, we must recognize that Donald Trump is and will remain a danger to our Constitution and our democracy. So while time is certainly limited, we should impeach Trump again and bar him from holding office in the future. And finally, we should abolish the Electoral College. It is a vestige of a racist Jim Crow America, and we have outgrown it. Every person's vote in every state should count just the same. One person, one vote. Election fraud and reform are very serious issues. Election reform absolutely should be debated in Congress. which is why instead of today's kabuki theater, I invite my Republican colleagues to stand up and say, yes, we need to protect and expand voting rights and election security. We need automatic voter registration. We need online voter registration. We need same-day voter registration. We should make Election Day a federal holiday. We should restore voting rights to people with prior felony convictions. We should support independent redistricting commissions. Let's spend our time on the floor debating that, debating how to reduce the influence of big money in our political system, to slow the revolving door between government officials and lobbyists, to stop gerrymandering and voter suppression. That's the real election reform that we should be debating and supporting, not these shameful, craven, baseless objections. More than 350,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus. That is the truth. Nearly 8 million people have fallen into poverty because of the economic crisis caused by this virus. That is the truth. Wearing a mask saves lives. Vaccines are safe and effective. That is the truth. Joe Biden won. Donald Trump lost. That is the truth. I urge all my Senate colleagues to vote against these objections, affirm our democracy, and recognize that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will rightfully be sworn in on January 20th as the President and Vice President of the United States.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today was a stomach-churning, gut-wrenching moment in our history. And truly, it was an assault on the heart of our democracy. And I want to join in thanking the first responders and police, but I also want to thank others who have been heroes of our democracy, unsung in many instances. First, all of the election officials, all of the poll workers, all of the members of boards of election who actually counted the votes, who went to the polls and make sure that votes could be cast, and who ultimately stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. I want to thank the judges. There are now about 90 of them who, except for one or two who ruled the other way on a technicality, have stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. In those 60 to 70 cases, except for that one, ruled on a technicality, they went with the integrity of our voting system and the rule of law. Today was indeed disgusting and sickening. It was shocking and despicable. It was heartbreaking. But it was not surprising. In fact, today's assault on our democracy, the mob violence, the riots, the thugs and goons who were inspired and incited by the President of the United States, all were of a piece with these past 4 years of a president who has no respect for the truth or the rule of law. Donald Trump's presidency is coming to a close in the very same way it began, with an attack on our democracy. In 2016, the Trump campaign welcomed hostile foreign interference with our election, and the president refused to acknowledge that he would accept the results of the election if he lost. And then, again and again and again, he demonstrated his contempt for the rule of law and for the laws themselves. He obstructed justice, and he would have been charged with it had he not been the President of the United States. He invited a foreign government to interfere in our elections and find dirt on his political opponent. And most disturbingly, these actions by a president who demonstrated that contempt for the rule of law were met with silence from many political leaders, our colleagues here in the Senate among them. Silence in the face of that contempt for the rule of law and disrespect for the law enforcers. So we could have seen today coming. In fact, we did. I warned that drove those rioters, not protesters, the mob who assaulted the Temple of Democracy, were fueled by the president's misstatements and lies and contempt for the truth. And he was enabled. He had enablers. So today we are stopping in one instance that enabling. But we must also make sure to stop it going forward. And the political stunt that brought us here today offers no great solace that it will. These stunts have consequences. We say words have consequences. And the actions today will have significant consequences. They are an attack on our democracy that undermines the core tenets of our American government and a disrespect for the will of the people and a peaceful transition of power, and the political stunts themselves, driven by opportunism, blaze a path that can be followed by more competent challenges, just as the dictatorial instincts and actions of this president can be followed by more effective would-be tyrants intent on destroying our republic. Yes, we have more important tasks that we should be addressing as well. The pandemic, the economic revival. But today we must be mindful of the threat to our democracy that we face down, and we come together on a bipartisan basis. But silence is never excusable in the face of lawlessness at the very top of our political structure. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I have a question for all of my colleagues this evening, which is what happened here today? And how is it different from what we expected as we assembled in this chamber early this afternoon? Sadly, much like the impeachment trial of just a year ago, I think as many of us slogged our way to the nation's capital and dutifully filed into this chamber, we expected hours and hours of debate and discussion, knowing the outcome, knowing that what was being engaged in by a handful of our colleagues was a political stunt, feeding the ego of our president, who is chasing conspiracy theories about how he actually won the election 2 months ago that he lost, and indulging his belief that somehow, the Congress could still at the last moment snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Even in the last day, President Trump had been haranguing his own incredibly loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, as if somehow Vice President Pence would simply declare him president today. We knew that President Trump had been stirring up the spirits of thousands, urging them to come to Washington. We had an inkling that he might go out and speak to them. But I don't think as we filed into this chamber, any of us expected that for the second time in our republic's history, the perimeter of this Capitol would be breached, members of the Senate would be rushed to safety, that not just the Capitol Police, but U.S. Marshals and FBI officers and fully combat-geared soldiers would be in the United States Capitol, taking it back from a riotous mob of thugs. Just a few moments ago, I went to the rotunda to see the litter and the trash, the residue and the remnants of those who took over this building today and to say thank you to the men and women of law enforcement who helped secure it after it fell to an angry mob. But folks, we have to think about the consequences of what happened here today, why this happened and what it means and what it teaches. Because frankly, tonight, now, the whole world is watching. The entire world is watching a montage of scenes of folks cavorting in the Capitol, half-naked men taking that seat, scrawling things on different surfaces, parading up and down the Capitol corridors with a Confederate flag, with a Trump flag, and in other ways signaling that they had done something significant. No, in fact, what they've actually done is weakened our democracy, showed some of its fragility, and encouraged our opponents around the world. In the last 2 months since the election, we have one man who has abandoned his post, who has mostly spent his time golfing and tweeting and indulging himself in conspiracy theories and been less and less attuned to our national security and to a raging pandemic. And another man, our president-elect, who is preparing to take over the responsibility for leading this country out of this pandemic and out of its current state of deep, deep division. President Trump has abandoned his post. He does not deserve to be president any longer, and he poses a real and present threat to the future of our democracy. But let me also say this to my colleagues, half of whom changed their intended vote today after seeing what happened in the Capitol. There were, as we began, roughly 13 senators, Republicans, who said they were going to vote against the certification of the election. And when we actually finally called the roll, it was just 6. 7 of them having been chastened by the events of today. But 2 who continue on this quest, clerked for the Supreme Court Chief Justice, are deeply schooled in the law, know better than what they did today. And in the count and the debate going on over in the House, even now, more than 100 House Republicans continue with this effort. On this floor earlier today, this evening, there were strong and clear and brave speeches by Republicans and Democrats alike. So I have a question as we move forward. When will this fever break? When will we finally say to each other, enough is enough of indulging and following populism and demagoguery? Is it time to finally show who the leaders are and to uphold our Constitution that every one of the House members and a third of us swore to uphold just 3 days ago? I will tell you as I look ahead that I am confident that 2 weeks from now, Joseph Biden will be sworn in as the next president, Kamala Harris sworn in as the next vice president, and we have a unique moment in my lifetime. Because as presidents and leaders in the Senate of both parties over the last decades have observed, the Senate has steadily shrunk in its significance, its role, and its power, and the presidency has steadily grown. Not in my lifetime, not since LBJ, have we had an incoming president who spent 36 years in this chamber. We have a chance with Joe Biden, a president-elect who ran on bringing our country together, a president-elect who ran on turning the page from our moment of national division, a president-elect who respects and honors and understands the significance of this body. So we have to take this opportunity to heal, to hear each other, to compromise, to work together, and to see the real challenges facing the American people and take this last, best moment. What happened here today should leave all of us gravely concerned about the health and the future of our democracy, and the opportunity we will have 2 weeks from today is one we should not let pass us by. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. President, more than 350,000 of our loved ones have died from a terrible disease. Small businesses have gone under, never to reopen. Millions have lost their jobs, and too many families don't know how they're going to pay the rent or put groceries on the table. It is tough out there, but Americans are fighters. And despite all the challenges, in November, they did what Americans do when they are unhappy with their leadership. They voted for change. They turned their backs on a sitting president who fans the flames of hatred while bodies pile up in the morgue. Instead, they elected a new president who wants to save lives, to save our economy, and to save our democracy. Even as the pandemic raged, Americans showed up for democracy. States worked overtime to set up safe systems, ballot drop boxes and early voting, and gallons of hand sanitizer. Voters mailed their ballots earlier, put on masks, and stood in line at the polls. The election of 2020 shattered voting records. So here we are, on the floor of the United States Senate in the aftermath of an historic election held in the middle of a pandemic. People are suffering, and we should be working to get them the help they need. Instead, we are here because Donald Trump wants to overturn the results of that election. The Republicans objecting to the results of this election will be judged by history. But the rest of us will be judged as well. It is our responsibility to stand up for our democracy, even while other senators work to undermine it. Losing is hard. I ran for president myself. It was a hard-fought primary, but Joe Biden won and I lost. I am not the only one to live through that. A number of senators in this room have run for president. None of us was successful. And when we lost, we conceded and we got out of the race, because that is how democracy works. None of us lied about the results. We didn't throw temper tantrums. We didn't tell our allies in Congress or the states to overturn the results. We didn't feed poisonous propaganda to our supporters. We didn't urge people to march on state capitals or to descend on Washington. We accepted the will of the voters. And it's not just us. It's everyone who has run for president since the beginning of America. Only once in America's history have the people who lost tried to burn down our democracy on the way out. They caused a civil war that nearly destroyed our nation. Make no mistake, the violence we witnessed in this chamber today was the direct result of the poisonous lies that Donald Trump repeated again and again for more than 2 months. His words have consequences. Our democracy has been grievously injured by this lying coward. This effort to subvert our democracy is not merely one last presidential tantrum. This effort is designed to knock out the basic pillar on which democracy is founded, the idea that the voters, not the sitting president and not the members of Congress, but the voters decide who will lead this nation. A democracy in which the elected leaders do not bend to the will of the voters is no democracy. It is a totalitarian state. And those who pursue this effort are supporting a coup. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this effort to overthrow our democracy. I yield, Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska is recognized.
Ask that the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering new records. We come on the air, several major developments. President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition.
The story.
Tell me about day one of the White House. What are your priorities going to be on those first days?
From every angle.
You're finding some brightness in all of this, aren't you?
That's what teachers do.
On the ground.
What most worries you over the next couple months?
And in depth.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having as I turned to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump. I wish he'd won. Prayed he'd win. He didn't. And basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He was, and he threw his arms around rhetorically anyway, Mike Pence, to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, you see the deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House as well.
Fissures, and also doesn't it seem, whether it's Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney, these senators seem truly shaken by what has transpired today on Capitol Hill. Some of them, their voices were shaking. The passion, we see passion on Capitol Hill from time to time, but to say it again and again and again, you just can't say it enough. We've never seen a day like this. We've never seen events like this, and we have not seen statements like this.
But imagine being Donald Trump and watching the TV today, even before the riots broke out. You hear Mitch McConnell basically say, give it up. It's over. Don't do this. It's going to harm the Republic. You hear the vice president. He puts out a statement, again, before the rioting, saying, can't do it. I've got to follow the Constitution. I can't save you. I can't save, your campaign.
He's seeing White House staff of the varying levels resign, including, his former press secretary, the First Lady's chief of staff, Stephanie Grisham, resigned. So, you imagine, where is he tonight? Is he in the residence in the Oval Office? What is the First Lady saying? He can't tweet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Instagram. So, it's just, you wonder what his mindset is right now, what his next steps are. And you and I were just talking. I mean, everyone's going to wake up tomorrow morning in Washington. What will the security situation be there? What are the plans to protect the Capitol again? What are the plans to make sure that any demonstrations that transpire are, in fact, peaceful? Which is as much a hallmark of our democracy as anything else we've talked about tonight.
And there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency.
Yes.
And that is certainly worth noting. We want to bring in, meet the press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you should obviously get into this conversation, dive in wherever you feel appropriate.
Well, no, I mean, you're right on the Lindsey Graham moment there. And I've been speaking Lindsey Graham for a long time, I'd like to say. I thought it was fascinating how he complimented the president, meaning he didn't. He called him, I still think he's a consequential president. It is always, that is a fascinating word choice, right? He didn't praise him positively. He used a word that can be interpreted any which way you want, which I think is it's a subtle choice of words that he made, but it's a reminder that you see that there was the Lindsey Graham who was one of the bulwarks with John McCain against Trump and Trumpism for a while. I almost caught a glimpse of that version of Lindsey Graham during that speech there. But look, I will say this. You get the sense there's a phrase back in during the Goldwater 64 convention. The phrase was, "It's a time for choosing." I get a sense here. A lot of these senators realize this is a big moment for themselves. This is a big moment to sort of restore the democracy. And I will say this: quite a few senators are stepping up to the moment. Many are not. Right? We know the ones that have helped create the situation, but there are many that are attempting to step up tonight. So there is some reassurance that I think this Senate debate is giving some of the country tonight.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It's just past the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. To say that today has been extraordinary is an understatement. The Capitol under siege in a scene that was almost too hard to watch. What began as relatively peaceful protests this morning soon turned into something we've never seen before as a mob of people stormed the U.S. Capitol. Here's Casey Hunt now with a look at how today's chaos unfolded.
It was a frightening and appalling scene. American democracy under siege by an angry mob. Thousands of Trump supporters storming the Capitol. Rioters breaching the walls of Congress. Tear gas, broken windows, even shots fired. Chaos and tragedy. It began today when Trump supporters gathered in Washington, D.C., urged on by the president to protest Congress's vote count today to declare Joe Biden the winner. For weeks, Trump has lied about the election results, alleging voter fraud. And he expressed defiance about the election's outcome again today to his supporters.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen.
After that speech, his followers marched to Capitol Hill to protest, where inside, senators and congressmen began counting the Electoral College votes.
We gathered together.
While some Republicans were still trying to dispute Biden's win inside the Capitol, the mob outside was growing out of control. Defiant, jeering, USA! They faced off with police on the Capitol steps. And then the standoff became a tussle, the crowd pushing to get inside. And suddenly, the mob broke through, past metal barriers and the police. Climbing through windows, sweeping aside security deep into the heart of Congress.
My challenge today.
On the Senate floor, a senator's speech was interrupted. And the business of the day, to count Electoral College votes, halted. Lawmakers were evacuated to safety. Others sheltered in their offices. And the rioters continued to rampage, trying to smash through doors, even the doors to the House chamber. On the other side, police waiting with their guns drawn. Elsewhere, protesters made themselves comfortable, breaking into offices, even climbing the walls. And then a sudden frenzy outside as paramedics rushed a woman to the hospital. She'd been shot, and she died a few hours later. As a shocked world watched the chaos unfold at the Capitol, Joe Biden took the stage.
I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
Biden, who takes office in 2 weeks, blasted the rioters' actions.
It's not protest, it's insurrection.
And as he walked off the stage, this.
Enough is enough is enough.
Minutes later, President Trump tweeted out a video telling his supporters he felt their pain, repeating his lies about a stolen election. And only then did he urge the mob to go home. Twitter later locked the president's account for 12 hours. By late afternoon, Capitol police officers and the National Guard converged on the Capitol, deploying smoke grenades and tear gas, working to disperse the rioters.
Move back! Move back!
This evening, with a curfew in effect, officials declared the inside of the Capitol secure. Questions piled up about how this kind of assault could happen. But tonight, with the Capitol and a nation shaken to the core, members of Congress were undaunted, going back to business that was interrupted this afternoon, counting the Electoral College votes to declare Joe Biden the country's next president.
Casey Hunt walking us through just this remarkable day. It's almost hard to believe we experience all that in one day, and it continues right now, as we've been showing you in the House and Senate. Members debating objections that have been laid down by some Republicans to the formal counting of the electoral votes. You'll note my partner, Savannah Guthrie, has taken her leave. You'll see her tomorrow morning on Today from Washington, D.C. To lead our coverage in Washington. In the meantime, we want to continue our coverage now with a conversation with Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. She was inside the House chambers this afternoon when that chaos unfolded. Representative Jayapal, I don't know if you've seen this video of you and some others in the chambers. I don't know if you could see this monitor right now, but if you can give us a sense of what you were seeing and how it unfolded from your perspective.
Yes, thank you so much. I cannot see that, and I haven't seen it, but I've gotten lots of messages about
that video, I was sitting in the gallery. The number of people on the floor and in the gallery was limited, so there were about a dozen of us up in the gallery just overlooking the floor. And we started to hear the protesters, perhaps even before the people on the floor knew what was happening. We heard the noises, we heard the shouts and screams. The Capitol Police that were up in the gallery were sort of talking across to each other, across the various sections of the gallery. And then we saw Nancy Pelosi being shepherded out, Steny Hoyer being shepherded out. And before we knew, over the course of maybe 10 minutes, the rest of the members, we were suspended for a little bit. Then we tried to go back into session, then suspended again. And then the members on the floor were quickly ushered out. But those of us in the gallery were stuck there. And we started to hear screams. We heard that the protesters had taken over Statuary Hall, that they were coming towards the chamber. We were told to get gas masks from under the seats, which we did, and some people put them on. And then we were told to go to the ground. And so we were, trying to get under the ground. We could see down on the floor. The floor was empty by then, except for the Capitol Police. They had barricaded the doors they couldn't find a key. There was no keys. I didn't understand how this could be the case, but they barricaded the doors with furniture, with tables, desks. I'm not exactly sure what there was. And then a number, maybe half a dozen Capitol officers around each door with their guns drawn. There were shots fired into the chamber. We could hear them, and it was terrifying. Everyone else was escorted out, but those of us in the gallery were stuck there. There were also people at the doors of the gallery pounding. And so when the Capitol Police felt like it was finally safe, they did let us out. And then we had to go down 6 flights of stairs and make our way safely to a secure location. And we basically spent the last 5 hours or so there.
I mean, this may be a silly question, but were you fearing for your safety at any point in this?
Yes, absolutely. There's no question. There were shots. There were armed protesters. We knew there were armed protesters. We knew that they were entering into various offices, breaking into offices, as Casey's video described. We knew what the scene was, and we knew there was violence being done, and we could hear the shots. There were shots being fired into the chamber. This is the first time anything like this has happened since the 1800s. So this was unprecedented. I think, it was a violent, armed mob that came to conduct insurrection. I don't know how to say it more gently. And when you talk about people being shaken on the floor, there is no question that people understood the consequences of the incitement and the fueling of this violence by the president and his supporters.
Yeah, Representative Jayapal, to hear you describe all that, it is certainly chilling, but it almost feels like you're describing some other place, some other part of the world, the kind of place that we would be calling for democracy to take hold. Were you able to process just the significance of what was happening in the U.S. Capitol?
It is. I feel like I'm still processing it. It has been an exhausting and incredibly difficult day because I don't think, Lester, that the consequences of this will be clear for some time. This is not over and done with. We will prevail, by the way. I just walked off the floor to talk to you, but we are in the process of continuing this debate. We will finish it tonight, and we will declare Joe Biden and Kamala Harris the president and the vice president of the United States as the will of the people requires that we do. But the attack on our democracy, the security of the Capitol, the security of all of us here, and frankly,
This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state. And that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be a return from the district, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues, and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller has verified? Appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified? Appears to be regular and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana that the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for Vice President, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for Vice President.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state that purports to be a return from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections, this certificate from Minnesota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state. Annexed to it, a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Nebraska that the teller is verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Nevada, the parliamentarian advises, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 6 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 6 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to the electoral votes of the state of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code requires that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately, no United States senator has joined in this effort.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? The teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state, purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina? If the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state. It has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Dakota that the teller is verified as regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio? that the teller has verified as regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state. Purports to be a return from the state. Has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, has a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return of the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator. Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The 2 houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having as I turn to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump. I wish he'd won. Prayed he'd win. He didn't. And basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He was, and he threw his arms around rhetorically anyway, Mike Pence, to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, you see the deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House as well.
Fissures, and also doesn't it seem, whether it's Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney, these senators seem truly shaken by what has transpired today on Capitol Hill. Some of them, their voices were shaking. The passion, we see passion on Capitol Hill from time to time, but to say it again and again and again, you just can't say it enough. We've never seen a day like this. We've never seen events like this, and we have not seen statements like this.
But imagine being Donald Trump and watching the TV today, even before the riots broke out. You hear Mitch McConnell basically say, give it up. It's over. Don't do this. It's going to harm the Republic. You hear the vice president. He puts out a statement again before the rioting saying, can't do it. I've got to follow the Constitution. I can't save you. I can't save, your campaign.
He's seeing White House staff of varying levels resign, including, his former press secretary, the First Lady's chief of staff, Stephanie Grisham, resigned. So, you imagine, where is he tonight? Is he in the residence, in the Oval Office? What is the First Lady saying? He can't tweet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Instagram. So, it's just, you wonder what his mindset is right now, what his next steps are. And you and I were just talking. I mean, everyone's going to wake up tomorrow morning in Washington. What will the security situation be there? What are the plans to protect the Capitol again? What are the plans to make sure that any demonstrations that transpire are, in fact, peaceful? Which is as much a hallmark of our democracy as anything else we've talked about tonight.
And there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency.
Yes.
And that is certainly worth noting. We want to bring in, meet the press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you should obviously get into this conversation, dive in wherever you feel appropriate.
Well, no, I mean, you're right on the Lindsey Graham moment there. And I've been speaking Lindsey Graham for a long time, I'd like to say. I thought it was fascinating how he complimented the president, meaning he didn't. He called him, I still think he's a consequential president. It is a fascinating word choice, right? He didn't praise him positively. He used a word that can be interpreted any which way you want, which I think is it's a subtle choice of words that he made, but it's a reminder that you see that there was the Lindsey Graham who was one of the bulwarks with John McCain against Trump and Trumpism for a while. I almost caught a glimpse of that version of Lindsey Graham during that speech there. But look, I will say this. You get the sense there's a phrase back in the during the Goldwater 64 convention. The phrase was "It's a time for choosing." I get a sense here. A lot of these senators realize this is a big moment for themselves. This is a big moment to sort of restore the democracy. And I will say this: quite a few senators are stepping up to the moment. Many are not. Right? We know the ones that helped create the situation, but there are many that are attempting to step up tonight. So there is some reassurance that I think this Senate debate is giving some of the country tonight.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It's just past the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. To say that today has been extraordinary is an understatement. The Capitol under siege in a scene that was almost too hard to watch. What began as relatively peaceful protests this morning soon turned into something we've never seen before.
Session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection. A representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours after which the chair shall put the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in joint session.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Howley and Scott Perry.
The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members speaking in support of the objection and members speaking in opposition to the objection. Before I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the House will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a somber day for the defense of the Constitution. See, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself. That is why our leaders swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm doing here this evening. The Constitution states the times, place, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed by the legislature, not the courts, not the governor, not the Secretary of State or other bureaucrats or elected officials, the legislature. In Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for ballots to 3 days after the election. They actually wanted 10. The Supreme Court is not the legislature. The Supreme Court mandated unpostmarked ballots to be received, destroying the validity of all the votes that were cast timely. The Supreme Court action defied the law, the legislature, and the will of the people. The Supreme Court authorized the use of drop boxes where ballot harvesting could occur. The legislature never authorized that form of voting, and the court had absolutely no right to do so. Responding to the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, the Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signatures. Once again, the court not only defied the Constitution and the will of the people, but by so doing, they created a separate class of voters, thereby violating the Equal Protections Clause prescribed in the Constitution. How can we have two legally separate classes of voters? Yet the court made it so, not the legislature. The Constitution doesn't mention the court when determining the time, place, and manner of elections because they're not authorized to make those decisions, and yet they did it. And the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear the case denying the evidence and denying the demands for justice from the people of Pennsylvania and America. These aren't my opinions. These aren't partisan viewpoints. These are irrefutable facts. 6 days before the election, guidance emailed from the Secretary of State required that counties shall not pre-canvass or canvass any mail-in or civilian absentee ballots received between 8 o'clock Tuesday and 5 o'clock Friday, and that they must be kept separately. That was 6 days before the election. 2 days before the election, county received new guidance from the Secretary of State informing counties that they shall canvass segregated absentee and mail-in ballots as soon as possible upon receipt. The Secretary of State is not elected by the people. She is not a member of the legislature. Yet she, and she alone, determine the time and manner of elections. Unconstitutional, ladies and gentlemen. In defiance of a U.S. Supreme Court order that all ballots received after Election Day be segregated, the Secretary of State knew once they were canvassed, that is, opened and commingled with all the other ballots, they would be counted with all the rest. And what's the remedy for this defiance, for this law breaking? So far, the court has decided there is no remedy. There is no penalty for this lawlessness, this dilution of lawfully cast votes, this defiance of the Constitution. No remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess, but the will of the people is absolutely being subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Electors, or the SURE system, as the basis of determining who can vote. Unfortunately, a recent attempted audit by the Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable to establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen, that right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry the same Constitution that you do. And the Constitution, sir, does not allow you, me, or any member of this body to substitute our judgment for that of the American people. It does not allow us to disregard the will of the American people. Because under this Constitution, under our Constitution, Congress doesn't choose the president. The American people do. And they have chosen in resounding numbers, as every single member of this body well understands. Now, I have been at a loss, Madam Speaker, to explain what happened today, but there's a statement that I found that largely summarized my thoughts on the matter. The scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government are a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. The violent assault on the Capitol and the disruption of a constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress was undertaken by people whose passions have been inflamed by falsehoods and false hopes. Insurrection could do grave damage to our nation and our reputation. In the United States of America, it is the fundamental responsibility of every patriotic citizen to support the rule of law. To those who are disappointed in the results of the election, our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Those are not my words. Those are the words of former Republican President George W. Bush. To my colleagues, it is after midnight tonight. It's been a long day for our country, a long day for our republic. Let us dispense with this. Let's do the right thing. Let's honor our oath. Let's certify the results, and let's get back to the work of the American people. And with that, I yield to the distinguished Chairwoman Lofgren.
Madam Speaker, our duty today is significant but straightforward. We must count the votes of the electors as cast in the Electoral College and announce the results. As discussed, our roles and responsibilities are established by the Constitution and federal law, and they're clear. The facts before us are also clear. Pennsylvania submitted one slate of electors as chosen by the voters of the state. The slate was certified according to state law. Now those lawful results must be counted and announced. Despite disinformation and any number of false claims that you may have heard, including here today, as former Attorney General Barr said, quote, "We've not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." This is not simply a conclusory statement. The results of the election have been litigated. The record is clear. The lawsuits challenging the election results failed. They failed because there's simply no evidence to support these baseless claims. You know, it's one thing to tweet a belief, quite another to provide actual evidence. These cases fail because there is no evidence. Judges ruled in the lawsuit that the 2020 election was sound. So it should come as no surprise that Republican office holders have recognized the election results as legitimate and accurately determined in an election that was conducted safely, securely, and with integrity. We all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And as we near the end of the task before us, let's remember the beginning of the Constitution. Before Article 2 and the 12th Amendment, which spell out the Electoral College, and before Article 1, which creates Congress, the Constitution begins with the preamble. The preamble is short and bold. We, the people. The people spoke in historic numbers. Their votes have been counted. Their choice is clear. It's time, as the law requires, to announce the state of the people's vote. The violence and disorder inflicted on our democracy by seditious rioters today is an indication of why adherence to our Constitution is so vital. I urge all of us to stand up for law, for democracy, for our Constitution, and to stand up for America and reject this objection. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A day that was intended to debate the importance of election integrity and the rule of law tragically became a day that will be a black mark in our nation's history. Nevertheless, the work of this House must go on, as America will go on. We must all sincerely thank the Capitol Police and Metro Police for their selfless actions today, putting their safety and lives on the line to protect this House. The lawlessness and violence of today must be condemned, just as all violent protests must be condemned. Nevertheless, the fact remains a large number of Pennsylvanians are enormously frustrated with actions taken by elected and appointed officials in Pennsylvania, which have led to a high level of distrust for this past election. We have the United States Constitution, which is the reason we have been and will continue to be a great country and a country of laws. The U.S. Constitution is unambiguous, Madam Speaker, in declaring that state legislators are the entity with the authority to set election procedures and to enact any changes to election law. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 states the times, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof. The authority of election procedures lies with the state legislator, period. In Pennsylvania, this authority was indisputably usurped by the Pennsylvania's governor's office, by the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, and by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Application of verified signature requirements for in-person notice, leading to inconsistent preparedness between counties, and authorizing the use of unsecured drop boxes, which is not permitted in statute. If such unlawful actions are to be accepted, what do we have to look forward to next year? The Pennsylvania Secretary of State allowing online voting because it may be raining in Philadelphia? It was a free-for-all. Madam Speaker, it was back in 2005 when then Minority Leader Pelosi, while leading 31 Democrats as they objected to the presidential elector certification, that the members of Congress have brought this challenge and are speaking up for their aggrieved constituents, many of whom have been disenfranchised in this process. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and is it appropriate to do so? Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker. They were appropriate then as they are now. If there is an American ideal that all citizens, regardless of party affiliation, can agree upon, it is that we must have election integrity. We should not certify these electors which were derived by unlawful actions and a result of inaccurate vote tallies. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Joyce.
You have to stay standing.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection. Tonight, my heart is heavy as we consider the dark acts that transpired in this chamber today. But, Madam Speaker, the American people can be assured that violent and irrational attacks on this body cannot derail the constitutional responsibility that lies in front of us. This has always been about upholding the law. It's always been about protecting government of, by, and for the people. Preserving the rule of law is more important than ever. We must acknowledge that unconstitutional acts unduly impacted the presidential election in Pennsylvania. Contrary to law, the Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots for 3 days beyond the election day. Contrary to law, the Secretary of the Commonwealth discarded mail-in ballot signature verification safeguards. These leaders took advantage of a deadly pandemic and seized the state's legislature's rightful authority. I took an oath to uphold the law and defend the Constitution. I pledged to protect free and fair elections. I cannot in good faith certify electors that were selected under an unlawful process. I will object to the Electoral College certification to protect the will of Pennsylvania voters, to uphold the law, to restore trust in our electoral system, and ultimately to save our Constitution. At Gettysburg, which is in my district, President Abraham Lincoln spoke about the great task of ensuring government by, of, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Thank you, and I yield.
Expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 7 million Pennsylvanians showed up to vote in the 2020 elections. They cast their votes for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot, including the entire U.S. House delegation. There have been allegations of widespread election fraud in Pennsylvania. But remarkably, the 20 suits filed by the Trump campaign, Pennsylvania Republicans, and others challenging the results in Pennsylvania have never claimed that there was voter fraud. That's where the rubber really meets the road. So, if these lawsuits didn't claim election fraud, what did they claim? Most of the legal challenges to the presidential election in Pennsylvania question relatively small numbers of ballots that were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election. Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. Let's let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes nullified. Now, I want to provide my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge. In 2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no-excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was supported almost unanimously by Republicans in the state House and state Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period where challenges could be filed against the act if people thought it was unconstitutional. Well, 4 months went by, nobody files a challenge. In June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this new system. Nobody challenged the primary election. It was only challenged in November when Republicans didn't get the result they wanted at the top of the ticket. Not surprisingly, this case was dismissed by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the court to reject the results of the Pennsylvania contest, the presidential contest in Pennsylvania and several other states, disenfranchising tens of millions of voters. 7 Republican members of the Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only want to invalidate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the Bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania Executive Branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania Judicial Branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecure drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of the Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. Now, I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of the law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more. The Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority. Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is in front of the table.
objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy. Now, there is no reasonable debate about what happened in this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes. This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. The objectors, however, claim we do not know the will of the people because the election in Pennsylvania was somehow conducted corruptly. Much of their objection centers around the state law passed in 2019, known as Act 77, that gives voters the option of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single Republican in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for it. And in the State House, the vote among Republicans was 105-2. Here is what the Republican Speaker of the Pennsylvania House had to say about Act 77. Quote, "This bill does not benefit one party or the other, or any one candidate or single election. It serves to preserve the integrity of every election and lift the voice of every voter in the Commonwealth." So there is no question as to the facts surrounding this election. They are as clear as they are overwhelming. The only question that remains is this: will this House reaffirm our fidelity to our democracy, or will we end it? I must concede, Madam Speaker, I have been naive about one subject. I always just assumed our democracy would naturally endure, almost as if it was predestined. I never even questioned it until the last several years. 2 centuries ago, one of our founding fathers cautioned against this notion. John Adams wrote, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." I now realize the wisdom of his words. Never again will I take for granted our democracy. It must be jealously defended by every generation, always. But, Madam Speaker, despite the alarm I feel that our democracy has been brought to this breaking point, as we've seen today, nonetheless, I still maintain hope. Growing up in Philadelphia, raised in an immigrant family, I was often brought down to visit the historic sites. Every summer, without fail, we would spend a day seeing Independence Hall, Congress Hall, the Liberty Bell. It was at Independence Hall where our nation was declared free and our Constitution born. At the Constitutional Convention, the oldest and most widely accomplished delegate was Benjamin Franklin, one of our greatest founding fathers and my city's greatest citizen. On the final day, as the last delegates were signing the Constitution, Franklin pointed to the painted sun on the back of the convention chair. Observing that painters had found it difficult to distinguish between a rising sun from a setting sun, Franklin went on to say, quote, "I have often, during the course of this session, looked at that sun without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun." Madam Speaker, on a day like today, when a mob has stormed the Capitol and some members are threatening the core of our democracy, it can be hard to tell whether for American democracy the sun is rising or setting. But I maintain my faith that tonight, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in Congress, we will uphold the will of we the people and our democracy will live. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Beautiful. Florida? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection. I'd like to point out that all of the cases that have been thrown out on standing, not the evidence of voter fraud. I'd also like to point out the same people who for 4 years have failed to find a shred of evidence to convict President Trump of Russian collusion are the same people trying to discredit hardworking American poll watchers who are risking perjury by signing affidavits confirming massive voter fraud in multiple states. The same fake news who took the word of Christine Blasey Ford against Justice Kavanaugh, who her own friends denied happened, also dismissed the sworn under penalty of perjury accounts from people who witnessed the election fraud. The same fact checkers who told you that Dominion machines weren't connected to the internet and couldn't be hacked are the same people telling you that there's been no voter fraud and no violations of election law. But it's been proven that these machines are connected and that they can be hacked. We have heard repeatedly argued that objecting to these ballots is unconstitutional and violates the rights of state legislatures. They would rather us affirm fraud and pass the buck back to states rather than following the process Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, and the framers of the Constitution designed. When states fail to do their job, we are the last line of defense. Congress is here for this exact situation. We are here to be the fail-safe when states refuse to protect the people's votes. By objecting today, we are telling thousands of witnesses who signed affidavits that we have their back, and we will not allow local officials who violate their own election laws to steal this election from those who lawfully voted. I yield the remainder of my time to the member of North Carolina.
I rise today to support the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States of America. This document is the fabric and the solid foundation of a nation we call America, which has been a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill for over 230 years. The words of our Constitution, as spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, are very clear when it comes to our elections. mandating, not suggesting, not implying, but mandating that state legislatures, not secretaries of state, not state commissions, not county officials, not governors, but state legislators prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding elections. This mandate was not followed in the great state of Pennsylvania. If we allow this fraud to go on, in the analogy, a football analogy, in the moving of a goalpost after the ball has been kicked and in the air, the preview of coming attractions will be future elections that do not adhere to honest and open voting by we the people and the loss of our great republic. As a lady told me not long ago, don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining. This is exactly what's happened to the American people in this election. In the words of Winston Churchill, when Great Britain was under siege by Germany, he said, there will be a time when doing your best is not good enough. We must do what's required. And we must do what's required to save this great republic.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As terrifying as today was here in the People's House, it was thankfully fairly short in duration. In contrast, the pain and fear that so many Americans are experiencing this year has been long and continuous to this very moment. Rather than pitting Americans against Americans as we are here, we should be working to ensure rapid distribution of vaccines and adequate relief to Americans who are struggling economically because of this horrific pandemic. But we're not doing that. Instead, we have witnessed a stunning assault on our democracy itself. This challenge is not an act of patriotism. The position of the objectors is completely incompatible with patriotism. Our country is defined by her great people, and our democracy is defined above all else by our Constitution. A Constitution that these individuals want to ignore because they've decided that their judgment, the judgment of a small minority of partisan elites, should somehow override that of the more than 155 million Americans who participated in this election. That, my friends, is not democracy. We should all remember, this country's founding was a rejection of monarchy, a rejection of the notion that any one person could be all-powerful. Our commitment to self-determination is what gave rise to our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. It's why our founders made the choice to build a country anchored in respect for the rule of law, rather than one tied to the whims of men. It's why we have free and fair elections that allow us to vote out those who hold office. I am proud to join the vast majority of my colleagues in both chambers, Republicans and Democrats alike, in making it clear that our democracy is bigger than any of us. Let's be clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won a victory of 306 electoral votes in the Electoral College, the same margin that President Trump won by in 2016 when he called it a landslide. Nearly 7 million of my fellow Pennsylvanians braved this devastating pandemic and economic crisis to cast their ballots, culminating in a total turnout of more than 70%, the highest in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And nationwide, we saw record-breaking turnout. Both in Pennsylvania and nationally, the president's efforts to overturn the election results in the courts failed resoundingly, with many of the strongest rebukes coming from judges the president himself appointed. In fact, contrary to the assertion of my colleague from Georgia across the aisle, not a single lawsuit in Pennsylvania alleged fraud. She may not be aware of this, but allegations of fraud require specificity and detail, and no lawyer could risk his or her license to make such false claims. I am heartened that several of the country's leading Republicans, including Senate Republican Majority Leader McConnell, Senator Mitt Romney, and former Republican Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, have spoken out against this political stunt. Senator Romney said the egregious ploy to reject electors may enhance the political ambition of some, but dangerously threatens our democratic republic. And as former Republican Representative Charlie Dent from my district said, the claim by the president of voter fraud in our state was simply reprehensible. The truth is that he suppressed his own vote by discouraging mail-in voting. And as Pennsylvania State Senator Gene Yaw, also a Republican, has said, my question is, if the mail-in voting of Act 77 was so bad, why did the Trump organization send out a mail-in ballot application to every registered Republican in the state? Today, I am thinking of all of the people who took the time to do their civic duty and vote, many standing in long lines or painstakingly researching how to vote by mail correctly. We reject these disgraceful attacks on the voters of Pennsylvania and this attempt to throw out their votes. To those in this chamber who may cynically believe that stoking the forces of disinformation and division may be worth a short-term benefit to their political careers, I would urge serious self-reflection. Our democracy is one of the most precious resources of the American people, protected against enormous odds and at great sacrifice by each generation of service members and everyday citizens who put their lives on the line to build a freer and more equitable nation. They deserve better than what is happening in this chamber today.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. To what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by making two basic points. Number one, individual states who administer elections must ensure that they're conducted fairly, uniformly, and in accordance with the law. And number two, every American wants to be and deserves to be confident that our elections are secure and that all eligible legal votes are counted accurately and in a transparent manner. And I'll say this, in my district, in Lancaster and York counties, I think that occurred. I'm very proud of my county election officials who upheld the Pennsylvania Constitution and followed the letter of the law. But unfortunately, that sentiment is not shared across the Commonwealth. And today, my objection is not about voter fraud. It is grounded in unconstitutional measures taken by bureaucrats and partisan justices in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that have unlawfully changed how this election was carried out. This potentially changed the outcome and certainly caused millions of our state's voters to question the election results. Other speakers have outlined this issue. In brief, the Pennsylvania State Legislature in 2019 passed the bipartisan election law reform bill, and then the partisan Pennsylvania Supreme Court took it upon themselves to rewrite that law just 7 weeks before the election. They unlawfully legislated from the bench and made substantive changes to the law, including allowing for unsecured drop boxes and ordering that ballots received after the election be counted, among other things. And the Pennsylvania Secretary of State took it even further. Her unilateral unconstitutional changes resulted in counties treating ballots differently, so that some voters had the opportunity to change mail-in ballots to correct deficiencies, while in other counties their ballots simply were not counted. As members of Congress, we serve as a voice for our constituents. This is the one time I have a voice in this process, and I cannot simply look away when tens of thousands of my constituents have real and legitimate concerns about how this election was conducted in Pennsylvania. And in fact, I think inadequate response to those concerns by Pennsylvania's officials is one of the major problems. Simple measures like audits should be routine and random and supported by both parties, and I believe they are critical for restoring faith in elections, in Pennsylvania's elections moving forward. The bottom line for my constituents is that Pennsylvania's officials at all levels failed to conduct a uniform and legal election, and for that reason, they inappropriately and unlawfully certified the state's electors. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, the violence that occurred in the Capitol today was shameful, unacceptable, and un-American. We are a nation of laws, not lawlessness, and we will never give in to the mob. Thank you to the men and women of our Capitol Police and other law enforcement agencies who heroically defended this building. The criminal behavior we witnessed today before us does not erase the facts before us. I'm objecting to the certification of Pennsylvania's electoral votes because Governor Tom Wolf, Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court violated the state legislature's clear constitutional authority to set election proceedings. Under the Pennsylvania Constitution, only the General Assembly has the power to set election law. Additionally, Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution explicitly grants state legislatures, not the governor acting alone, and not the courts, the explicit power to determine the manner of appointing presidential electors. Pennsylvania's court unlawfully extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Governor Wolf's administration dismissed signature authentication procedures for absentee and mail-in ballots, allowed for the uneven administration of the election across counties, and unilaterally changed Pennsylvania's election code without the state legislature's consent. The Constitution is clear, and the facts are indisputable. This past weekend, each member of this body stood in this chamber and swore an oath to protect and defend our Constitution. I intend to fulfill my constitutional oath, which the people of Pennsylvania have entrusted in me. My objection is grounded in the Constitution and rule of law. If we allow the governor to violate constitutional rights of the General Assembly, what is stopping him from violating the constitutional rights of the 12.8 million Pennsylvanians our state legislators were elected to represent? Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
That I oppose.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I represent the 3rd District of Pennsylvania, which includes part of Philadelphia, the birthplace of America. It was in Philadelphia that the Constitution of the United States was written and signed, the very Constitution that we all are sworn in, that upholds for all the members of the House of Representatives. We are elected to serve by our constituents, and that it is our job to represent them and their interests in Congress. Yesterday, I spoke to the son of the late Dick Thornburgh, who was a 2-term Republican governor of Pennsylvania and was Attorney General under President Ronald Reagan and President Bush. His son stressed to me that his father would have wanted the rule of law to prevail regarding political outcomes. But because he cares so much about safeguarding democracy than partisanship. Let me repeat that. His son stressed that regardless of political outcomes, he would prefer the safeguard of democracy rather than political outcome. In addition, Al Smith, who was a Republican commissioner of elections, certified the results in November the 23rd. His quote, "I am proud that the birthplace of our republic held the most transparent and secure election in the history of Philadelphia." Instead of using this time to dispute the results of our fair and lawful election, we should be spending this time making vaccines that are quickly given to essential workers in our most vulnerable communities. People are getting homeless. We should look at rental assistance. We should ensure that that's available. Small businesses, the engines of our economy, are needed grants and loans. That should be our focus. Hospitals desperately need support and help. We should be paying attention to the needed hospitals. We're in the middle of a pandemic where hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and we're in a recession that is putting millions of Americans at risk for hunger, homelessness, or both. It's time we start legislating for the people. And one last person I want to mention is our junior senator, Senator Toomey. Very few things that he and I agree, but he has stated very clearly that Joe Biden has won this election. He has stood up on the Senate floor and he has stated that. So it needs to be very clear that the late Governor Thornburgh, Alfred Smith, the commissioner, and our current junior senator all have one thing in common: democracy first, partisanship second. Let's keep that in mind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentlemen.
I yield back.
Thank you. For purpose, Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico for 5 minutes. Without objection?
Madam Speaker, I rise in objection, in support of the objection.
Without objection. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not how I imagined my first speech in the House of Representatives or my first week to be in Washington. The violence that occurred in this building yesterday is reprehensible and inexcusable. I am appalled by anyone who assaults our nation's law enforcement officers. I swore an oath on Sunday to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. We are here today, delayed but not detoured, to debate a constitutional question and follow a constitutional process. The Constitution gives state legislators, not state executives or judges, the sole authority to determine how their state selects presidential electors. Nobody disputes that in Pennsylvania, as well as in other states, rules and regulations were changed by executive fiat or judicial edict. These changes were significant and irregular. They included changes to vote-by-mail deadlines, identity verification requirements, and other ballot handling practices. In Pennsylvania specifically, the Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth and the Democrat-controlled Pennsylvania Supreme Court usurped the constitutional authority of the state legislature. Together, they exceeded their authority by extending the deadline for absentee ballots and by waiving signature requirements for those ballots. In their haste to make these changes, the Secretary and the court created two different unequal standards for voters. Pennsylvanians who chose to vote in person still had to have their signatures verified at their polling place, but those who chose to vote by mail did not. How is this process fair? This objection is about Pennsylvania, but it affects every state. As a state representative of New Mexico, Pennsylvania's unconstitutional actions disenfranchised my constituents and the constituents of my colleagues. It is my duty to give my constituents a voice. Signing these objections raises their concerns to the fullest extent my office allows. I again condemn in strongest terms the violence that took place here yesterday. We have many issues to solve, including reforms to restore all Americans' faith in the fairness of our elections. I look forward to those serious, civil, and peaceful debates. And Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank the gentlelady. This process we're going through today isn't about personalities. This isn't about Joe Biden or Donald Trump. As hard as some try to paint it that way, let me say the names and personalities don't matter. This is gravely about the Constitution of the United States. Almost 20 years ago, after the attacks on 9/11, Americans were persuaded to give up some of their constitutional liberties. Using the justification of that global crisis, the terrorist attacks on that fateful day, America saw the erosion of their liberties for the safety and security which many felt they may receive through the USA Patriot Act and other resulting processes too many felt would keep us safe from another attack here on our shore. This year, using the justification of the global pandemic, COVID-19, we once again saw our nation's Constitution violated. You see, the Constitution is clear in Article 2, Madam Speaker, that the power and duty to set the manner of national elections rests solely with the state legislatures. That power doesn't rest with us. That power doesn't rest in the hands of unelected county election officials, secretaries of state, or Supreme Courts, but rather in the hands of the state legislatures which pass laws setting the manner of elections held in their states. This year, using the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed these duly passed laws circumvented and usurped time and again not by having the laws changed in the respective state legislative bodies, but those laws arbitrarily and unilaterally changed by county clerks, secretaries of state, and in this case of Pennsylvania, an unelected or an elected Supreme Court, which is supposed to interpret the law, not make law. And when those non-legislative entities change the laws without getting the General Assemblies to change the law, in my opinion, the resulting ballots cast, either by mail or in person, those ballots were illegal under the law. Illegal ballots should not be counted, and therefore the resulting electoral votes should be considered invalid. What bothers me is that so many of you are okay with that. That so many Americans, because their person won, you're okay with the manner in which that victory was gained. It's politics. Look, I get it. But we didn't swear an oath to play politics. We swore an oath to the United States Constitution. As George Washington said, the Constitution is the guide which I will never abandon. I yield back.
Gentlewoman, therefore, the gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good evening. And first, I do want to acknowledge the devastating events of the last 12 hours and to express my deep appreciation for those who have worked to secure this building and safeguard our democracy. And on behalf of my colleagues, we are all grateful for your service. I ran for this office on a platform of civility and decency, and many of my colleagues and constituents know that I'm a third-generation veteran, and I grew up in a military household. What you may not know, though, is that I grew up in a divided household. Throughout my childhood, one parent voted Democrat and the other Republican. In my purple household, I learned that duty to country was far more important than party allegiance. And with each election, my father would say, "And when the election is done, we salute smartly and we carry on." Now I live in and I serve in a community that has a lot in common with the home that I grew up in. It too is a purple place that honors civility and decency. Pennsylvania's 6th District is in many ways a microcosm of the Commonwealth and of our nation. Our voter registration in Chester County is 40-40-20 R, D, and I. Voters across my district commonly split their ticket, some voting for President-elect Biden while also voting down ballot for Republicans for our state legislature. What some of my colleagues are arguing today is that those ballots, those very ballots, are illegitimate. My colleagues cannot honestly believe that. In fact, just this week, they joined me on the House floor to be sworn into this hallowed body, and they trusted that the votes cast in their favor were legitimate, and they're right. If those votes counted, so too must the votes for President-elect Biden. We have also heard today concerns about mail-in ballots. And I'm not a lawyer, but I am an engineer and therefore a student of numbers. It wasn't just Democrats who voted by mail. It was not a free-for-all, as was described earlier. 600,000 Republicans in Pennsylvania across the state voted by mail. By questioning the election results, you're telling those Pennsylvanians that the hours they spent online to cast their ballot or the trip that they took to the post office in the middle of a pandemic just didn't matter. Alan Novak is a man who served as the chair of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania for nearly a decade. I'll say that again. The chair of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania for a decade is one of those voters I'm talking about in Pennsylvania. He lives in my district, and he split his ticket. He voted for me as his member of Congress and also for President Trump. And he eloquently said, "What makes America great, exceptional, and enduring is our commitment to government of laws, our orderly constitutional process that settles our election disputes and our peaceful transfer of power with respect and civility." He goes on to say that it is easy when it's pretty and the outcome is not controversial. But when it's not pretty and there's controversy, it's more important that we respect, honor, and abide by our revered and tested process for the orderly transfer of power. Perhaps that's maybe all that we can agree on, and it is the need for grace, respect, and civility. So I ask my colleagues across the aisle, are you willing to disenfranchise people like Mr. Novak and the more than 400,000 people in the Pennsylvania 6th? Perhaps some of the independent and pragmatic spirit that is so prevalent amongst voters in my community comes from the history of the place that we call home. Many Americans have visited Philadelphia and our historic sites, but very few make it out to my community, which is the home of Valley Forge. Here, General George Washington led the Continental Army to winter quarters. The war had not been going well for our young soldiers,
and that winter was harder still. It was bitterly cold, food shortages and smallpox were abundant, and many people died. We remember what happened there because it was a test of our endurance, a demonstration of devotion to mission and to our country over ourselves. Coming out of that awful winter experience, our troops emerged better trained, united, and ultimately victorious. In those harsh, dark times, they found their common ground and their fortitude. Just like then, it is in these trying moments where we learn who our leaders truly are. They're the ones who don't just represent the people or give orders or ready us for a fight. They are those who educate, who speak truth. They inspire confidence and unity rather than sowing division and strife. There is a striking parallel between our nascent country and what they endured in Valley Forge and what we're enduring right now. A hard winter of division, illness running rampant, and an uncertain future. Today, our country's resolve is being tested, and I know that we will pass this test together and be made stronger. We now have the opportunity and the responsibility to do that tonight by upholding the will of the people, by voting to certify the results of this electoral college, and by moving forward with a servant heart and a common resolve to preserve this great experiment that is the United States of America. And with that, I yield back, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's with great pride and profound sense of responsibility that I object to the 2020 election in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm very proud to stand alongside fellow patriots who have pushed back against a fraudulent and criminal election process, a process that was the antithesis to the very rule of law that governs these United States. At the same time, standing here tonight is surreal because this is a critical juncture that will undoubtedly determine the survivability of this great republic. Our free and fair election process, and by extension, the people's trust and legitimacy, is what has separated us as a nation, a process that we've shared with the world its moral force, a process that now sadly has been bastardized by those more interested in the maintenance of power than they are in the free and open voice of the American people. If I remember correctly, Democrats were calling for transparency in 2000 and 2004 when George W. Bush was elected, and again in 2016 when President Trump took office. Where are you now? I ask this: what do you have to lose by having a thorough investigation to determine the validity of these votes? Why not encourage an investigation to relieve the concerns of half the people in this country? If you are so convinced that Biden was elected legitimately, what do you have to fear? If there was no fraud, simply show us the proof, investigate it, validate it. This isn't about one candidate versus another. This is about upholding the principles that are indispensable to the existence of the democratic republic that we are so fortunate to call home. I have no doubt that there was widespread election fraud this past November, and I am not alone. I stand here today speaking for 75 million Americans whose voice was unconstitutionally silenced. To you, the silenced, I say this: I will continue to fight for you. You have been heard. For more than 240 years, tyranny has sought to extinguish the light of freedom. As Ronald Reagan said before, freedom is a fragile thing. It is never more than one generation away from extinction. The Constitution and the Bible on which it stands is stronger than the cheap, tyrannical tactics of those who seek to destroy it. And I yield back to the gentleman, Mr. Budd from North Carolina.
I thank my friend from Texas. You know, mob violence is not representative of our country or of this building. The American people, at least the ones that are still up watching right now, they have seen this body return to a peaceful debate. And that's the American way. So let's get back to that debate, and let's talk for a moment about Pennsylvania. For decades, absentee voting was reserved for members of the military and citizens who were medically or physically unable to get to the polls. But in 2019, Pennsylvania dramatically increased the amount of ballots that would be cast in the presidential election through expanded, no-excuse mail-in voting. On September 17th, Pennsylvania's Democrat-controlled Supreme Court violated the Constitution by extending the deadline to receive mail-in ballots. Article 2 states that legislatures, not the courts, determine the time, manner, and place of their state's elections. But Pennsylvania's High Court directed the state officials to assume that non-postmarked ballots were received on time, without any evidence that they were sent before Election Day. On October 23rd, while early voting was already underway, the state Supreme Court ruled that election officials did not have to authenticate signatures for mail-in ballots. To sum it up, Pennsylvania officials illegally did 3 critical things. 1, they radically expanded vote by mail for virtually any reason. 2, they removed restrictions when a ballot could be sent in. And 3, they removed signature verification on those very ballots. And just this week, the Pennsylvania Senate pleaded with members of this body to delay certification until the Supreme Court resolves these disputes. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania violated their own Constitution. They violated the U.S. Constitution. They opened the door for thousands of unverifiable ballots. Because they failed to guarantee the integrity of their votes, I cannot consent to accepting Pennsylvania's electoral votes.
Time has expired. Chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate is ready to proceed in joint session with the House of Representatives.
Thank you. What did you say? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the challenge.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America, a day of shame, a day of ignominy, an attack on this Capitol, an attack on our country. Our words matter. Mobs, thugs, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists attacked our government with the aim of attacking our free and fair elections. Make no mistake, these terrorists came armed with false flags, armed with hate, armed with weapons, and tragically armed with lies force-fed to them by those at the highest level of government, including some from the legislative and, yes, the executive branches. Incited by the one at the highest level of government, they attacked people, property, this Capitol, this cathedral of democracy. Words matter. In his last words to our nation and to all of us here, our dear colleague John Lewis wrote last July, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act, and each generation has an obligation to preserve its institutions." Democracy is a series of acts. Acts by you and by me, by citizens, one building upon the other and another. Not acts that we have heard and seen and suffered today, words and acts to incite violence, acts that tear at the very fabric of our democracy. Yet, Madam Speaker, I have hope. We too are armed. We are armed with the facts. We are armed with the truth. We are armed with the love of our country. We are armed with our sworn oaths, and we are armed with our precious Constitution. We have faced tyranny and insurrection before. We are here tonight to herald to America and to the world. We will defend our democracy, and we will endure. When I came into work this morning as I was preparing to come to the floor, I read Tom Friedman's op-ed, which began with the words from the Gospel of Mark. "For what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? For what shall it profit any man?" I urge my Republican colleagues to have the courage to uphold their oath, courage like that of Congresswoman Margaret Chase Smith, a lifelong Republican and the first in her party to speak out against McCarthyism. Putting duty over fear, she said, and I quote, "I don't want to see the Republican Party ride to political victory on the 4 horsemen of calumny, fear, ignorance, bigotry, smear. Surely Republicans are not that desperate for victory," end quote. For today we have seen the cost of victory by such means. It shook the very walls of this building. Our colleagues know there is no truth to this challenge. For what shall it profit a man? Madam Speaker, it has been my solemn honor to participate this sad day. I pray for our country, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To support the objection of the electoral certification of the state of Pennsylvania.
For that objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a new representative here, I did not envision my first speech on the House floor to be this here tonight, but rather a tribute to our first responders and frontline workers who have been a shining light in an otherwise tough year for us all. After the events tonight, I am especially grateful for our men and women who put service above self, confronting lawlessness and danger while protecting this very chamber, its members, and our constitutional republic. As a member of the People's House and the wife of a first responder, thank you to our law enforcement here today. But especially after tonight's unacceptable breach of the People's House, I am furthermore resolved in the fact that we, as representatives of the people, must take a stand for every American's right to a free and fair election as guaranteed by the Constitution. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution explicitly rests the time and manner of our elections in the hands of our state legislatures. However, state law in the 2020 election was modified or circumvented without approval of the state legislatures. These actions are in clear violation of the Constitution, specifically Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which grants state legislatures the sole authority to establish how state presidential electors are appointed. These changes, along with other election irregularities throughout the 2020 election, require me, as a member of this body, to object to the certification of these electoral votes, just as my colleagues across the aisle have objected to every Republican presidential election over the last 20 years. Tonight, as we undertake the very serious responsibility of debating these states' electoral certifications, I want to urge my colleagues to listen earnestly and with an open mind, remembering that just 3 days ago, we swore an oath to the United States Constitution, not a political party. Our constituents are counting on us. Our country is counting on us. Our children are counting on us, and we cannot let them down. In December, 25 of my freshman colleagues and I sent you, Madam Speaker, a letter imploring you to investigate these election irregularities. And to date, we have not received a response. That brings us to today. My colleagues across the aisle have repeatedly invoked our founding father, Benjamin Franklin, who famously said, "We have a republic if we can keep it." I say, let's keep it, and it is with that sentiment in mind that I ask my colleagues to defend the power vested in this legislative branch by the U.S. Constitution and reject the certification of the electoral votes of the state in question. It is our responsibility to have courage in the face of adversity and bring integrity back to this process, and with that, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from the great state of Texas.
I thank the gentlelady, my friend from the great state of Florida. As Americans, we believe governments receive their just powers from the consent of the governed. That sacred transaction can only happen legitimately in a free and fair election. Election integrity is the very lifeblood of our unrivaled system of self-government. The law and the Constitution give Congress not only the authority, but I believe the responsibility to serve as the last check on the integrity of our presidential elections. We either believe, according to statute, that every elector was lawfully certified and regularly given, or we don't. States certainly have broad delegated powers to administer federal elections, but they still must operate within the bounds of the Constitution. Despite receiving numerous petitions, and to the detriment of the country, I might add, the Supreme Court failed to answer the most important question of the 2020 election. Can entities outside of the state legislatures make election law? The plain language of Article 2 of the Constitution answers the question unequivocally, no. The decisions made today in these chambers are of the utmost consequence, and the horrible precedent that will be established if we don't act will have lasting impact on our beloved republic. This proceeding is not just about the integrity of this election, Madam Speaker. It's about ensuring the integrity of all future elections. I take no pleasure or pride in making my objection today, nor do I wish for any state electors to be disqualified. However, based on the law, the Constitution, and my conscience, I cannot support certifying votes from any state that violated the Constitution. This decision is not about loyalty to a president, Madam Speaker. It's about my fidelity to the Constitution and the oath that I swore. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I came here tonight prepared to talk about the place I represent and how well the Democratic and Republican county officials ran our election. I wanted to point out that in my home county of Allegheny County, in the place they were counting the votes, there were 31 video cameras, 31 in the same place, just showing people counting votes, every single one of them on paper with representatives from both campaigns watching. I wanted to point out to all these great lovers and supporters of the Pennsylvania legislature that it was the Republican Pennsylvania legislature that passed a Republican bill that they all voted for and supported that set up the system under which we just ran the election, and that the reason the president lost was because he was not as popular as other Republicans in our state. He got fewer votes than all of them. I wanted to lay out all this evidence, Madam Speaker, because I thought it was a sign of respect for my colleagues, for all the Americans out there who don't know who to trust. I was raised on that. I was raised on that respect, which makes this a hard speech for me to give. Because to do this with any kind of honesty means admitting and declaring in this House that these objections don't deserve an ounce of respect. Not an ounce. A woman died out there tonight, and you're making these objections. Let's be clear about what happened in this chamber today. Invaders came in for the first time since the War of 1812. They desecrated these halls and this chamber and practically every inch of ground where we work. And for the most part, they walked in here free. A lot of them walked out free. And there wasn't a person watching at home who didn't know why that was, because of the way that they look.
House will be in order.
My point, Madam Speaker, is this. Enough has been done here today already to try to strip this Congress of its dignity. And these objectors don't need to do any more. We know that that attack today, it didn't materialize out of nowhere. It was inspired by lies, the same lies that you're hearing in this room tonight. And the members who are repeating those lies should be ashamed of themselves. Their constituents should be ashamed of them. And we know what's going to happen as soon as I walk away, what's happened all night tonight, what will continue to happen. They will take these same symbols, these same concepts, they'll smuggle them into their arguments, they'll make the same arguments. And I want people at home, anyone who is still watching, to know these arguments are not for them, they're for you. None of the evidence we wanted to discuss here tonight will change their opinions or what they're about to say. But you need to know that's not the end. It's not as if there's nothing we can do because of that, and if there was, I don't think this nation would have made it to almost 250 years. The fact is, Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day, people...
Gentleman from Virginia. Point of order. Gentleman will say this point of order.
Gentleman will say his point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Point of order. The gentleman said that there were lies on this floor here today, looking over this direction. I ask that those words be taken down. We may have a disagreement on matters, but
Mr. Mann, it's not timely.
This side of the aisle liars.
No, the gentleman's name was not timely. You didn't register an appropriate time. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day,
Yeah, look, you
Look, it's
say
sad, but
that
it's
about me
true.
every single day. So
the truth
just
hurts.
hold your tongue. The gentleman will proceed.
It hurts.
Okay.
It hurts them, it hurts this country, it hurts all of us. But the fact is that the people have made this country work by not giving in. Go ahead, shout it out. Say
The
one thing
gentleman
that's
is
true.
not in order. The gentleman will proceed. The gentleman will proceed.
One last thing to say, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for your patience. All people need to know, all they need to know tonight, Madam Speaker,
There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. The gentleman will clear this chamber. The gentleman will clear the chamber. Gentleman will proceed.
thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth hurts. But the fact is this. We want this government to work more than they want it to fail. And after everything that's happened today, we want that more than ever. Know that, the people watching at home. We want this government to work. We will make it work. They will not make it fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, John. Who's next? Who's, who?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Pennsylvania, okay.
When is the appropriate time to ask that the words be stricken and taken down?
Exactly when the words are spoken. You are late.
It's got to be.
For what purposes, gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Are you seeking recognition? Who seeks time to speak on the objection? Gentleman from Louisiana?
I rise, Madam Speaker, in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My. Let us take a deep breath, shall we? Madam Speaker, the cornerstone of the strength of our American Republic is not only the peaceful transition of power, but it's the peaceful transition of a lawful power. And it's within the parameters of our oath, indeed, is our duty to inquire if we suspect that perhaps our elections have been compromised. Much has been said about what we do not know. What we do not know calls for investigation. What we do know is that in the disputed states, governors, secretaries of state, or local election commissions acted in violation of the election clause of the U.S. Constitution, wherein state legislatures are granted the sole authority to determine how presidential electors are appointed. It's that simple. State executive officials usurp the constitutionally vested authority of state legislatures within several of the sovereign states. Now, why are we involved in Congress? Because the founders gave us a narrow role. If we suspect that an election was compromised in a sovereign state, then we have a role in the seating of those electors and the counting. America is not a confederacy of states. We're a union of states. We're a representative republic. Therefore, each sovereign state has a deep obligation to follow the writ of its own election law during a federal election. We would not be having this conversation if our objections were solely rested upon the elections of sovereign state governors or state senators and representatives. It's a federal election for the President and Vice President of the United States. We certainly have a role, and we should investigate and support that role. Madam Speaker, America is an anointed nation, born of imperfect men, driven by perfect intent. May we be worthy of what it is to be an American, what it is to be a representative of the American people. May I ask, may we seek the quiet whisper of God's own voice within us. And I ask my colleagues to consider supporting this objection. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, and thank you for yielding. Before I start, something I didn't plan on saying, this is a debate. It's a discussion. Everybody has a right to an opinion. That is American. Because someone doesn't agree with your view or your ideas does not mean that they are liars. It means they have a different view, a different opinion. And I think for God's sake, as people watch this or see it or hear it, they expect more from us than that. We can disagree at a certain level. There is nothing worse than moral pomposity. Today was an amazing and terrible day. But one thing that we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that our law enforcement protected lives, and they protected and preserved our democracy. I watched firsthand, as I always have, just as I do back home in South Jersey, these brave men and women put their lives on the line to defend all of us. May God bless the woman who lost her life today, and may God bless what is and will always be the greatest nation in the history of the world, the United States of America. At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system. Pardon me?
The rule of the House, you must use your mask.
At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system of government. Without faith in the integrity of our elections, Americans will not have faith in our democracy. The United States of America is the international embodiment of freedom and opportunity, the shining city on a hill. Free and fair elections have always been a hallmark of America's greatness. After this past presidential election, approximately 60 million Americans have serious doubts about the outcome. That is a number that we cannot ignore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Pardon me?
The gentleman's time has expired. That gentleman, and therefore your time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the objection.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you. I started this day disheartened that our colleagues were going to drag us through this cynical political charade of objecting to duly certified electoral college votes. But I was ready and eager to defend Pennsylvania's elections and the will of Pennsylvania's voters. Never did I expect to be answering calls from family and friends concerned for my safety, or to have to barricade myself in an office. But most important of all, never did I expect to see our capital overrun by armed insurrectionists intent on disrupting our government at the urging of the president. What happened here today has made me heartsick for our country, but it only strengthens my resolve to uphold the rule of law and to protect the decision of Pennsylvania's voters. Earlier this week, we raised our hands and swore an oath to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States. But today, those who are blocking the counting of electors from Pennsylvania are showing that their allegiance lies not to the Constitution or to their constituents, and many would argue not even to the Republican Party, but to their own political fortunes and the outgoing president. Pennsylvania's voters, not members of Congress, are tasked with choosing Pennsylvania's presidential electors, and particularly not congressmen from other states. The people have spoken, and Pennsylvania certified our electors. We must respect our oath here, by rejecting this unfounded objection to Pennsylvania's electoral votes and not substitute Congress's judgment for that of the people of Pennsylvania. Legal challenges to elections are serious matters, and that's why there is a place to consider those challenges in courtrooms before impartial judges. And Pennsylvania's legal process has worked. The pseudo-legal arguments that are being raised by the objectors here today are not new. Over the past 2 months, the President and his allies have filed more than 20 lawsuits to challenge the Pennsylvania election. Those challenges have been rejected in federal courts, state courts, appellate courts, and the United States Supreme Court. Challenges have been rejected by judges who are registered Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and who've been appointed by Democratic and Republican presidents. And why did they lose all those cases? As Third Circuit Judge Bibas, a Trump appointee, wrote, "Free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges of unfairness are serious, but calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here." What the court said points to an important distinction about when and how claims of election misconduct are made. It's easy to make wild claims of election fraud on cable television or Twitter, but those claims are not facts. And while there may be no immediate consequences for misleading the public with such statements, there is certainly a penalty for misleading the courts. A lawyer faces fines, jail, and loss of his or her license for making frivolous or false claims. The lawyers for the Trump campaign never alleged widespread fraud or illegal voting had impacted Pennsylvania's elections, because those claims are false. When our colleagues indulge in this political theater and endorse fringe conspiracy theories, they may think there are no consequences because they know that this time the majorities of the House and Senate will overrule them. But as the entire world saw today, their baseless claims of election fraud do have consequences. They undermine faith and respect for our elections and our government. They chip away at the foundation of our constitutional republic, and they take a sledgehammer to the peaceful transfer of power. It is our job to respect the rule of law and reject this political charade. Finally, I want to offer my deepest respect to our Republican colleagues in both the House and the Senate who have withstood intense political pressure and today honor their oath in the rule of law by rejecting these unfounded objections. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in favor of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would first like to say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who said we should be ashamed over here, I'm not ashamed, and neither are my colleagues over here. We're actually proud of what we're doing and what we're standing for. So I hope the record will show that. Yesterday's cowardly attack on our American democracy was a horrible act. While Congress attempted to execute their constitutional duty to debate and vote on the certification of the Electoral College, violence interrupted the proceedings in an attempt to stop the democratic process. Those who committed these acts are domestic terrorists and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I thank the Capitol Police and all of the law enforcement organizations that pushed back against this mob. I can't help but be reminded of the bravery during the baseball shooting on myself and my Republican colleagues in June of 2017. I thank God every day for their presence. The American people deserve full transparency in the electoral process, with confidence that any irregularities and inconsistencies in that process will be fully investigated. As a former Texas Secretary of State, I know the electoral process well, and above all, I know what the courts, the executive branch, and elections officials can and cannot do without approval by the state legislator. During my tenure, I knew that my authority was confined to the powers the legislature provided me. If states fail to abide by the Constitution and follow their own laws, it calls into question whether the votes in Texas or any other state are fairly represented. And now, as a duly elected member of Congress, the Constitution outlines my rights to speak and voice my constituents' concerns with my vote. It is pivotal that we have free and fair elections in our representative democracy, and more importantly, that we trust in the results of those elections. In no way is voicing an objection an attempt to overturn an election. And when this process is complete and all objections have been heard, I acknowledge that we will have a peaceful transfer of power on January 20th. Faith in our system must be restored, and Americans must be confident that their vote matters and only lawful votes will be counted. This is a sad day in our nation's history, but a solemn reminder that our country will not falter and will not fail. In God we trust. I yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Congressman Cawthorn.
Hello, everyone. As I said in my convention speech, I want a new generation of Americans to be radicals for freedom and for liberty, but not radicals for violence. I am bitterly disappointed by the protests that happened yesterday. The actions of a violent few were cowardly and pathetic, and I am not afraid to call it out. The Republican Party is a party of limited government. It is the big tent party. It's not the party of destruction. Madam Speaker, the oath I took just days ago demands that I speak out in defense, not of one president or another, but defense of a hallowed document that has safeguarded this republic for over 200 years. The Constitution grants power solely to state legislatures to determine how elections are carried out. When other officials who are not vested with constitutional authority usurp their role and grind the Constitution under their heel, I must object. Our nation is a nation of resilience. In Valley Forge, George Washington prayed for a republic to be formed from the ashes of a monarchy. At Gettysburg, Americans gave their lives to defend a very simple idea, that the American democracy that had been earned with the blood of their forefathers would not perish due to internal divisions. Then on the islands of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, American servicemen gave their lives to defend this nation's freedom from fascism. And what unites each and every generation of Americans is the idea that those who submit themselves to the authority of government ought to have a voice in that same government. We are Americans here in this chamber and in this country. But what does it really mean to be an American? It means believing in the rule of law. It means speaking up in defense of our founding principles and in defense of the Constitution. Being an American means that you are proud of your country, but that you never beat your chest. And being an American means that sometimes you must stand alone while others sit. Now, obviously I can't stand, but trust me, if I could stand, I would stand in defense of our Constitution today. Amen. Thank you all.
For what does the purpose of the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague, Representative Dwight Evans, and I remind this chamber that Pennsylvania is the cradle of American democracy. We can't claim to be the birthplace of American democracy. That would be a disservice to James Otis Jr., who in 1761 stood up in a Massachusetts courtroom and argued against the king's writs of assistance. But Pennsylvania is the cradle of democracy. It is where we hosted the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the American Constitution. And it was Pennsylvanians who immediately went to battle to defend this idea of democracy. They went right after Bunker Hill to the siege of Boston. American riflemen were instrumental at the transformational battles of Trenton and Saratoga in victory. And it's Independence Hall where these documents got signed, the Declaration and the Constitution. And you heard my colleagues, you heard Representative Houlihan talking about the privations at Valley Forge, all in support of creating democracy. You heard Representative Boyle quoting John Adams about democracy only dies by suicide. You heard Representative Dean quoting John Lewis, our hero, who said democracy is not a state, it is an act. You heard Representative Wild talking about this stunning assault on our democracy. If it seems like we get a little prickly in Pennsylvania about assaulting on democracy, you're right, we do. Pennsylvania is the cradle of democracy. And you heard how foolish and empty these challenges are. Representative Lamb said it, 31 cameras filming the place where the count was happening, resulting in thousands of hours of videotape. You can see it on YouTube, proving there was no fraud. You heard Representatives Doyle and Brendan Boyle talking about Act 77, how the Republicans in Pennsylvania were falling all over themselves to pass this law for mail-in voting because they thought it would help them. And you heard Representative Scanlon explaining why there were no allegations of fraud made in court, because a lawyer going into court, lying to the court, gets his or her ticket to practice law punched. They can be disbarred. Politicians can say anything on cable TV, but they have to be darn careful when they're in court. So all these big TV talkers never alleged fraud in court. Let me tell you about one court case. It was a case where they brought on their best legal talent. It was a case where they drew as a judge a staunch, principled, conservative Republican, Judge Matthew Brann. He called this case strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. He called it like Frankenstein's monster, haphazardly stitched together case. Judge Brann said he, quote, has no authority to take away the right to vote of even a single person, let alone millions of citizens. And on appeal, Judge Bibas, a Trump appointee writing for the Third Circuit, agreed. He said, calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here, he said. So we have judges, dozens and dozens of them, federal judges, state judges, Democrats, Republicans, turning away these challenges. All they ever wanted was evidence. And here's the number one rule when you go to court. Don't forget to bring the evidence with you. This objection, in all seriousness, reflects the most profound disrespect to our American judiciary. We Pennsylvanians understand democracy. It was in Pennsylvania that our founders signed the Constitution, and Article 2 makes it plain as day. We elect our president. We don't have a king. If you can undo a presidential election simply by alleging that something was amiss, then we don't have a democracy at all. We have something else entirely. And if we vote to sustain this objection, we are not upholding our Constitution at all. We are doing something else entirely. Let's vote no on this objection. Yield back.
Perfect. 35 minutes. For what purpose does the gentleman of Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every one of us swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies of foreign and domestic. I swore that oath in uniform, and in the first part of it is the same that we swear here in Congress. The last time we needed to defend our Constitution against a domestic enemy, we fought a civil war. And then at the conclusion of that civil war, we passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments that make clear that no state is so sovereign that they can deprive their citizens of equal protection of the laws. When it comes to election, that means one person gets one vote. It doesn't mean that other citizens can dilute the votes of their citizens and deprive them of equal protection. And it doesn't mean that a state can do that by law or by practice. So whether the law was changed and made it such that there is no way to provide equal protection, one person, one vote, or the practice was corrupted, it cannot stand. And frankly, lastly, it must guarantee that there is a proof that it was equal protection under the law. None of that happened in a number of states. And the people of America, tens of millions of them who came out to vote, have been unheard by this body and by far too many courts. We need to show them the respect they are due by the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution that we fought to sustain, to end the era of Jim Crow, to pass civil rights legislation, the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, and so many other pieces of jurisprudence. Thank you, and I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman, Mr. Johnson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in support.
Control of the time. You have to stand there. As you yield, John.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this objection and to give voice to the 249,386 men and women of Ohio's 6th Congressional District who've had their voices silenced by the rogue political actors in Pennsylvania, who unilaterally and unconstitutionally altered voting methods to benefit the Democratic candidate for president. Secretaries of State and state Supreme Courts cannot simply ignore the rules governing elections set forth in the Constitution. They cannot choose to usurp their state legislatures to achieve a partisan end. Constitution be damned. Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America. We've seen too many sad days like this recently: assaults on courthouses, police stations, and now the U.S. Capitol. People who disagree with the results of police work and court decisions are wrong to respond violently. And people who disagree with the results of an election are also wrong to respond with violence. Thank you to the Capitol Police and all of the law enforcement involved for protecting the people's house today. Madam Speaker, some may question our motives for raising these objections. But other than the Bible, the Constitution is the most sacred document known to man because it created the most free and prosperous nation in human history. And 2021 has the chance to be remembered for when the leaders of a deeply divided America came together to defend that sacred document and to ensure that the integrity of future presidential elections is ensured. It is imperative we take this opportunity. The future of our republic depends on it. Benjamin Franklin, in the summer of 1787, during the heated debate to create our sacred Constitution, said these famous words: "I have lived long, sir, and the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid? We have been assured, sir, in the sacred writings that except the Lord build it, they labor in vain that build it." Madam Speaker, I pray that we would turn to the God Almighty that ordained our nation into being to help us in our time of need. I yield back.
Thank you. Is that he? Yep. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as a student of foreign policy, if somebody described to me the actions that we saw, I would have assumed we were in a failed nation or a banana republic. Storming past police, some carrying the flag of the Confederacy, a mob breached this House. But there is good news: the democracy held today. For the last few years, misinformation and fear has been fed into people for profit and power, and for too many years, leaders around the country said nothing and sometimes echoed those messages because of the belief that winning, no matter the cost, was worth everything. Today, we saw the result of ignoring these warning signs. People look to Washington to give hope. Instead, we simply amplify fears. People look to us for expertise on what can and can't be possible. Sometimes it's easier to say what makes people feel good instead of the hard facts. Today, some members of Congress argue that we can unilaterally pick the next president, that our glorious wisdom, armed with Twitter, we know better than the American people. Some have shown that if conspiracies are repeated enough, they become facts and they aren't disputed. Even here in this chamber, after the events today, some speeches have been shockingly tone deaf. I've seen people applaud cheap political lines that are embarrassing. Power and cultural fights have divided us so much that they're the ultimate goal now, and sometimes the oath we swear to uphold feels like a prop. People have been lied to by too many for too long. So here's the truth. Joe Biden won this election. The effort will fail, and everybody knows it. For some out there, this isn't about making a statement for the betterment of our country. It's about avoiding the pain of leveling with the people and telling them the truth. The emperor has no clothes. I know many are disappointed in the result, but what legacy are we leaving? Have our kids seen the day where Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill had a beer over their differences, or have they learned that to lead you must tweet, and sometimes all in caps, because now this is Hollywood. Fame is the ultimate goal. But the first step that we can do to restore this is to reject the charade, and what happens next is up to us. We get threatened with primaries, we worry about the political implications, but our names will long be forgotten. The legacy of now will exist. The bottom line, if we ask men and women to be willing to give their lives for this nation, and we talk about their service with tears in our eyes, shouldn't we be willing to give up our jobs to uphold that Constitution? And with that, I yield my remaining time to Representative Herrera Butler from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, is this a country, is this an America that we want to give to our children? A country of lawlessness, of might makes right, of mob rule? Previous generations of Americans have laid down their lives to answer no to that question. I do not want to be the first generation of Americans so selfish as to answer yes. Nothing is more important to me than preserving this constitutional republic as a representative. Article 2 of the Constitution states, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. Meaning that it's the duty of the state legislatures to select their electors in the manner they stipulate. It's right here. The founders of our republic did not want to federalize elections, which is why they reserved the selection of electors to the state legislatures. Historically, when Congress intervened in the electoral process, it was in the Civil War, it was when states were sending multiple slates of electors. But that is not the case today. Of the 6 states actively being contested, 5 have Republican legislatures. 5 are controlled by one party. 5 have the authority to get together and to vote to change the elector that they sent to us. How many of the 6 did? Not one. Pennsylvania did not get together and vote as a body and send us a new slate of electors. They did not send us a bill or a resolution citing injustice at the state level. None of them. Are they cowards? Do they not know the Constitution? Have they not read it like you and I? Or are they merely passing the buck? Here's the reality. Look, I believe this was not a fraud-free election. I believe that there were problems in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, but the Constitution gives us the right to fix that at the state level, not throw out the Electoral College. We do not want to absolve the responsibility of the people in those states to hold their own lawmakers accountable. I, as a Washington State Congresswoman, don't know better than people in Pennsylvania and Georgia. Folks, we can't vote to undermine the Electoral College today. We have to uphold it. With that, I yield. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I rise in support of the objection, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you've heard from both sides of the aisle over and over and over tonight, members of Congress take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Clearly, the Constitution says state legislatures make voting laws, period, end of subject. And clearly, in Pennsylvania, In some other states, non-legislators change those voting laws. No matter who wins or who loses, those are violations of the Constitution, whether you, me, or anyone else likes it or not. As Congressman Davison pointed out, over a dozen FBI agents were immediately dispatched to fully investigate Bubba Wallace's garage door. But sadly, the FBI never responded to my request to investigate massive voting irregularity accusations, like the video footage from Georgia that we all wish we didn't see. Neither has the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, the Postal Inspector General, the Director of National Intelligence, the CIA, and last of all, the U.S. Department of Justice. The right to vote is not only a constitutional right, it's also a civil right, and we must protect it. Running a fair and transparent election is not something America should run away from. It's something we must live up to. Every eligible American has a right to have their vote counted and the right to feel confident that his or her vote was counted, not neutralized by an illegal vote. Otherwise, I fear our republic is doomed. That's why I implore you to support a full investigation. And I yield the balance of my time to the fine gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
I thank the gentleman. This has been an interesting day, and I know we want to debate this, and we brought up all kind of things, all kind of points of history and what happened and where it happened and all the rest of this, and we're very, very grateful to the Capitol Police and all those who came in to protect us. But the real debate right now about Pennsylvania is Pennsylvania's Act 77. Was it constitutional or was it unconstitutional? All the rest of the trimmings you can set aside and just decide, was it constitutional or unconstitutional? Act 77 changed Pennsylvania's voting law and Pennsylvania's Constitution. Now, Pennsylvania could change that law, but it's done through an amendment to the Constitution. It's not just done because somebody would like to see that done. We had a mail ballot that was available. It's an absentee ballot. We did not have a no-excuse ballot. What did Pennsylvania have to do to get to the point where they would have a no-excuse mail-in ballot? Number one, in 2 successive sessions of the Pennsylvania legislature, that had to be passed in that legislation, one session after the other. If it passed both times, then it had to be published in every one of the 67 counties of Pennsylvania twice. When that was finished, it then had to go before the Pennsylvania voters to decide whether they wanted the Constitution amended. Pennsylvania did the first one. They actually did take a vote, and it was overwhelming. But then they scrapped it, and they put it in an omnibus bill. That is an unconstitutional change. You cannot do it. It's that simple. So I love the idea about Washington crossing the Delaware. I love the idea about Washington and going through a terrible winter. I hate the idea of what we had to go through today. But if oaths don't matter, and we've all taken them, and if the Constitution doesn't matter, why do we even do it? Why go through this charade that somehow we are really close friends, except when it comes to the really important things? We have driven this country apart through the people's house. And we wonder what happens? The biggest loss on November 3rd was not by Donald Trump. It was the faith and trust that the American people lost in this voting system because we have allowed it to happen. It's unconstitutional.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
80 years ago today, Franklin Roosevelt delivered his third inaugural address. Every realist knows, he said, that the democratic way of life at this moment is being assailed in every part of the world, assailed either by arms or by the secret spreading of poisonous propaganda by those who would seek to destroy unity and promote discord in nations that are still at peace. Today, the principal threat to our democracy comes from a different but also poisonous propaganda of those who seek to destroy our unity and promote discord. According to this propaganda, America cannot conduct a free or fair election. Our elections are rigged and doomed. According to this propaganda, the voters can no longer decide who shall be president. The Congress must decide for them. At a time when our nation faces an unprecedented health crisis with thousands dying every day, with Americans struggling to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head, who are we to say that the man America chose to lead us out of this calamity shall not take office? The coronavirus will claim more American lives than all of the casualties in World War II. To meet that moment will require unity, not discord, will require an abiding faith in our country, in our democracy, in our government's ability to function and provide for the needs of its citizens. The members of this body cannot continue to challenge the merits of an election that was fairly conducted and overwhelmingly won by Joe Biden. It must stop. Look at the damage that was wrought in this House today, to this country today. Is that not enough? Roosevelt said this nation has placed its destiny in the hands and heads and hearts of millions of free men and women. Our strength, he concluded, is our unity of purpose. Let us unite once again in defense of the greatest hope of freedom-loving people around the world, this precious democracy. I yield to Jamie Raskin.
Madam Speaker, the baseless attack on Pennsylvania and its electors brought to mind for me the great Tom Paine, the champion of popular democracy who came over to America to fight with us in the revolution against the king. And he lived in Philadelphia, where he wrote Common Sense in the Age of Reason. And Paine said, in the monarchies, the king is the law, but in the democracies, the law will be king. When you think about it, the peaceful transfer of power is the central condition of maintaining democracy under the rule of law. That's why the famous election of 1801 was such a big deal. When John Adams relinquished the presidency to his passionate adversary and lifelong friend, Thomas Jefferson, it was the first peaceful transition of power between democracies in a democratic republic in the history of the world. And he said, as he rode back to Massachusetts from Washington, Adams said that he did this because we are a government of laws and not of men. We will betray this principle if we trade a government of laws for a government of men, or even worse, a single man or an impressionable and dangerous mob intent on violent sedition and insurrection against our beloved democratic republic. Here's Abraham Lincoln, right before the war. At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reaches us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher. Madam Speaker, my family suffered an unspeakable trauma on New Year's Eve a week ago, but mine was not the only family to suffer such terrible pain in 2020. Hundreds of thousands of families in America are still mourning their family members. Many families represented in the Congress are still mourning their family members who've been taken away from us by COVID-19, by the opioid crisis, by cancer, by gun violence, by the rising fatalities associated with the crisis in mental and emotional health. Enough, my beloved colleagues. It is time for America
to heal. It is time for our families and communities to come together. Let us stop pouring salt in the wounds of America for no reason at all. Let us start healing our beloved land and our wonderful people. I yield back.
Thank you, Evan. All time for debate has expired. The question shall the objection submitted by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The gentleman is recognized.
Like a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device and are reminded to vote when their group is called and to leave the chamber after they have voted.
New As we come on the air, several major developments. President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition.
The story.
Tell me about day one of the White House. What are your priorities going to be on those first days?
From every angle.
You're finding some brightness in all of this, aren't you?
That's what teachers do.
On the ground.
What most worries you over the next couple months?
And in depth.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
Saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having as I turn to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump. I wish he'd won. Prayed he'd win. He didn't. And basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He was, and he threw his arms around it rhetorically anyway. Mike Pence to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, I mean, you see the deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House as well.
Fissures, and also doesn't it seem, whether it's Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney, these senators seem truly shaken by what has transpired today on Capitol Hill. Some of them, their voices were shaking. The passion, we see passion on Capitol Hill from time to time, but to say it again and again and again, you just can't say it enough. We've never seen a day like this. We've never seen events like this, and we have not seen statements like this.
But imagine being Donald Trump and watching the TV today, even before the riots broke out. You hear Mitch McConnell basically say, give it up. It's over. Don't do this. It's going to harm the Republic. You hear the vice president. He puts out a statement, again, before the rioting, saying, can't do it. I've got to follow the Constitution. I can't save you. I can't save, your campaign.
He's seeing White House staff of varying levels resign, including, his former press secretary, the First Lady's chief of staff, Stephanie Grisham, resigned. So, you imagine, where is he tonight? Is he in the residence in the Oval Office? What is the First Lady saying? He can't tweet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Instagram. So, it's just, you wonder what his mindset is right now, what his next steps are. And you and I were just talking. I mean, everyone's going to wake up tomorrow morning in Washington. What will the security situation be there? What are the plans to protect the Capitol again? What are the plans to make sure that any demonstrations that transpire are, in fact, peaceful? Which is as much a hallmark of our democracy as anything else we've talked about tonight.
And there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency.
Yes.
And that is certainly worth noting. We want to bring in Meet the Press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you should obviously get into this conversation. Dive in wherever you feel appropriate.
Well, no, I mean, you're right on the Lindsey Graham moment there. And I've been speaking Lindsey Graham for a long time, I'd like to say. I thought it was fascinating how he complimented the president, meaning he didn't. He called him, I still think he's a consequential president. That is a fascinating word choice, right? He didn't praise him positively. He used a
all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote?
I do, Ms. Clark of New York.
What are we doing? On this vote, the ayes are 138, the nays are 232, 282. The noes have it. The noes have it. The objection is not agreed to, and with that objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The clerk will now notify the Senate of the action of the House, informing that body that the House is now ready to proceed in joint session with the further counting of the electoral vote for the President and the Vice President. Maryland seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
And I would ask the House to be in order. Madam Speaker, this would not be the time I would have chosen, but it may be the last time that we're in session before the new administration comes in. We are losing an extraordinary young woman who has been with us, been with me for over a decade, and who is our floor leader, our floor director. All of you know her. Her name is Shwanza Goff. And she has been with me for a significant period of time. She is a wonderful, wonderful person. And the problem with having wonderful, talented, good staff and administration change, they steal your people. It's just a terrible thing that happens. I have two of my staff. Mariel Saez will be going to the administration as well. And I've asked the administration, please do not take any more of my people. But Shwanza Goff has just been extraordinary. Those of you who have dealt with her understand how bright she is. Now that's the bad news, Madam Speaker, that they've taken her. But the good news is she's going to be the administration's representative to the House of Representatives. So we're going to see a lot of Shwanza, and I'm sure she'll be talking to both of us on both sides of the aisle and urging us to vote one way or the other, or getting us information, or doing all sorts of things that we might ask her to do and that she would want to do for us. And I just wanted to say, Madam Speaker, and I know you share my view, those of us who have had an opportunity to work closely with Shwanza. I love Shwanza Goff. She is just a wonderful, wonderful spirit. She's smart. She knows the rules. She knows the floor. And she has facilitated, and I think Mr. McCarthy and Mr. Scalise's staff would say the same thing if I'd given them any notice that we were going to do this. But I thought we had some time. And so, Shwanza, I really do want to thank you. And we wish you the best of luck. We know you're not going far. I know we're going to see a lot of you. But we wish you great, great success in everything you do.
thereafter. I tell my staff, Madam Speaker, that they can go off the payroll. They cannot go off the staff. God bless you. Good luck.
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
Joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume. Tellers having taken their seats. Two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to which objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 7 ayes to 92 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for Joseph R. Biden for President and Kamala D. Harris for Vice President.
The Clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objection to the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3, United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificates submitted by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will be counted as provided therein. Tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Rhode Island for President and Vice President in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Rhode Island, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state. It has annexed a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Rhode Island seems to be regular in form and authentic,
and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote for the state of Rhode Island that the teller is verified, as it appears to be regular and authentic? The certificate from South Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of South Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of South Carolina that the teller is verified, appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from South Dakota, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of South Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of South Dakota that the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from Tennessee, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Tennessee seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote for the state of Tennessee that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? This certificate from Texas, the parliamentarians advise.
It's good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
The next vice president of the United States, the Capitol went into lockdown with senators, House members, and Vice President Mike Pence, who was presiding over today's proceedings, forced to flee to secure locations or to barricade themselves in some cases inside their offices while authorities tried to get the riots and those rioters under control. This morning, after voting down Republican challenges to the results, Congress is close to making it official, affirming Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as the next president and vice president of the United States. We want to listen in with only a matter of states left before they make that declaration. Take a listen.
Is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Utah seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Utah that the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Vermont, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed a certificate of authority from that state, purports to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Vermont seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Vermont that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? This certificate from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed a certificate of authority from that same state.
As we listen to Vice President Mike Pence right now, I want to get to my colleague Garrett Haake, who is on the Hill at this time. Garrett, they have now announced, in fact, that Joe Biden has the 270 electoral votes needed to be the next president of the United States. So that's done. Now they get through the remaining 5 states before they make the official declaration. What's happened over the course of these last several hours, as most Americans may have tuned out? More objections and more rejections, I suspect you can say.
Yeah, that's right. After this process resumed this evening, after a long lockdown, we picked up where we left off with a debate about the electors for the state of Arizona. That was roundly defeated in both chambers, strongly defeated in the Senate side, 93 votes against it, Republicans and Democrats alike rejecting that challenge. The counting resumed for a time in the evening and then broke again for a challenge to the Pennsylvania electors. There was no debate on Pennsylvania's electors in the Senate, another overwhelming rejection of that Republican challenge there. In the House, members got chippy, tense at times, with a lengthy debate on these Pennsylvania electors, but once again that challenge was turned back. That gets us back here to the resumption of this ceremonial process, now with these largely performative objections to this process behind us. We've seen Joe Biden cross that 270 vote electoral threshold, and we're closing in on the end of a 14 or 15 hour process, something that's usually done in a ceremony that lasts less than 45 minutes, Peter.
Yeah, you're right, Garrett. You talk about some of the tense moments that we witnessed over the course of the last couple hours. A moment after a Democrat in the House made a speech accusing the Republicans of sort of repeating the president's lies, blaming them for the situation we've seen. Nearly a fist fight between a member of the House on the Republican and Democratic side before they were broken up by some of their colleagues. Certainly today has not been one of America's better days, but hopefully it ends with a better conclusion, which is the declaration of democracy that we are hoping to hear. They go through these states alphabetically. You'll excuse me for having to check my notes so I don't botch it up. But after Virginia, of course, Wisconsin, West Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. At this hour, you'll be excused for confusing a couple of the W's, as it were. So we want to listen back in for a second for some of these final states. Garrett, you're going to stay with me, and as soon as this becomes official, I want to check back in with you. Let's take a listen.
And has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Wisconsin seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. President, I object to the electoral votes of the state of Wisconsin because 71 House members, all of whom condemn violence as we witnessed today, are firmly committed to the resolution of disagreements in civil, lawful, peaceful institutions with full and fair debate, free of violence, and though not a single court is allowed an evidentiary hearing to listen to the significant body of evidence of fraud, and though some seize on the court's failures to misrepresent that, no court would listen to the evidence as saying evidence did not exist, while Democrat leaders in Milwaukee illegally and unconstitutionally created more than 200 illegal polling places. Tens of thousands of votes were changed by workers despite election workers' objections, plus so many other illegalities to fraudulently create a 20,000 vote lead. We object, along with a senator who now has withdrawn his objection.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing, signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
It is in writing. It's signed by a member, but it is not signed and objected to by a senator, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. This certificate from Wyoming, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state and purports to be a return from the state as an annex of a certificate of authority from same state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Wyoming seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Wyoming that the teller has verified? It appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, the chair advises members of Congress, the certificates having been read, the tellers will ascertain and deliver the result to the President of the Senate.
The undersigned, Roy Blunt and Amy Klobuchar, tellers on the part of the Senate, Zoe Lofgren and Rodney Davis, tellers on the part of the House of Representatives, report the following as a result of the ascertainment and counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President of the United States for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021. The report we make is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be the president and the vice president according to the ballots that have been given to us.
He has a statement.
The whole number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The chair now recognizes, for the purpose of closing prayer, the 62nd chaplain of the United States Senate, Chaplain Barry C. Black.
So there it was, the now outgoing Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, presiding over that moment that concludes what by tradition is a simple ceremony that today delved into anarchy before finally ending in a declaration of our democracy, the naming of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as the next president and vice president of the United States. Notably, this declaration coming about 13 and a half hours after Trump Allied protesters stormed that very Capitol building after it was taken siege today. Garrett Haake has been in the Capitol for much of this evening's proceedings. Garrett, finally a little history happening in real time.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. This entire electoral process, which started really more than a year ago in the primary phase, now concluded here with the counting of these electoral votes. This action tonight, never in doubt, purely a ceremonial process, but imbued with significant importance by the president and his supporters, and then frankly, for the whole nation, where we saw people lose their lives in the Capitol building today during this riot in the building. Just an absolutely extraordinary moment for democracy. A dark day, but with an ending that we knew was coming here, and an ending which reaffirms the purpose of all of this, locking in the will of the people. Joseph R. Biden, Kamala Harris, you heard it there, will be inaugurated in this very Capitol complex on January the 20th. So a very difficult day for this country, for democracy, now in the rearview mirror.
Garrett Haake, thank you very much. When today's proceedings began, that inauguration date was 2 weeks away. Now just 13 days away, as this has proceeded past the midnight hour here in Washington, D.C. This has been an NBC News special report concluding what has been a historic, an extraordinary, a remarkable, and at times an awful day in this country. We appreciate you joining us. Be sure to tune in today in just a few hours for the very latest. For now, I'm Peter Alexander. Have a safe night.
Exploding to staggering new records. We come on the air, several major developments. President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition.
The story.
Tell me about day one of the White House. What are your priorities going to be on those first days?
From every angle.
You're finding some brightness in all of this, aren't you?
That's what teachers do.
On the ground.
What most worries you over the next couple months?
And in depth.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
But the Trump campaign has shown that many of these issues have, well, first of all, none of these issues would have changed the election outcome, but more importantly, the campaign had many opportunities of which it availed itself to litigate these issues. They did time and again, and they lost repeatedly, often in unanimous bipartisan decisions. Now, some of the objectors also cite Congress's own failure to investigate allegations of election irregularities. And that's their justification for refusing to certify the election results. But the allegations of election irregularities and fraud have been investigated. They've been adjudicated. They were adjudicated in the states in which they're alleged to have occurred. Now, in Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign took their case of election irregularities into the courtroom of Judge Matthew Brann of the Federal District Court. Judge Brann is a conservative Republican Federalist Society member. And here's what he said about the Trump campaign case, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of the sixth most populated state." End quote. So the campaign then appealed Judge Brand's decision to the Third Circuit, and they drew a 3-judge panel, all Republican appointed judges, one appointed by President Trump. The panel concurred with Judge Brand. Mr. President, certainly there were irregularities in this election. There always are. But there's no evidence of significant fraud, conspiracies, or even significant anomalies that cast any serious doubt on who actually won the election. And you know, one of the ways you can tell is look at the big picture in Pennsylvania. Look at what happened.
So we're listening to Republican Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey right now arguing against objections to the counting of the electoral votes. This body has already rejected this first challenge, the first state challenge, which in this case was Arizona. I know it gets a bit confusing. That's why I've got Garrett Haake standing by to bail me out here a little bit. Walk us through what's happening here, Garrett.
Lester, right now we're seeing Pat Toomey, Republican senator from Pennsylvania, essentially preemptively defending how his state ran its election. We know that there'll be challenges later on tonight to the Pennsylvania electors, and Toomey, to his credit, has been very outspoken, that he believes the Pennsylvania election was fair and forthrightly run, and he's going to defend his state. They're doing this now on the Senate floor because they're operating a little bit ahead of the House's schedule. Remember, both chambers get up to 2 hours of debate time. They can use all of it or not. And in this case, the Senate has finished their debate on Arizona first, and they've voted 93-6 to reject this objection to the electors. So meaning the electors, as far as the Senate's concerned, for Joe Biden will count. And now they've basically got nothing to do until the House finishes their debate and starts their vote. A note for our viewers, that will be a very long process. The House has initiated some COVID-related protocols where they vote in groups, and House votes, even regular House votes, can sometimes be hour or hours-long affairs to get everybody in and out of the chamber. So we're looking at a pretty long night here.
You said 93-6, so that means Republicans would have lost some of the senators that had previously indicated they would object.
Yeah, that's right. They lost a couple of their newer members. Cynthia Lummis, for example, of Wyoming, who's a new member, said she would no longer sustain that objection. James Lankford, who we talked about earlier, Steve Daines of Montana, who just got reelected, dropped his objection. But the core group sticking together, I'm looking at the list now, Josh Hawley sticking with his objection, Cindy Hyde-Smith of Mississippi, Roger Marshall, new member of Kansas, Tommy Tuberville, the former Auburn coach, new senator from Alabama, Ted Cruz, and John Neely Kennedy of Louisiana are the 6 Republicans who voted to uphold this objection to the Arizona electors. We'll see if even that group sticks together for the further objections, or if some of them perhaps felt like, having said they would go this far, they still had to, kind of go ahead and put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, pushing forward, even with those images still fresh in our mind of what transpired at the Capitol today, and of course, both the Senate and House back at the business of debating these objections. I want to go to our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. You heard Chuck, 93-6. This first objection about Arizona's numbers has been rejected. There's no reason to think that the others won't follow. And as I mentioned on the air, and probably should mention it more often, that we're putting an awful lot of attention into this process right now because of all that has transpired today. But this is a foregone conclusion. There is no drama here.
Had actually been interested
completely. And in fact, before we saw the incidents today in this insurrection, I had been describing what we were going to watch today as performance art, right? Basically a bunch of ambitious pals that want to demonstrate to the Trump base that they were rhetorically willing to pull this stunt, if you will. And to think that we went through this whole thing, the country is rattled, and here are our 6. And it is interesting. I mean, look, 5 of these 6 folks, Josh Hawley, John Kennedy, Cindy Hyde-Smith, Roger Marshall, Tommy Tuberville. It's Alabama, it's Mississippi, it's Louisiana, Kansas, Missouri, of course, Cruz's Texas. Those are some deep red states. Those are folks who their political careers in their minds go up or down based on what the Trump base thinks of them. So it does sort of, you could see this, it's been stripped, we in some ways today stripped down to the core. What is the core, who are the senators that feel as if they have to stick by him? And so you see here, I mean, when you think about it, just 6 Republicans now willing to stand with Donald Trump. It's just remarkable number, because just 2 days ago, it's very possible this number could have easily been 24.
Yeah.
And between what happened last night in Georgia and, of course, the disaster of today, I think Donald Trump is finding out he has no more allies.
Yeah, and Chuck, this happened today. The control of the U.S. Senate went to the Democrats after the John Essos victory in the special election in Georgia. And we haven't even had a chance to really digest that and how that plays into all this.
No, look, in some ways, before today's events, how Georgia went, I think a lot of us thought, okay, if Democrats do end up sweeping the Senate seat, does that sort of take some of the air out of some of what we were going to see today? And what it seemed to do is sort of obviously spin the president up to a point of where he's not fully, whatever it is, he's not fully able to perhaps control his anger, control his emotions here. And it certainly set him off because everybody, I mean, he went and attacked me on Twitter because I made the note that those defeats for those Republican incumbents down in Georgia, they belong to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's legacy as a political leader of the Republican Party has been a disaster. He came into office and there are with a House majority and a Senate majority, and he walks away with the Democrats in charge of the White House, the House, and the Senate. So here he was with that, and possibly, you know, this whole thing is imploding, and he can't handle this. In the words of Mitt Romney, that his pride is so wounded he can't seem to handle this moment. But this move here with the Senate, look, it means we're going to see a governing majority, and if anything, the events of today, Lester, I actually think it's going to have an interesting balming, perhaps, and you're already starting to see of it, B-A-L-M, when I say balming, on the United States senators. And I think it's possible that Joe Biden, a former senator himself, who has personal relationships with many of those Republicans who have defended the Constitution, people like Pat Toomey and Mitch McConnell, you might start to see briefly a semi-functional Senate for a period of time. There's an opportunity here for Joe Biden that he may end up having, he may have some brief moments of comity, if you will, where there may be a lot of Republicans who've, you know, sort of ashamed of what's happened this month, who feel that they've got to make an extra effort to go across the aisle and work with this incoming president. So it's a real opportunity, oddly enough, for President Biden to sort of unite this country, or at least unite this city, pretty quickly.
Yeah, Chuck, don't go far. Today has been a day that will go down in infamy in the history books. While many expected protests today, no one could have imagined it would go as far as it did. So how did we get here? NBC's Josh Mankiewicz takes a look back.
If you didn't see this coming, it's because you weren't paying attention.
This is a fraud on the American public.
Starting election night, before all the votes were even counted, the president began to light the way for those who followed.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment.
A lot of people heard him. That same evening, Trump supporters began to gather in Maricopa County, Arizona, demanding to be let in to a vote counting center. We love Trump! We love Trump! The volume only got louder. The day after the election, with the outcome still in doubt, Mr. Trump tried to claim victory, literally. On Twitter, he wrote, "We have claimed for electoral purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania." Voters, however, had laid their claims elsewhere. Joe Biden won, and President Trump reached for that volume knob again and again.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count.
What followed was a bewildering comedy of errors, a shotgun marriage of performance art and politics, culminating in Rudy Giuliani's press conference at Four Seasons Total Landscaping in Pennsylvania.
Gee, just about the 700,000 votes that President Trump was ahead by 2 days ago had disappeared.
It felt like the last gasp of a failed campaign, except it wasn't over. And very soon it wasn't funny either.
This election was stolen by mail-in ballots. Those are the ballots that were stuck in the machine 8 times, 9 times, 10 times.
I'd like to see
Senator Mitt Romney offered Biden early congratulations on his win. Other Republican leaders pretended it simply hadn't happened. As January 6th approached, President Trump seemed no closer to admitting the electoral reality in front of him.
There's no way I lost Georgia. There's no way. We won by hundreds of thousands of votes.
Over the weekend, Trump called Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to claim victory where none existed, and to ask for help in conjuring votes out of thin air and even thinner evidence.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
On Monday, Mr. Trump told his supporters again there was simply no way he had lost.
We've demonstrated that we won the election in a landslide.
Senator Romney got a taste of the anger that generated, as seen in this cell phone video shot at an airport before tonight's joint session of Congress.
Why aren't you supporting President Trump?
The temperature was rising, and once again, Trump seemed to be thinking less about how democracy works and more about his favorite subjects, himself and his enemies. Here he is this morning at a rally in Washington.
We will never give up. We will never concede. We will stop the steal.
And then his call to action.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Well, he didn't go. Just his supporters who broke into the Capitol. After hours of frightening chaos, the president released a video urging them to go home in peace. And then, in the same breath, repeated his lie that the 2020 election was stolen. "We are a government of laws and not of men," said John Adams more than 200 years ago. Today, that idea was tested. Tonight, it may be proven true.
Josh Mankiewicz kind of walking us through how we got to where we are today. We want to bring in now White House correspondent Peter Alexander. He's had a front row to all of this these past several years. I'd love to know what you have to think about that, Peter, what we just walked through that was just laid out.
Well, Josh laid it out very well, Lester. I'm struck by the fact that we as Americans right now have this chief executive who is more connected to the fantasy of how he lost than he is to the reality of the fact that he was, in fact, voted out of office. Some of the most striking comments we heard from the president over the course of these last several weeks are those that we showed you from today, where the president, inciting those supporters, said to them, "We're going to go to the Capitol. I'm going to be there with you. We have to fight harder." He called this an egregious assault on democracy. Of course, they went that direction in mass. Mobs ultimately storming the Capitol, taking it under siege. The president wasn't there for any of it, but it's his language, really, and I've witnessed this from traveling to his campaign events over the course of the last several months and covering him for the last several years. It's his language that these Trump supporters, ultimately today these rioters, have marinated in over the course of these last several years. And without any other information and without a shared set of facts anymore, when there are some individuals who have a different set of facts, which, as was once coined by one of the president's aides, alternative facts than the real facts that we witnessed, it's fundamentally a real challenge for democracy. And this is the implosion, this rebellion, this revolt was a function of that today. It was an alarming day. It was an awful day. I was there at the White House as I left with security, as is our precaution to leave the White House earlier. I passed through just a huge parade of Trump supporters yelling obscenities, "Stop the steal." And frankly, you didn't stop to enter a conversation with them, but as you heard the conversations among some of these folks, some of the things they were saying were literally echoing the words of the president, and you just wanted to fact check every one of them. But in spite of that, and frankly, in spite of the president's effort to sort of create some calm late tonight, it was still mixed with the complaints, and neither of them, I suspect,
election, seeing an interview with the president in which he seemed very reflective, and he was talking about how painful the idea of losing is. I mean, no one likes to lose, but winning is certainly part of the image that he likes to project. I mean, you've seen this in action.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, the thing you've heard from the beginning of his campaign was this idea of winning. We're going to get so sick of winning, the president used to say. And he also would emphasize this other idea, which was the idea of strength. He said it in his comments today, that weakness is sort of the ultimate fault one can have. You have to demonstrate strength. Even in these moments where the president was on the defensive, he would do something sort of more outlandish, more grandiose, in fact, to try to demonstrate this position of strength, even if it was ultimately him who was the one who needed to be defending it. It reminds me of a moment that I had with the president early on in this pandemic in March, when I asked the president what was the message he would share with Americans who were scared. This is when only about 200 Americans, I think only a handful of Americans had died, maybe 200 cases existed in the country, but already that fear was seeping in. We heard it. I heard it from loved ones, from neighbors, from others. And I asked the president to speak to the camera, and what would he say to Americans who were scared? And in that moment, rather than show empathy or perhaps weakness, as an aide described it to me, the president tried to show strength. And in his eyes, that strength was attacking the reporter in the room, at that moment calling me a terrible reporter, which did nothing to satisfy the nerves of Americans who were worried not about a conversation between me and him, but about their own family's safety and their own safety. So, what I'm struck by is what the off-ramp is for this president at this point. He promised today he would never concede. At this point, does he have any other option to concede? Republicans are obviously furious, not just Democrats. A lot of Republicans are upset about this, with conversations reportedly floating about the idea of a 25th Amendment or censure or even impeachment again. What does the president do with 2 more weeks before Joe Biden is sworn in here? Does he ever concede? What does this do to his political future? There's a lot of soul searching for the party, and this was probably not a good day for this president, certainly in his effort to retain any political career widely beyond his base going forward.
Yeah, Peter, good to have you join us for our coverage. We are continuing to monitor both houses of Congress that are the Senate has finished considering the first objection to the vote in the state of Arizona. It was soundly defeated 93-6. However, the House of Representatives got a bit of a later start this evening after all of today's chaos. They are just now getting to that vote. Let's dip in for a while as they count the vote. Watch this. Watch the numbers on the screen there. Let's bring back Chuck Todd. Chuck, again.
This election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing.
Congress condemns the assault on Capitol Hill by pro-Trump supporters after a day in which violence blanketed TV screens around the globe, forcing members of Congress to seek shelter. 4 people total were reported dead, 1 shot, 3 suffering medical emergencies. And this morning, more informal talk about invoking the 25th Amendment, which would remove the president from office before the inauguration in 13 days. Glad you're with us for the special coverage. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. January 6, 2021 is now a date this Democratic Republic will mark forever in history. Across the nation, these are the front pages that Americans are waking up to. The headlines declaring that rioters invaded the United States Capitol and there was an unprecedented insurrection. Here is the Washington Post, as well as the New York Times, barely a mention that the Democrats won control of the Senate. Both papers reporting that the president incited a mob.
Of course, the chaos erupted while members of Congress had gathered to formally count the electoral votes in the 2020 presidential election. They were forced to take shelter when the Capitol was breached. But the ballots were saved, and as soon as the Capitol was secure, lawmakers were determined to continue certifying the election.
To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Let's get back to work.
To those who strove to deter us from our responsibility, you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done.
This election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again.
We here in this chamber have the opportunity to prove that here in this country, truth matters, that right matters, that the will of the people matters more than the whims of any single powerful individual.
No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth.
When it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States.
And the Senate wrapped up its debate over the Electoral College votes, while the House has continued well into the early morning hours. Objections were brought against the votes in Arizona and Pennsylvania, but they were easily rejected in the Senate. The House rejected the Arizona objection, but still needs to hold a vote on the Pennsylvania objection. Congress is expected to formally confirm Joe Biden's victory this morning.
At least 4 people are dead and over a dozen officers are injured in the wake of the insurrection at the nation's capital yesterday. The D.C. police chief said 3 Trump supporters died in medical emergencies during that chaotic siege on the Capitol. And San Diego native Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed by Capitol Police. The 35-year-old was in D.C. protesting the president's loss, according to her brother-in-law. As the smoke clears at the Capitol, the question now is how those protests escalated into such mayhem. NBC's Casey Hunt looks at how it all unfolded.
It was a frightening and appalling scene. American democracy under siege by an angry mob. Thousands of Trump supporters storming the Capitol. Rioters breaching the walls of Congress. Tear gas, broken windows, even shots fired. Chaos and tragedy. It began when Trump supporters gathered in Washington, D.C., urged on by the president to protest Congress's vote count to declare Joe Biden the winner. For weeks, Trump has lied about the election results, alleging voter fraud. And he expressed defiance about the election's outcome again to his supporters.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen.
After that speech, his followers marched to Capitol Hill to protest, where inside, senators and congressmen began counting the Electoral College votes.
We gathered together.
While some Republicans were still trying to dispute Biden's win inside the Capitol, the mob outside was growing out of control. Defiant, jeering, USA! They faced off with police on the Capitol steps. And then the standoff became a tussle, the crowd pushing to get inside. And suddenly, the mob broke through, past metal barriers and the police. Climbing through windows, sweeping aside security deep into the heart of Congress.
My challenge today.
On the Senate floor, a senator's speech was interrupted. And the business of the day, to count Electoral College votes, halted. Lawmakers were evacuated to